Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to Novel Explanation, where we bring your favorite stories to life, one part at a time. Hit subscribe and turn on the bell so you never miss what happens next. Chapter 651, 443, High-Speed Particle Collider _2. Chapter 651, Chapter 443, High-Speed Particle Collider _2. If you find the situation impossible, retreat as quickly as you can. Your safety is equally important. Lynn continued to instruct. Lydia said with a grin, giving a military salute. Lynn shook his head and said no more, handing over the 3 alchemy constructs he had made to the halfling girl and explaining their effects one by one. Since it is impossible to connect to the magical network outside the domain, Lydia, who originally relied on the magical network to deploy detection techniques, would lose the ability to locate enemies in the high skies. However, these alchemy constructs could replace the function of the magical network and cast specific spells. One of them was even meant to help Lydia locate Raphael and the others in the foreign realm. Lydia pocketed the 3 alchemy constructs, clarified how they worked, and then lowered the wind protection canopy of the combat aircraft, ready to set off. The closed space-time gate was now open, its diameter growing larger and larger, soon exceeding 40 meters. A vast amount of magic power surged out from the undulating space-time node, along with a small amount of sand and stones that were sucked in as well. Lydia hit the ignition switch on the fighter's thruster and shouted loudly. A long tail flame burst from the massive exhaust behind, propelling the fighter towards the swirling space-time gate. 2 airships also shakily floated into the gate beside it. "I hope everything goes smoothly," Sanchez murmured, watching the airships disappear from view with a quiet sigh. Once inside the space-time gate, contact between the 2 worlds was severed. All they could do now was wait. There were other people to watch over this place. 2 more or 2 fewer wouldn't make a difference. Besides, there was no telling how long Lydia's rescue mission would take. If it was 1 hour there, it would mean 7 full hours here. This time couldn't be wasted. Sanchez nodded and led Lynn towards the experimental lab, situated outside the valley, not too far from the fortress. It was positioned there to facilitate personnel movement, and having the laboratory near also made it convenient to monitor the space-time gate. 5 minutes later, the 2 men stepped into the vast interior of the experimental lab. As seen from outside, the lab was quite Spartan and spacious, but the massive ring-shaped device at the center immediately drew Sanchez's attention. It was a lengthy tube, nearly too long to see the end of, surrounded by loops of rings crafted from mithril extending as far as the eye could see. Upon closer inspection, each ring was etched with densely packed alchemy runes. "How is it?" Lynn asked a group of alchemists who were busily at work. "As per your instructions, the electromagnetic drive array has been set up, though we've yet to conduct any experiments," replied the lead alchemist. Sanchez asked curiously. In his memory, the primary use of an electromagnetic drive array was to launch electromagnetic weapons. After multiple improvements by several great wizards at the Magic Research Institute, the Council's latest railguns could easily achieve speeds over 15 times the speed of sound, boasting terrifying destructive power. They could penetrate steel plates thicker than half a meter and reduce flesh to ashes. Yet, even with such power, the rails used for launching were merely about 7 meters long. But this time, Lynn had set up an electromagnetic acceleration device spanning several kilometers. The speed and destructive power of the projectile it could launch were unimaginably fearsome. Lynn shook his head with amusement and then proceeded to explain. Sanchez frowned, puzzled. Lynn nodded. "Our current understanding of the internal structure of atoms relies merely on speculation and the results of alpha scattering experiments. However, atoms repel each other because they both carry negative charges, so they repel each other when they get close." Of course, his real purpose was not to study the atomic structure, but to search for antimatter, using high-speed particles to smash elements open and examine their internal structures. Lynn's ingenious ideas left Sanchez tongue-tied, yet they seemed somewhat plausible. Lin didn't waste any words and immediately unfolded his domain. Since the construction time for the experimental site was too short, they hadn't even managed to create a vacuum tube, so magic would have to replace some of the functions of the equipment. A group of alchemists immediately got to work, using magic power to control a stream of particles into the accelerator's track. Just a second later, Lin activated the switch with a mage's hand. Under the powerful electromagnetic force, the particle stream started to whirl around the kilometers-long track at breakneck speed. With every half-circle they traversed, their velocity increased by 1,000 kilometers per second. The increasing speed slightly deviated the particle stream from its track, its path resembling a vortex spiraling outward, becoming faster and faster. At such speeds, there was a high probability that a hit would shatter a nucleus. Lin concentrated all his attention on the particle stream, but such rapid speed already far exceeded the limits of his perceptual ability. Even with full concentration, he could only detect a faint trace when the particle stream passed by. After 50 laps, the particle stream had exceeded speeds of 30,000 kilometers per second, 1/10 the speed of light. This was the near-limit speed within their capabilities. The particle stream successfully reached the target track, and in 100,000th of a second, they crossed paths at an incredibly high speed. Lin's heart tightened momentarily. Then he shook his head in disappointment. Lin looked at the alchemists and continued to instruct. The alchemists immediately complied, doubling the number of particles in the stream to 4,000. Despite this, hitting the target at high speed still required some luck, since they both were too small. Fortunately, for wizards, capturing atoms was not too difficult a task. They had plenty of material to experiment with. Lin was very patient. For hours and nearly 30 failed attempts did not shake his determination. However, for Sanchez and the others who were already uncertain, it became somewhat agonizing to wonder whether the method of shattering atoms by collision was truly feasible. At that moment, Lin's expression suddenly changed, and he rapidly concentrated his domain on the collision point. Surprise etched deeply across Sanchez's face, too. His perceptual abilities were far weaker than Lin's, but he used some tricks, focusing his attention on the few targets. Now, one of those targets had vanished from his perception. The alchemists present also closely monitored the collision point. Even though microscopic particles were impossible to see with the naked eye, and even legendary wizards struggled to detect them, Lin had specifically arranged a cloud chamber around the point of impact. As with the initial monitoring of alpha radiation particles, exploding high-speed particles entered the dense water vapor, pulling out clear traces of mist. It was as if a flower of fog bloomed out of the void. Chapter 652, 544, Extracting Antimatter. Chapter 652, Chapter 544, Extracting Antimatter, Sanchez said in utter astonishment. The alchemists present were also beside themselves with excitement. They had actually managed to separate the elements, which meant that from tonight onwards, theories about the internal structure of elements would no longer be mere speculation, but now had solid evidence to back them up. Lin had closed his eyes for a long while, manipulating his domain in an attempt to capture the microscopic particles from the explosion, and only after about half a minute did he reopen his eyes. "How is it, Chairman Lin?" Sanchez quickly asked. He was very curious about what was inside an element, whether it was composed of atomic nuclei and charged protons, as they had anticipated. Lin shook his head with a hint of helplessness. The hydrogen atoms had been blasted apart by a particle beam that reached 1/10 the speed of light, and the remnants scattered by the violent impact were equally fast, almost instantly disappearing from his perception. The most critical issue was that, even though he had advanced to become a legendary wizard, and had even used the computing power of the magic net system just now, he still couldn't directly manipulate the microscopic elements that burst from the atom. Lin's eyebrows were tightly knitted. It seemed that perhaps only by stepping into the true divine domain could he freely control them. While magic power base stations have been established across the continent, most wizards, apprentices, and even many civilians with a great talent for math, physics, and chemistry had joined the MagicNet system. But due to the short time, the brain's decoding of their spiritual power was not high. On average, the computing power they could mobilize was only about 5%, leaving much room for improvement. If he didn't have sufficient spiritual power and magic power reserves, Lin did not dare to rashly attempt to break through to a higher realm, as that was a method of advancement he had guessed and conjectured based on the few words of the Star Messenger and the strange quantum state of the elemental controller Altok, which might not be 100% reliable. Therefore, Lin planned to first produce antimatter, which would also be an additional ace up his sleeve against the Lord of the Undead. Sanchez suggested, if they could use an electromagnetic field to bind and accelerate elements, why not the opposite? Use a magnetic field to decelerate and capture these microparticles? Lin pondered for a moment, then shook his head. For example, fundamental particles like neutrons, which are uncharged, are not affected by magnetic fields, but they could certainly be bound by gravity fields instead. Twisting spacetime is equivalent to deflecting the path of particles. All that's needed is to create a circular area where these particles keep circling. Thinking along these lines, Lin instructed the alchemists to continue the particle collider experiment. This time they were much luckier than before. After only 9 collisions, there were results. This time numerous target elements were shattered, and the cloud chamber once again displayed dazzling fog blossoms. Lin was naturally prepared, with invisible gravity fields already covering the entire laboratory. With the substantial computing power of the MagicNet, he could barely perceive the trajectories left by the microparticles as they passed through the force fields. Sanchez asked nervously. Lin opened his eyes, a look of joy appearing on his face, then reached out his hand, and the expansive gravity field blanketing the whole area disappeared instantly, leaving only a small section in front of him. The spacetime here had twisted into a ring, with particles scattered from the core of atoms, all confined within this circle. What delighted Lin most was that he had actually captured an antiproton. It's known that high-speed particle collisions could produce antimatter, but it was not a guaranteed phenomenon. All that was needed next was to continue the experiments, gather the remaining antimatter particles, and then attempt to create true anti-elements. While Lin was busy searching for and capturing antimatter, on the other side of the spacetime gate, in the dark, chaotic otherworld, Raphael and others found themselves in the thick of a hard battle. In the span of half a month, they had used arrays that absorbed magic power to simulate the magic power loss when the spacetime gate was opened, attracting most of the undead to this mountain range. Even with the cover of these mountains, their presence had been revealed, and they were trapped inside a steep mountain. This place was originally the lair of a cave-dwelling magical beast, and when they found it, the lair's owner was nowhere to be found, probably long dead. Therefore, Raphael chose this location as their final stronghold, where the elevation difference allowed them to avoid the undead that couldn't fly. Even so, little had improved as countless hideous, screaming demons poured in nonstop from the widely open lair entrance. These were low-level monsters over 1 meter tall, with 2 pairs of bat wings that could emit illusion-inducing sound waves from their mouths. Now transformed into undead, they exuded a stench of rot and decay. The ones to greet them were streams of scorching fire. Tick, Yoland, and others attacked almost simultaneously, engulfing the flying, screaming demons in torrents of fire flowing through the passageway. Still, their numbers were too many, and having been turned into undead, they showed no fear of death, braving the flames as they rapidly closed in. Raphael furrowed his brow and conjured a spell, temporarily sealing the only entrance. But this was clearly a temporary fix. He could already hear the scratching sounds of the mountain walls being damaged. It looks like they can't wait any longer, Raphael sighed, taking out the nuclear warhead Vittorio had given him before they entered the space-time gate. It was clear now was the time to use it. I will try to break out and draw away these undead to clear them. Raphael looked at those present and spoke seriously. However, Yoland shook his head with a wry smile. Even if we survive, it's pointless. Rather, it will be better for us to act as bait and cast sky vaulting. Ivina proposed. As a sixth-ring wizard who could also use force field magic to fly, Raphael had a much greater chance of escaping back to the space-time gate alone than they did. Raphael sighed again, but didn't accept the proposal, not because he was too noble to accept the sacrifice of others, but because Ivina and the others were too weak to undertake the task. Ivina and the others fell silent as well, bracing themselves for the worst. Suddenly, a voice echoed in everyone's ears. The sudden voice changed Raphael's already tense expression dramatically, but then the secret ring on his right hand lit up, and Lin's figure quickly materialized in front of the group from a state of translucency. Chapter 653. 545. Is this the power of the strongest wizard? Chapter 653. Chapter 545. Is this the power of the strongest wizard? The sudden appearance of Lin startled Tick and the others, followed swiftly by delight and surprise. Wasn't it said that there was no way to communicate between the two worlds? Previous chairmen had already tried, but they had been unable to send avatars through the space-time gate to gather intelligence. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had to come themselves. The halfling Maka looked at the suddenly appearing wizard with uncertain alarm, adopting a defensive posture. Raphael was the first to recover, immediately thinking of this possibility. Before they had set off for the foreign land, Chairman Vittorio had given him an alchemical creation capable of harnessing the sky vaulting, whereas Lin had given him this ring, and during the second personnel exchange, someone had specifically brought it back again. Lin nodded. Since the Lord of Necromancers possessed the ability to control multiple worlds, there must certainly be a way to communicate through both ends of the space-time gate. This ring was his experiment, crafted from a very special magical material, for which he had even melted down a corona metal. Its feature was that it could well contain a consciousness and bear legendary power. Thus, he had experimented by separating a part of his consciousness and placing it in this ring of secret magic, similar to the life box made by the spiritual energy wizard Radak. However, the soul split was limited, and even if it was destroyed, it wouldn't cause too much harm. He hadn't told Raphael and others because he himself was not sure if it would work. In fact, the moment he entered the space-time gate, this magical avatar could no longer sense the position of his main body nor connect to the magic web. Yet a real connection between them still existed. This feeling was quite strange, also causing a lot of trouble, meaning that his avatar could not directly send information back, trapping him in this foreign realm, just like Raphael and the others. Lin said with a smile. This was something the few of them did not know, but he was very clear about it, because during the second personnel exchange, the ring of secret magic had been taken out. Clearly, his main body was not prepared to give up on this exploration team that had achieved significant feats and fought for their precious time with their lives. Otherwise, there was no need to send this ring back. The time should be today. The half-month deadline Raphael had set. Under Lin's explanation, Yoland, Tick, and the others were extremely thrilled, genuinely feeling a glimmer of hope for life. Even though they had prepared for death, for most people, surviving was naturally far better. Watching Yoland's ecstatic expression, the halfling Maka frowned slightly, hesitating to speak, feeling distrusting of this suddenly appearing young man. You must understand, outside the necromancers nearly filled the entire valley and sky, possibly numbering over 1 million. Could they really break out? However, the name Lin did seem familiar to him. After hesitating a moment, Maka quickly realized this seemed to be the Chairman Darren and others often mentioned, the most powerful wizard. Compared to the uncertain Maka, Raphael had full confidence in Lin, even though he was aware that the person standing before him was merely an avatar. Raphael handed over the uranium stone, his face also brightening with a smile. During the time they were inside the space-time gate, his expression had been stretched to the limit. As the leader, any decision he made could lead to a disaster for the entire exploration team in the foreign realm, prematurely expose the location of the space-time gate, directly affecting the outcome of the war, and ultimately join Yoland and others in a mutual demise against the attracted army of undead. The mental pressure he bore was imaginable, Each day was an agony for him. Fortunately, now at last he felt relieved, although they were still in crisis, but seeing Lin allowed Raphael to temporarily let go of his taut spirit, pausing briefly before he spoke again. "It's simple, we just need to," Lin began to explain, but suddenly closed his mouth. His expression abruptly changed, and he looked up at the rock face above. A burst of intense rumbling came in an instant, followed by the whole mountain violently shaking, and large chunks of rock continuously fell from above. Yolan steadied himself against a wall nearby, struggling to maintain balance, his face displaying intense fear, because the rock face above had been torn open. A huge dragon claw emerged from the crack, tearing through the solid mountain, and what appeared before everyone was a vast and fierce-looking dragon head, its head alone larger than a few combined, its eyes burning with the soul fire emanating a cold and bloodthirsty light. A terrifying and powerful wave of death spread from within it, covering the entire mountain range like a typhoon. This was the legendary realm of the dead, capable of continually stripping the vitality of the living, and every soul that died in this region would be transformed into a vengeful spirit, bound within the realm. Chapter 654, 545, Is This the Power of the Strongest Wizard? _2. _2 The weaker Yoland, Tick, Ivina, and others had completely lost their ability to fight back under the suppression of the domain, their bodies gradually becoming ice-cold and stiff. Raphael's condition wasn't much better. The moment that immense dragon's head protruded, he felt as if the blood in his body had frozen. This was at least a legendary enemy. Raphael realized this instantly, and then the massive dragon's maw opened wide, gray breath gathering within its gaping jaws. But Lin's movements were obviously quicker. Almost at the moment the mountain was torn open, he had already moved, his body immediately transforming from an energy form into a metallic one. And then he delivered a kick at the dragon head that was sticking in through the crevice. Sonic kick. 1.5 times the speed of sound coupled with the terrifying mass were all concentrated in that one kick, reaching the skeleton dragon's face before the breath could launch, and smashing right into its eye socket. Accompanied by an ear-shattering sonic boom, the terrifying force burst the massive eye socket, and the huge dragon's head, tilting from the impact, slammed heavily into the rock wall behind it, shattering the solid earth and stone. The dragon's colossal body lost its balance, its claws scratching across the rock wall, managing to just stabilize its form. Its tail fiercely whipped at the mountain, lifting large chunks of exploding rocks. However, Lin was relentless. Seizing the moment the creature lost its balance, he landed another kick on its huge body. Raphael and the others immediately witnessed a bizarre scene. 8 meters tall, actually kicked a creature over 100 meters long right off the top of the mountain. Thunderous roars instantly erupted from the outside of the mountain peak, enraged dragon's bellows that quickly turned into painful wails. For a fine beam magic had already soared into the sky, cutting straight through the falling dragon's massive body. Ever since Anthony had improved the casting mechanism of beam magic, invoking the beams no longer required a lengthy charge-up and could be used directly through the emission of battery waves. The speed of casting had improved by more than several times. Even with hasty execution reducing its power, it remained terrifying. 5 millimeters, the beam easily sliced through the tough dragon scales. Dark blood gushed out in torrents, staining the surrounding ground, and a foul, decaying stench filled the air. A deep, bone-exposing wound appeared on the enormous dragon's head, nearly severing the entire body in two. The body of the giant dragon, torn asunder, crashed heavily down the mountain, the proud dragon roar growing even more intense. After saying a few words to Raphael and the others, Lin flew out through the gaps scraped out by the skeleton dragon. The skies of this alien land were incredibly gloomy, devoid of the sun's light and unlit by any stars, permeated with thick magic power and death domain, with numerous screaming demons, night ghosts, and specters almost filling Lin's entire field of vision. The noisy screams and screeches echoed incessantly around him. These lowly undead had no concept of fear. Even though Lin had just severely wounded a powerful legendary dragon, they swarmed toward him like sharks smelling blood. Sharp claws and teeth, malicious gazes, terrifying screeches, and the pungent smell of rotting flesh and blood. Various unsavory noises tangled in the air into a chaotic mess. Facing these countless undead, Lin extended his hand, his immense magic power immediately transforming into a crimson flame. Resistance fire ring. The fierce fire surged from all around him and then radiated out in a 360-degree circle without any dead angles, drawing in all the approaching undead. The thousands of degrees of heat melted their bodies almost instantly, flesh and bones dissolving together into fuel for the undying flame. In just a dozen seconds, the surging waves of fire had already turned into a sea of flames. The dim sky was burning with fierce flames rampaging. Tens of thousands of dead souls instantly turned into ash, and a massive skeletal behemoth, after coming into contact with the undying flame, plummeted to the ground like dumplings being dropped. The effect of the undying flame was surprisingly beyond Lin's expectations. These brainless, low-level creatures, reliant only on their numbers, would theoretically melt away in the flames no matter how numerous they were. Meanwhile, with the firestorm as cover, Raphael began to take action, stealthily leading Yoland, Ivina, and others towards the space-time gate. Under Lin's precise control, the flames automatically made way for them as they passed. All flying undead were now drawn to Lin, and with the cover of the undying flame, it was undoubtedly the best opportunity to evade the scrutiny of the dead souls and escape. The half-person Maka muttered to himself as he watched Lin annihilate tens of thousands of undead with a mere gesture. Just a minute ago, they were trapped on the mountain, awaiting death, but the moment he made a move, the situation changed dramatically. He seriously wounded the skeletal dragon, over 100 times his size, and with a single strike, he eliminated countless undead. Yoland replied with a smile. After more than half a month of company, Yoland had a good impression of Maka, the half-person native. When they decided to act as bait to buy time, they had relocated Maka's tribe to another location. Because Maka was very familiar with the local terrain, they kept him as a guide. This was undoubtedly somewhat coercive, but Maka didn't secretly cause trouble for them. Instead, he cooperated very well. Of course, in Maka's own words, he had no other choice. When the Lord of Dead Souls invaded this world before, not everyone chose to surrender. Without exception, all of them were turned into undead. The powerful ones were somewhat better off, able to retain some sentience, but the weaker ones like them became dull-witted. Not everyone is willing to turn into just a skeleton, although, according to the Lord of Dead Souls, this should be considered a grace bestowed upon them. Raphael interrupted, frowning. Yoland immediately fell silent, and Maka also closed his mouth. They were not yet out of danger. On the other side, Lin had already annihilated all the approaching undead, but it was not as easy as Yoland and the others saw. This strike, combined with the previous battle, had consumed a quarter of his magic power reserves, and these skeletal frames seemed endless. Most importantly, the undead he killed were just low-ranking fodder, and after one batch was wiped out, the remainder no longer rushed forward to die. Instead, they circled the outskirts of the firestorm, trying various methods to extinguish or affect his undying flame. Clearly, someone was commanding this army. Lin's gaze pierced through the veil of flames, sweeping over the entire mountain range, but was soon interrupted by the resumption of roaring. The skeletal dragon that he had just knocked down had gotten back up. Spectral souls floated within its death domain, continuously streaming into its wounds, and the dragon body, nearly torn in two, was repairing quickly. In just a few minutes, it had returned to its original state. Lin was not surprised. Killing a legendary adversary was not that easy. If the creature hadn't moved its head so close, even stretching into the narrow mountain pass, he wouldn't have been able to wound it so severely. Chapter 655, 546. The sun rises in a foreign land. Chapter 655, Chapter 546. The sun rises in a foreign land. The winter dragon Wallach was seething with rage, his fury nearly taking physical form. He immediately took to the skies, once more with an angry roar, opening his mouth to release a blast of icy breath. The scorching flames collided with the icy breath, melting and disintegrating each other. A violent, exploding sound echoed through the skies, creating a storm that swept outwards, knocking the nearby screaming demons and wraiths into a chaotic tumble. Seeing that the bone dragon's breath could counter the undying flame left Lin somewhat surprised. However, he soon sensed that this icy breath was not as simple as it appeared, containing a special force which felt eerily familiar to him. Soul power. Just like how Ella converted her soul into star fire for attack, the icy breath surged with a multitude of vindictive spirits. It was this mixture of low-temperature, vindictive spirits and magic power in the breath that withstood the corrosion of the undying flame. This made Lin grow increasingly serious. The power of this incarnation was limited, and there was indeed a possibility of turning the tables. Lin accelerated once again, dodging the skull dragon's dive. With a sweep of his right hand, another beam of laser cut through the air and sliced down the dragon's back. However, the winter dragon Wallach, heedless of the danger, rapidly closed the distance. The realm of the dead that enveloped him began to swiftly expand, quickly encompassing Lin within. This highlighted one of the major drawbacks of being an incarnation: limited spiritual power, making it impossible to contest the control of the realm. Slow field. The winter dragon Wallach opened his mouth wide, and the obscure and difficult dragon language echoed amidst the interweaving of fire and ice. Before Lin could escape the realm, he suddenly felt the air around him turn sticky like glue, his body becoming exceptionally heavy. Immediately after, an intense sense of danger manifested in his mind. Without hesitation, Lin shifted from offense to defense, and with a surge of magic power, a myriad of invisible diamond-shaped crystals materialized in an instant. Almost at the next moment, a high-pitched dragon roar sounded again. Elements filled with soul power exploded violently in the void. Numerous microscopic ice blades, along with the sub-zero temperatures of -200 degrees Celsius, swept across the entire realm, even momentarily suppressing the blazing, undying flame. Dozens of screaming demons, which had been too close and were accidentally caught in the realm, turned directly into ice sculptures, their bodies crumbling away layer by layer from the cellular level, turning to ash in an instant. Lin, sheltered beneath a graphene shield, although spared from becoming a frozen sculpture, found himself steadily descending. At first, he thought it was the influence of the realm of the dead, yet he soon realized his fall had nothing to do with the colossal skeletal dragon before him. There was an inexplicable pulling force from the ground, dragging him downward. Was it a technique similar to a no-fly barrier? Lin quickly scanned the locations where magic reactions were strongest, finding a dozen necromancers amidst the army of undead below, working together to cast the barrier spell. He was not powerless against this force, but with the aerial advantage compromised by the Skull Dragon's realm, his flying was greatly restricted and no longer had the upper hand in speed. As he considered his options, the Winter Dragon Wallach had already dived down, ready to unleash another powerful frost breath. This time, without the barrier of flames, Lin could clearly see the hideous wraith struggling painfully within the icy breath, emitting silent wails of agony. Being struck will be no joke. Lin's expression grew stern, but still, he had no intention of resorting to a nuclear spell. Firstly, Raphael and the others hadn't escaped far enough. Secondly, a mere legendary bone dragon was not worth the kind of mutual destruction entailed by such a technique, at least not without locating the enemy commander first. The Witch King Cecil, watching a man and a dragon plummet from the sky, couldn't help but burst into weird laughter. Admittedly, his opponent this time was quite troublesome. That kind of fire magic that instantly devoured tens of thousands of undead was indeed memorable, and only an idiot like Wallach would act hastily without understanding the depth of his adversary. Cecil found this rather amusing, and it worked to his advantage. Otherwise, it would have taken considerable effort to probe the upper limits of his opponent's capabilities. Suddenly, the soul fire flickering in Cecil's eyes intensified, and he immediately turned, looking towards the distant sky to his right, and spoke in a hoarse voice. "A living being has broken through the detection spell I set up. Shadow, follow them and locate the space-time gate." The night demon, called Shadow, immediately took the order and led some of the screaming demons, wraiths, and undead flying beasts on the periphery, chasing in the direction Cecil had indicated. But before they could get far, a powerful laser beam swept past them. Hundreds of screaming demons were bisected by the strike, and the night demon named Shadow nearly got halved as well. The Witch King Cecil couldn't help but be surprised. It seemed that his adversary was more tenacious than he had anticipated. Chapter 656, 546, The Sun Rises in a Foreign Land, _2. _2 Cecil could certainly see that the one entangled with the winter dragon Wallach was merely a magical incarnation, yet it managed to divert its attention to attack the pursuing officers despite being besieged by a dozen corpse witches. It seemed that the adversary could possibly be someone like the chief priest of the moon goddess Diana. Thinking this, Cecil suddenly became interested, as extracting memories from the remnant's soul of someone skilled in necromantic spells was not a difficult task for him. Cecil instructed. The legendary Death Knight, Colleen, nodded indifferently, then drew the rune greatsword from his back and charged towards the location of the battle between the man and the dragon. Colleen moved swiftly, or rather, it was his warhorse that was fast, with gray flames igniting on the skeletal steed. Together, they dashed through the battlefield like a gust of wind, crossing hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye and arriving within the circle of combat. His timing was also very precise, at the most intense moment of Lynn's battle with Wallach. The sound of hooves from behind naturally didn't escape Lynn's ears, but the dragon of Cold Winter's tail was already whipping towards him. Caught between the massive dragon's tail and the rune sword, Lynn decisively chose the latter, dodging the tail's sweep only to forcefully take the blow. His body, transformed from elements into steel, was as fragile as tofu under the slash of the rune sword, and most importantly, the gaping wound showed no signs of healing. The winter dragon Wallach shouted irritably. It was about to finish off the annoying insect in front of it, and naturally didn't wish for anyone to steal the limelight. "But you've wasted too much time, Wallach. The living have already broken through the blockade, all because of your incompetence," Colleen stated coldly, with his sword rising again to hack at Lynn. Without a doubt, Colleen's words incensed the winter dragon Wallach, who opened its mouth to breathe out another blast of icy breath, enveloping Colleen as well. This was certainly not a simple case of infighting. Whether it was the sudden drop in temperature or the vengeful spirits mixed within the icy breath, none of it affected the Death Knight. The steed, ablaze with gray flames, galloped through the icy surge, and the rune greatsword, glowing as it sliced through the charge, flashed past like a streak of light, instantly dismembering the frozen Lynn into several pieces. However, Colleen furrowed his brow, as he didn't believe the opponent was so easily dealt with. Otherwise, Wallach wouldn't have been driven into such a wretched state. Sure enough, a second later, Lynn's dismembered body vanished like an illusion right before their eyes. Relying on the curse of the rune sword's sense, Colleen spurred his horse without hesitation back in the direction from which he came. At this moment, Lynn was within the shelter of a magic domain that isolated all magic power. With his current state, he had no chance against two opponents, so he had separated 3/10 of his magic power to hastily create an incarnation to take his place in ambush. The Death Knight who had besieged him had indeed caused a fair amount of trouble, but it also made Lynn aware of that Death Knight who stood watching the battle from afar, a tall figure with a distinct appearance. Lin guessed that this could very likely be the commander of the enemy forces. A hint of amusement appeared on the Lich Cecil's face, as Lin's attempt at hiding was almost useless within his spiritual energy vision. Voice of the dead, soul stripping, Cecil extended his hand, and a series of invisible ripples swirled at his fingertips. The desolate earth cracked open swiftly, and thick, deathly gray tendrils burst forth from the ground, curling and spreading towards Lin. The earth shattered, vegetation soared, and the surrounding undead were also caught in the destruction. The deathly gray tendrils twisted around and bound them, erasing their flesh, bones, and even souls. Lin's expression remained unchanged as fierce red flames ignited around him, only to be swiftly extinguished because a shrill, haunting wail, akin to the screams of vengeful spirits, suddenly resounded next to his ear. Voice of the dead, soul stripping. This was the sensation of having one's consciousness stripped away and a brain trembling. Although this avatar did not possess something like a brain, under the bizarre influence of the sound waves, the magic body started to have the illusion that it was about to collapse. The vines around also took this opportunity to spread upward, wrapping and rolling up Lin in their grasp. The already scant magic power was being rapidly plundered. Lin couldn't help frowning, directing his gaze forward, where the dense sea of vines suddenly split apart, and the Grand Necromancer Cecil approached with several corpse sorcerers. The Death Knight Colleen, too, cut through the blocking vines and appeared in Lin's field of vision. Looking at Cecil and his entourage closing in, Lin pondered to himself, "Are these few legends all there is?" Then, Lin glanced at the skeleton dragon flying towards him, realizing he probably couldn't wait for it to get any closer. In just that moment, the inside of his body was nearly depleted of magic power, and if he waited any longer, he would lose all ability to resist. Lin, without hesitation, channeled the remaining strength into the uranium stone stored at his chest. The Grand Necromancer Cecil, who was preparing to search Lin's memory, suddenly stopped in his tracks, a fear that reached deep into his soul surfacing in his mind. Without the slightest hesitation, Cecil fled backward at an even greater speed, and the death thorns covering the ground surged toward Lin even faster in an attempt to utterly erase him. But the next instant, endless light and heat manifested in the dead gray vine jungle. After 70 years, the foreign land once again welcomed the light of the sun. The dark domain was illuminated. It was a glow so intense that it seemed to dissolve everything, engulfing the entire area in an instant. The Death Knight Colleen, who was closest and still in a charged stance, crashed right into the erupting light. At the epicenter of the explosion, with temperatures soaring to tens of millions of degrees and pressures of trillions of pascals, no matter how powerful the corpse sorcerers or the thorns imbued with magic power and death energy were, they turned to ash in a blink of an eye. Even the fastest reacting Grand Necromancer Cecil only had time to cast Wall of Skeletons as a defense before being engulfed in the strong light and flames. The winter dragon Wallach, flapping its wings, rushing over for fear of losing credit, let out a terrified roar and immediately turned around to flee. Although its mind became less sharp after being turned into a death spirit, it didn't mean it was truly foolish. Facing a destructive light powerful enough to obliterate everything, how could it dare stay in place waiting for death? Immediately, it threw aside concerns for its mission and for the life and death of the Grand Necromancer Cecil, its wings nearly becoming blurred from the speed of its flapping. Like Wallach, all the higher undead who still retained their sanity scattered in a frenzy of escape. But it was obviously too late. The nuclear blast shockwave traveled extremely fast, crossing kilometers in the blink of an eye, and kept spreading unabated. Under the terrifying heat, hills were leveled to the ground, boulders turned to scorching lava, the air twisted and tore apart, and all things tangible and intangible suffered catastrophic destruction. When the nuclear shockwave finally died down, The undead army numbering in the millions was no more. In the center of the nuclear blast, there was only a crater hundreds of meters in diameter, its interior hot, molten sand and stone. Only a kilometer away could one see the scorched earth and the scattered remains of a few higher undead destroyed in the aftermath. A massive skeletal dragon lay on the dissolved ground, breathing its last breath, its wings shredded by the blast, and a considerable hole on its right side. More than a dozen ribs were fractured, and the majority of its rib cage had collapsed inward. If not for the multitude of enslaved spirits who took the brunt of the damage for it, it would have perished in the initial blast. Chapter 657, 547, Aerial Combat in a Foreign Land and the Debut of the Supersonic Fighter Jets. Chapter 657, Chapter 547, Aerial Combat in a Foreign Land and the Debut of the Supersonic Fighter Jets. A few minutes ago, high above the foreign land. With the help of the undying flame cast by Lin, Raphael had successfully broken through the blockade with Yoland and others, racing towards the location of the space-time gate. However, just as they were passing the outer side of the mountain peak, Raphael keenly sensed that they seemed to have hit a thin barrier invisible to the naked eye. Although this did not hinder their progress, Raphael's expression still darkened, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Next to him, Tick's face also changed drastically, and his deliberately lowered voice followed. Just as Tick had said, the screaming demons originally gathering in the skies over the mountains, along with various banshees and undead magical beasts, seemed to have received some command and flew towards them en masse, nearly blotting out the entire sky. This was still the result after Lin had cleared a part of them. Raphael understood that they had triggered some kind of detection barrier. To pass through this undead blockade without a sound was clearly no easy feat. I am going to accelerate to full speed now. I might not be able to watch out for you all, so everyone be careful, Raphael said with a grave voice. Since they had been discovered, Raphael removed the domain that concealed their figures and instead led the others at the highest speed to escape into the distance. But relying on force field magic to fly was simply not fast enough, especially when carrying a few burdens. The speed came out to only 60 kilometers per hour at best. This was far below the speed of many magical beasts dedicated to flying. Thousands of griffins transformed into undead led the chase, closely pursuing Raphael and the others. The distance between them kept getting shorter. In just 2 minutes, they had narrowed the distance to within 100 meters. Yoland could clearly see the blood-red eyes of these undead griffins, filled with bloodlust and brutality, as if seeking prey. Their once golden feathers had turned pale gray, looking sickly and bizarre. Chain lightning, blast skill, multiple flame, burst skill. Tick and the others had already sprung into action. As magic power surged, dozens of dazzling spells instantly fell among the dense griffin flock, accompanied by the thunderous roar of thunder and flame. More than a dozen griffin corpses plummeted from the sky. However, in comparison to the vast number of the enemy, this degree of loss hardly mattered. Fortunately, Yoland's charge magic had also been completed. In the void, the jumping water molecules seemed guided, coalescing into sharp ice shards that surged forward like a vortex. This was none other than the high-level 3-ring spell, Ice Storm. Unlike the powerful blast magic and the extremely fast chain lightning, the destructive power of Ice Storm was quite limited. Yoland didn't expect it to kill many of the pursuing magical beasts, but the spell's advantage was its wide range, effectively slowing down the opponents. Yoland's idea undoubtedly took effect. Fine ice crystals struck the bodies of these griffins and then burst open again, instantly creating significant chaos, with some griffins even crashing into each other due to flying too closely together. A smile appeared on Yoland's face. Live griffins would not be so easy to deal with. They had seen those griffin knights in battle with the church. Ordinary magic could hardly hit these fast magical beasts. Of course, in the face of the Council's new fighter jets, this sort of speed meant nothing but to be crushed. Just as Yoland was thinking, Raphael, as if sensing something, suddenly shouted. At the same time, Ivina swung her sword towards Yoland. 0.1 seconds, nearly grazing his head as it chopped past. Hair from Yoland's forehead was directly sheared off, but he had no time to worry about that now, as a harsh and unpleasant collision sound echoed in his ears. Clang, the racing blade collided with a patch of air, sparks flying brilliantly, along with a large amount of dark green fluid sprayed out. Only then did Yoland see clearly that the creature struck by the blade was a beast no more than half a meter tall, with a grotesque and ferocious appearance and a pair of bat wings on its back. What was truly chilling was the row of serrated bone spines on its forelimbs, as sharp as blades, but now half severed by Ivina. If it had hit him, his head would have been split into two. Yoland immediately broke into a cold sweat, raised his hand, and a surge of searing flame burst from his palm, incinerating the strange beast to ashes. This beast was very good at hiding, seemingly able to change its skin color according to the environment, almost merging with the dark and possessing some ability to shield itself from magical perception. Its speed was also quite fast, at least 200 kilometers per hour. Only when it entered within his domain did he detect something wrong, but his reaction was still a half-beat too slow. Chapter 658, 547, Aerial Combat in a Foreign Land and the Debut of the Supersonic Fighter Jets _2. Chapter 658, Chapter 547, Aerial Combat in a Foreign Land and the Debut of the Supersonic Fighter Jets _2. Ivina replied concisely. Yoland couldn't help but click his tongue. They were currently in high-speed flight, and the opponent was also extremely fast. Detecting the subtle differences in the tracks of the wind was no easy task. Raphael nodded, his expression still solemn, for the dead spirit magical beasts that specialized in ambush attacks were clearly more than one. As his thoughts raced, the magic domain around him began to rapidly expand. With his control over the elements within the domain, Raphael quickly noticed that more than 50 winged demons were lurking within 100 meters around them. The expansion of the domain also made these dead spirits, adept at concealment and perception, become agitated, almost all of them launching their attacks at the same moment. Raphael snorted coldly, and with a raise of his hand, his index and middle finger trembled slightly, as an imperceptible wave of magic power spread out in a ring. Space oscillation. The rapidly approaching winged demons let out a sharp cry. In the instant they passed through the ripples of magic power, their bodies were neatly sliced apart. Dark green blood and limbs scattered across the sky, and the intense stench made Yoland and the others frown. Although they had resolved all the hidden troubles in one fell swoop, the diversion for the attack had slowed them down once again. The griffin pack that had been trailing behind had now caught up from behind, but they didn't rush to attack. Instead, they scattered and faintly formed an encircling stance. Only then did Yoland and the others realize that these undead creatures were not without tactics. Their previous behavior, which seemed quite dull, was probably intended to confuse them and lower their guard. Take action. There's no need to hold back magic power, Raphael said in a deep voice, knowing they couldn't delay any longer, or else they would face the endless undead sea. Yoland, Tick, and the others immediately nodded their heads, understanding that they had reached a critical moment. They either had to fight their way out alive or die right there. Everyone used the strongest magic they had mastered. Even the centaur Maka took out the crossbow from behind. Although the crossbow arrows couldn't cause any fatal injuries to the griffins, it was his only method of resistance. Ivina, on the other hand, took down the griffins that had breached the magical barrier and charged at them. Undoubtedly, Yoland and the others were struggling desperately. Under the relentless bombardment of magic spells, every second saw dozens of griffins killed, dismembered, or burnt to ash. However, compared to their vast numbers, this was still futile. Suddenly, the griffin pack densely assaulting them let out piercing screeches, then retreated to both sides. Raphael and the others couldn't feel any joy because a massive figure was speeding towards them through the gaps where the griffin pack had dispersed. It was a giant beast shrouded in darkness, large and wide, with a pair of gigantic bat wings that stretched over 100 meters long, looking pale and shriveled. Its entire body was also covered with a thick, tough hide as hard as iron armor. Raphael's pupils shrank, for he felt a powerful threat emanating from this colossal beast, which was likely a legendary creature. The Night Demon Shadow also had his gaze fixed on these few targets in front of him. Cecil had given him the task of following these people to locate the space-time gate. Shadow, who enjoyed toying with his prey, naturally had his own ideas. It was enough to keep one enemy alive to find the location. Eliminating the few burdens would naturally make the strongest one run even faster. As thoughts surged, Night Demon Shadow flapped his wings, and a fierce gale swept towards Raphael and the others. In a rush, the magic barrier Raphael had set up was instantly torn apart, and the fierce storm soon enveloped everyone. Tick, who stood at the forefront, had his carefully prepared wall of runes show fine cracks, and was then easily breached. Even after being weakened by these two layers, the storm was still terrifying. Yoland and the others had their robes and armor sliced open by the sharp wind pressure. Bare arms, thighs, and even faces bore deep gashes as if they had endured the torture of scraping bones and flaying skin, with every cell in their bodies wailing in the storm's onslaught. The Night Demon Shadow, flapping his bat wings, moved freely through the storm, taking pleasure in the desperate struggle of the few before him. Then he suddenly increased his speed, his broad bat wings shooting toward Raphael and the others. His method of selection was simple. Under this strike, the weak would die, the strong would remain. The giant bat wings that shrouded half the sky pressed down from above, and Tick, who was bracing himself against the storm's erosion, immediately fell into a desperate situation. Raphael ground his teeth, converting most of his remaining magic power into a circular barrier to protect everyone inside, yet he had no confidence it could hold. The gap between legend and those below was simply too vast that, even as a six-ring wizard, he could only watch the colossal bat wings fall. Just then, a dazzling beam of light suddenly pierced the dark clouds, cutting through the broad bat wings at an extraordinary speed. Shadow, caught off guard while toying with his enemies, almost had his entire left wing severed. The speed of light was too fast, so fast that even legends found it hard to react, but lasted only a moment before the dazzling light vanished from everyone's sight. Shadow, who narrowly escaped having his wings severed by a sudden laser beam, was both frightened and enraged. He glanced at the mountain range behind him, wary of damaging a valuable asset, and no second laser came forth. Clearly, that spell was the limit of what Lin, under siege, could achieve. The strength of the fifth-level laser beam was self-evident. Even from such a distance, it could effectively breach a legend's defenses. However, it had an obvious flaw. It had limited effects on legendary creatures that could convert matter and energy, as even slicing them in two would not be fatal. In just a few seconds, with the replenishment of magic power, the gash on the severed bat wing swiftly closed up. Fortunately, that was enough. In the distant sky, a meteor streaked toward them. That was the afterglow of a fighter jet's exhaust. It's a council fighter jet. Yoland looked toward the distant sky, exclaiming with uncontrollable excitement. Such incredible speed! Raphael, observing the meteor, was also stunned. He had heard from Lin that the council was supposed to send a new fighter jet and a few airships to their aid. He had initially thought it a bit surprising, for such forces seemed hardly sufficient to provide any help and appeared no different from a suicide mission. Now it seemed that Master Dennis had made some improvements to these aircraft. However, Raphael's expression remained tense. After all, they were facing a legend. Shadow, clearly aware of this unwelcome guest, noticed that the visitor's magic response was not strong, but the speed was profoundly disconcerting to him. Just as Lin had anticipated, The supersonic fighter jet could reach 4 times the speed of sound in this alien domain, over 1,000 meters per second, covering several kilometers in an instant. And the supersonic missiles attached under the wings were even faster. Before the jet arrived, 2 magic missiles had already flown over. Confronted with these extremely fast and completely unknown creations, Shadow, who had just suffered a setback, didn't take any chances. Opening his mouth, a visible shockwave surged toward the 2 missiles, detonating them prematurely. Accompanied by a series of violent explosions, the terrifying and dangerous undying flame instantly covered several hundred meters of airspace around. This attack was undoubtedly in vain, but Lydia's intent was not to attack. It was to cover their escape. Raphael also understood that they were unlikely to cause substantial damage to a legendary enemy, so he seized the moment and fled without hesitation toward the location of the space-time gate. Chapter 659, 548, Truly Terrifying Magic. It's almost like the power of a god. Chapter 659, Chapter 548, Truly Terrifying Magic. It's almost like the power of God. After 2 magically propelled missiles provided Raphael and others a chance to escape, Lydia accelerated again, heading straight for Night Demon Shadow to prevent him from pursuing. Once Lydia closed the distance to less than 1 kilometer, she pressed the cannon launch button. The cylindrical cannon mounts on the wings immediately erupted, and a continuous barrage hurtled toward their target. It had been a troubling question for Dennis for several months, whether to install cannons on a supersonic fighter without hitting themselves. However, after real combat drills, Dennis realized he had been overthinking it. With the high speed provided by the supersonic fighter, the cannon bullets, under the effect of inertia, could easily break through to more than 5 times the speed of sound. In comparison, Night Demon's massive size was practically a live target. The specialty armor-piercing rounds fired from the cannon, coupled with a 5-fold speed of sound enhancement, unleashed terrifying power. Even the legendary body's robustness was breached, revealing gashes of bleeding wounds. Originally planning to pursue Raphael and the others, Night Demon Shadow was left in a pitiable state by this barrage of attacks. Although the cannon's assaults were barely penetrating, they were immensely humiliating. Roars of rage echoed incessantly through the alien skies, and as the massive night demon flapped its wings, a fierce storm erupted once more. The storm speed was undoubtedly fast, but Lydia, piloting a supersonic fighter, found it effortlessly easy to evade. The half-human girl undoubtedly utilized the advantage of speed to its limits, controlling the supersonic fighter as nimbly as a swift swallow, dodging left and right while maintaining a distance of 1 kilometer and continuously harassing the massive form of the night demon. The cannons themselves were manageable, but the 2 missiles released previously were what truly intimidated Night Demon Shadow. He could feel the threat they posed, clearly of the same nature as the fire released by the chief priest of the moon god earlier. Under the fighter's relentless harassment, Night Demon Shadow had to abandon the idea of pursuit, ordering his griffin horde through the soul language to continue the chase after Raphael and the others. He then prepared to teach this annoying nuisance a lesson. Storm Domain, Night Demon Shadow, with wings spread wide, as massive amounts of magic power surged around, an invisible domain began to rapidly expand into the distance. Hundreds of thousands of screaming demons, wraiths, and various undead flying creatures converge around. Their speed was not sufficient, but their numbers were overwhelming, encircling from all directions. No matter which direction the fighter tried to break through, it would face an endless sea of the undead. Various ear-piercing shrieks resounded nonstop through the alien sky, and the situation quickly deteriorated. However, Lydia was thrilled to the utmost, intoxicated by the feeling of dancing on the razor's edge. Another round of cannon fire hit the night demon, and Lydia harshly pulled the control stick to avoid the beat of its bat wing, then directly plunged into the undead sea. Hundreds of screaming demons took the lead, directly lunging at the speeding fighter. Lydia yelled, pressing a red button. The The graphene coating on the surface of the fighter immediately erupted in dazzling, thunderous sparks, forming a conical ion layer on the exterior sides of the aircraft. With the fighter's unparalleled speed, it was like an invincible sword. Even if these undead creatures were fearless, their remains scattered in the air in bloody debris. This was a mechanism especially designed by Dennis to handle close combat in emergency situations, inspired by Lynn's high-frequency vibrating particle knife, still in its testing phase as an onboard attack method. Flying at supersonic speeds, the fighter was very fragile. Sometimes, a small bird could cause a fatal crash. Thus, Lydia dared not directly collide with Night Demon Shadow, but it was convenient to handle these screaming demons. As long as their speed was fast enough, the obstructing undead would be sliced in half instantly. The only downside was it consumed a tremendous amount of energy. In just one round trip, 1/5 of the energy was gone. Lydia roughly calculated that, considering the energy needed to fly back, this mode could only be sustained for up to 3 minutes at most. It seemed necessary to resolve the battle quickly, Lydia thought to herself. Now, there were 4 missiles left on the fighter, and the cannon was nearly spent. To deal a heavy blow to the opponent, at least 3 missiles needed to hit. However, the adversary possessed the ability to unleash large, evading storms and even enveloped his body in a layer of wind wall. If released from a distance, they would be detonated prematurely, failing to achieve a significant effect. Just as Lydia was contemplating, the energy consumption of the fighter suddenly surged, indicating that Night Demon Shadow's storm domain was complete. Within an area of 2 kilometers covered by the domain, elements in the void began to riot, and a violent storm brewed rapidly. The elements surged and turned into a hurricane. In an instant, the fierce winds transformed into sharp, deadly weapons, indiscriminately attacking everything around, including the screaming demons and other flying creatures within it, dragging tens of thousands of undead into the storm, tearing their bodies to shreds. Lydia, also within the storm, was greatly affected, the fighter continuously shaking under the influence of the ferocious winds. Chapter 660, 548, Truly Terrifying Magic. It's almost like the power of a god. _2. _2. Even though Dennis had arranged wine protection magic on the shell, it couldn't withstand such a terrifying storm. And those undead that were torn apart, their figures were rapidly expanding. This was the necromantic corpse explosion technique. With tens of thousands of undead as a sacrifice, it could wipe out everything around in an instant. Night Demon Shadow was planning to use this wide-range spell to directly crush that extremely fast, annoying thing like a mosquito. But before the corpse explosion technique was fully triggered, a dazzling light illuminated from behind it. Night Demon Shadow, who had been sneak attacked by a laser beam earlier, nearly sliced in half, was extremely sensitive to this kind of light and was scared into shivering on the spot. With the corpse explosion technique halting, the light didn't fade away. Instead, it became even brighter, almost turning the whole area into daylight. A strong sense of crisis rose from within, and Night Demon Shadow couldn't help but turn his head to look back. Everything in his sight was swallowed by the intense light, and what's more, a terrifying nuclear blast wave was rapidly spreading this way. In just a short moment, it would engulf this area as well. In the face of this life-threatening nuclear explosion, Night Demon Shadow made the same decision as Wallach to run at full speed. And it was in the same direction that Raphael and the others were escaping toward. Even under such perilous circumstances, Night Demon Shadow hadn't forgotten his mission. As for turning back to offer support, forget it. Even if the great Lich Cecil died, he would just get another boss. As long as he could complete his mission, the master of the undead wouldn't blame him. Lydia, situated in the fighter jet, was also affected by the intense light, but she had been prepared and had put on protective goggles in advance. Although her vision was still greatly restricted, her target was huge, the only darkness in an endless brilliance, like a giant target standing there. So Lydia had a bold idea, to leave this flying behemoth behind. Being able to fly at supersonic speeds, she was much faster than the spread of the nuclear blast and wasn't worried about being swallowed by the explosion. Not to mention that the jet was also powered entirely by magic power, eliminating concerns about losing control due to nuclear radiation. With that in mind, Lydia immediately sprang into action, no longer conserving ammunition, and fired the remaining hundreds of missiles all at once. The chain of missile rain reappeared, but due to the storm's interference, the effect was minimal, with hardly 1 out of 10 hitting the target. Lydia had already pushed the jet's speed to the limit, charging toward the colossal night demon. The flames spewing from the rear of the jet formed conspicuous Mach cones. Night Demon Shadow let out an enraged roar and heavily swatted at the incoming fighter jet with its huge bat wings. Lydia concentrated fully, slicing through the storm with the super high speed of the jet and the plasma shield surrounding it, managing to dodge that blow at a very close distance, almost brushing the edge of the night demon's wing. Then, taking the opportunity, Lydia launched all 4 missiles at such a close distance there was no chance of missing. The first missile hit the night demon's left shoulder blade, while the other 3 struck its chest and abdomen. Along with the explosive roar, the fearsome, undying flame rose. This flame, which could devour all elements and strip electrons, adhered quickly to the night demon's flesh as soon as it erupted. The fierce flames covered most of its body in an instant. For Shadow, being an undead and a legendary creature, ordinary flames weren't a cause for fear, but this undying flame was clearly different. He could clearly feel his flesh burning, his bones melting, and his blood dissolving. The huge night demon fell from the sky and, amidst furious howls, got swept up in the nuclear blast wave. Lydia didn't have the courage to stay any longer, as the blast wave had caught up right behind the jet. If she had delayed even a few seconds, she would have shared the night demon's fate. On the other side, Raphael and the others were also within the range of the nuclear explosion, but they managed to await the arrival of support and boarded the rescue airship. The speed of the nuclear blast would slow as its radius expanded. They were 3 kilometers away from the explosion's core. With the speed of the airship, escaping was still possible. Kama, the halfling, stood on the edge of the airship, squinting his eyes, staring at the giant mushroom cloud rising in the distance, and spoke with horror. In fact, had Raphael not anticipated the situation in advance, using the last of his magic power to cast a magic shield around the airship to block the radiation and intense light, his eyes would have been scorched blind by now. Such a terrifying magic that seemed capable of boiling seas and burning mountains completely exceeded Kama's understanding. In his heart, he feared that only the god constantly mentioned by the high priest possessed such immense power. Said Raphael with a smile, as if it were not his first time observing a nuclear explosion, so he wasn't particularly surprised. Although sky vaulting was mighty, it still fell within the realm of legendary magic. He had heard from several council members that only being within a few hundred meters of the nuclear explosion center could ensure the death of a legendary being. However, it would be a devastating blow to creatures below the rank of legends. Raphael felt that if he were within it, even a kilometer away from the center of the explosion, there would be no certainty of survival. Maka murmured to himself as he watched the intense light erupting amongst the mountains. He then recalled what Yoland had said earlier about coming to their rescue, and holding off that powerful beast was an alchemical construct called a war machine, whose pilot was a centaur just like him. Exclaimed a male, which excitedly pointing ahead. The valley ahead was where the space-time gate was located. The prospect of returning to the Magic Kingdom made everyone present somewhat emotional. They had stayed in a foreign land for 3 months, the first month and a half of which was tolerable, simply scouting around while subduing a centaur settlement. But the latter half became a torment, with danger lurking every moment, so much so that they had to sleep with one eye open. Now it was finally over. The airship sailed at full speed, quickly passing the protective barrier, and was swallowed by the surging space-time gate. At the moment of departure, Raphael already saw the tail flames of the war machine approaching rapidly towards them. Good, it looks like Lydia is safe too. Raphael breathed a sigh of relief as he was sucked into the vortex of time and space. The nuclear explosion lasted for more than an hour before it finally ceased. The mountains that had spread out were now turned into scorched earth. Winter Dragon Wallach rose from the land, full of radiation and dust, his right side battered and torn, with no more magic power left to repair it. As for the land where Cecil and Colleen were, nothing was left. Wallach was relieved that the two had taken the brunt for him. Otherwise, he would have been the one facing the onslaught. But having lost two legends at once, their battle was a total disgrace. The rage of the Lord of the Undead was imminent, and Wallach feared there would be no good coming his way. Luckily, Wallach soon thought of Cecil as the one in command. What did it have to do with him? The heart of the skeletal dragon immediately settled, followed by ripples of space-time appearing beside him. Wallach recognized it as long-range teleportation magic. Had the great Lord of the Undead already learned of the losses here, and therefore sent a new commander? Thinking this, Wallach saw a corpse which emerged from the teleportation. The face was unfamiliar, but Wallach felt a familiar presence emanating from the person. Cecil, Wallach exclaimed in surprise. Roared Cecil in fury. If his life box had not been placed elsewhere, but carried with him, he would probably be dead by now. Even so, he could only switch to the body of a corpse which meant his strength was greatly diminished. Cecil looked at Wallach coldly. As both sides were about to blame each other, they both fell silent as a terrible pressure suddenly enveloped the skies above the entire mountain range. The Lord of the Undead had arrived. Chapter 661, 549, The Prelude to the War of the Plains. Chapter 661, Chapter 549. The prelude to the War of the Plains. The sudden oppressive force made the arguing High Lich Cecil and Dragon of Cold Winter Wallach halt in their tracks, shivering as they prostrated themselves. Within their blazing soul fire eyes, a shade of panic emerged. The annihilation of millions of undead at the same moment had naturally caught the attention and enraged the Lord of the Dead. Great Lord of the Dead, it was the chief priest of the moon god who sent an avatar here. He wielded a powerful divine artifact, destroying the land and mountains, intending to take us down with him. The High Lich Cecil hurriedly explained. Although he had not yet confirmed the identity of the other party, the sheer magnitude of the spell cast by just an avatar couldn't be possible without some form of reliance. The Lord of the Dead's tone grew even colder. A chill rose from the depths of his soul, and before Cecil had a chance to further explain, a strong oppressive force enveloped every part of him. Even as a legendary wizard of the Ninth Circle, in front of a true deity, Cecil was just as powerless. He floated upward slowly, horror etched on his decaying face. Cecil could clearly feel as if an invisible giant hand held him in its palm. Every group of flesh and each bone in his body seemed to whimper in agony. Then his entire body was cruelly crushed to pieces, leaving only a mist of blood permeating the air. Wallach, the Dragon of Cold Winter, pressed his head deeply into the ground. He had always looked down on Cecil, but now he couldn't help but feel a sympathetic sense of dread, worried that he might be the next to be crushed. However, just a few seconds later, Wallach breathed a sigh of relief as the blood mist in the air quickly gathered and reformed into the shape of Cecil. Under the godlike powers of the Lord of the Dead, Cecil regained his lich's body and, with fervent prostration, said, "Thank you for your forgiveness, great Lord of the Dead." Cecil, having just returned from a brush with death, his soul nearly crushed, was filled with lingering fear. Echoed the Lord of the Dead's indifferent voice across the foreign skies. Crushing Cecil's body was a punishment, while remaking it was a boon. A Ninth Circle legendary wizard still had some use, but his patience was limited. This time, he spared Cecil entirely because of the latter's role in pioneering the assault on the realm of Moon Goddess Diana. The Lord of the Dead suddenly asked in a deep voice. Cecil quickly responded, The somber and icy voice rang out again as the void chaos began to churn violently. Cecil's heart leaped to his throat. The soul fire within his eyes trembled rapidly, clearly shocked by this unexpected news. That his body and part of the soul fire attached to it were utterly destroyed was because they were at the very heart of the energy impact. Just like Cecil, the undead knight Colleen met the same ill fate, and even though Wallach, who was farther away, was gravely wounded, he survived. How could Shadow, who went after the fugitives, have met his demise so easily? Cecil was full of doubts, but did not voice them. Since the Lord of the Dead himself declared Shadow dead, there was no possibility of survival. What's pressing now was how to deal with the Lord of the Dead's reproach. Cecil had no doubt that if he said he couldn't find the location of the space-time gate, the capricious god would crush both his body and soul instantly. I set up a detection barrier above these mountains previously. Those fugitives must have picked up traces of magic power when they passed through. Cecil said all this rapidly before the Lord of the Dead's rage could erupt, and every word of it was true. Cecil did not dare lie in front of a deity. Only such magical traces could be shielded or erased and were not 100% certain, which was why he had specifically told Shadow to follow them. I hope you understand. My patience is always limited, Cecil. The dull voice echoed between the mountains. After saying that, the Lord of the Dead no longer responded. The chaos receded. Cecil slowly got to his feet, exhaling a breath tinged with frost. His life was saved at last. Cecil, have you really found the location of the space-time nodes? There is not much time left. The great Lord of the Dead will not give you a second chance, Wallach said mockingly, looking at Cecil, who had narrowly escaped death. Chapter 662, 549. The Prelude to the War of the Plains _2. Chapter 662, Chapter 549. The Prelude to the War of the Plains _2. The Dragon of Cold Winter. Wallach dared not to answer, but instead excused himself by saying that his injuries needed more time to heal and that he would personally make this clear to the Lord of the Necromancers. Lynn's nuclear blast had stripped him of his arrogance and all his contempt, not to mention going to the other side of the space-time gate, where he might have to face the moon god. Even though the opponent had embarrassingly abandoned his own divine domain and fled to another world, from this high priest's performance, it seemed that the moon god's power had not weakened much. He was not easy to deal with. Once you have recovered, I will propose to the great Lord of the Necromancers again. Cecil did not intend to let Wallach off easily, and it seemed a feud had been firmly established between them. After issuing a threatening remark, Cecil no longer paid attention to the Dragon of Cold Winter and began to cast spells to sense the traces of magic power lingering in the air. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Although the magic traces here were obliterated by the explosion, faint magical energy still remained tens of kilometers away, and Cecil instantly relaxed, realizing at least his first mission had been accomplished. Immediately after, Cecil employed the soul language to summon the necromantic army in the other world to gather here. The millions of spirits annihilated by the nuclear blast were just a small part temporarily assembled. After all, the space-time gate was not the only one, and Cecil had not placed all his hope here. In fact, the number of undead distributed in the other world exceeded 30 million, and this was just the regular army. The large number of cannon fodder converted during a massacre of the indigenous people of this divine domain was not even included in his calculations. Such power was enough to flatten a world, but still somewhat lacking to deal with a god, so they were merely the vanguard. At the same time, several tens of kilometers away in a mountain valley, as supersonic fighter jets passed, the flowing space-time gate gently closed under the influence from the other side. Stepping out from the dark, gloomy otherworld into the bright sunlight, Raphael and others squinted their eyes, obviously unaccustomed, then completely relaxed. A witch in the group broke into tears of joy. She had been prepared to sacrifice herself when entering the other world and had hardly expected to return safely. The halfling Maka looked up at the bright sun in the sky with astonishment. "Is this the sun?" He had heard from Darren before that the sun was a star, a very large celestial body, millions of times larger than a continent, capable of illuminating the entire world. Previously, Maka was skeptical. How could any light illuminate the entire world? But now he had no choice but to believe, because everything he could see was unbelievably bright, to the point of being blinding. After spending more than a dozen years in the other world, Maka had never experienced such a sensation. Soon, 2 airships landed in the valley, and Lydia, piloting a fighter jet, circled in the sky before slowing down and stopping on the runway. The people descending from the airships, including Raphael, saw armored vehicles lined up on both sides, neatly arranged soldiers, and menacing gun barrels, with thousands of cannons pointed at them. Even though they knew there was no danger, they couldn't help but tense up. However, that tension was soon replaced by roaring applause and cheering like thunder. The cannons also fired one after another, but what they emitted were ceremonial confetti rounds instead of cannonballs. Raphael and his companions, descending from the airships, received the warmest of welcomes, with flowers and fireworks. Herav even held an award ceremony on the spot and presented everyone involved with a Morning Star medal to commend their achievements. Raphael and Lydia, who went for the rescue, also received the Silver Moon medal. The former, as the squad commander who ventured into foreign territories at the risk of his life, had actively made the decision to restrain the army of the dead to buy time for the council. A Silver Moon medal was truly well-deserved. Lydia, who also was awarded the Silver Moon medal, was surprised yet somewhat uneasy since it seemed she hadn't done much. Just flew the plane there and back, which was only a matter of 2 hours for her. Lynn said with a smile, recognizing the difficulty of venturing into foreign lands to extricate Raphael and the others. Not to mention, during the award ceremony, Raphael briefly described the incident. Lydia's ability to single-handedly delay a legendary creature and take it down was an incredibly terrifying achievement. The awards ceremony was, as usual, presided over by Herav, who concluded with a pre-battle speech, asserting that the Wizard Council would never abandon anyone who had made significant contributions, effectively boosting morale fiercely before combat. After the brief awarding ceremony ended, the soldiers gathered nearby returned to preparing for battle, as the enemy could invade at any moment, and taking out 15 minutes was already the limit. Lynn, Herav, Aurora, and a few other council heads then took Raphael and his team aside to inquire about the details of the incident. The groups supplemented each other noisily and quickly relayed the entire story. Raphael looked at Lynn gratefully, for if it hadn't been for Lynn's avatar carving them a path, they might well be dead. Lynn said with a chuckle, shaking his head. He had already sensed that the part of his soul he had dispatched had disappeared, causing his spiritual power also to dip into temporary weakness. Even with the best legendary magic potion from within the council, it would take several days to recover. However, there was still some time needed before the computing power thoroughly decrypted the data, so it likely wouldn't delay the promotion ceremony. Lynn, looking at Raphael and his group, suddenly said, "Are you talking about Maka?" Although he is a native of the foreign land, but Raphael was about to defend Maka a bit, as they had shared hardships together, but Lynn shook his head. The moment the words fell, Lynn's hand flashed out without warning. A powerful burst of lightning immediately enveloped everyone present. The speed of the lightning was so fast that even Raphael couldn't react in time. Hera's expression changed slightly, but he didn't make any move due to his trust in Lynn. Under the ferocious power of the thunder, black smoke started to rise from the bodies of those in front of him, accompanied by wails of misery. Raphael stammered, his voice trembling as he could no longer deny that something was wrong with their bodies, turning astounded eyes toward Lynn. Lynn sighed with relief. The magic had touched on a domain of higher dimensions. If he hadn't made the same progress recently, he might not have noticed the anomaly attached to Raphael and the others. The person who set this magic could likely be a ninth-ring legendary wizard. Under Lynn's explanation, the team from the foreign land felt a surge of fear, realizing they had unknowingly been contaminated with something strange. Had the Morning Star not pointed it out, they might have carried it with them indefinitely. Raphael then looked grave, knowing that since it was a tracking spell, the position of the space-time node must have been exposed. He had thought they'd shaken off those pursuers and could stall for a bit longer. Lin clapped them on the shoulders and then continued. Chapter 663, 550. After Raphael and the others returned successfully, the Assembly's 300,000 main forces waited for an entire week in front of the space-time gate, but the dead army didn't invade. Lin was somewhat surprised by this, but recalling Raphael's report, he immediately realized that his nuclear explosion had probably caused significant trouble for the enemy. Millions of undead had been eradicated, and it would likely take some time to gather a sufficient number of troops again. With 4 or 5 days, they're equating to 1 month here. Lin let others continue to monitor the situation. After 2 weeks of rest, the damage to his soul was essentially healed, and finally, it was time to perform the godhood ceremony he had envisioned. Lin summoned Herav, Vittorio, Aurora, and Anthony and shared his plans. Herav and the others looked at Lin in astonishment, their faces filled with surprise and disbelief. Just a year ago, they had each advanced to the legendary level, and they were still trying to fully understand this realm. And now, Lin had already found a method to advance beyond this legendary realm. This was somewhat too fast. Do you remember Altok? Lin said thoughtfully. When Lin mentioned Altok, Herav, and the others frowned, describing his condition only as bizarre. The council tried various methods to awaken him, even gathering tens of thousands of people to perform soul summoning and prayers, but all to no avail. Aurora suspected that these people's faith might not be devout enough, but even in brainwashing, they couldn't produce so many devout believers so quickly. Should we wait a bit longer? 50% is a bit too risky, Anthony couldn't help suggesting. Despite trusting the Star of Magic, Lin was just a 7th Circle legendary wizard, and advancing 2 levels directly seemed like a tall tale. The safest method would be to wait until he had advanced to a 9th Circle wizard before considering becoming a god. The risk is indeed not small, but this might be the only way to defeat the Lord of the Dead. Lin sighed. The more he studied, the more he realized the vast gap between higher and lower dimensions. If his guess was right, and there was no being of equivalent level to oppose it, they could not harm the adversary at all. Even if the antimatter bomb was powerful, it was useless if it couldn't hit the target. Understanding the urgency of their situation, Herav and the others, seeing that Lin had made up his mind, didn't urge him further, but instead asked whether there was anything they needed to prepare for the advancement ceremony. Lin extended his hand, and hundreds of dark golden spheres engraved with runes appeared in his palm. This isn't this. Vittorio quickly recognized what it was, and his lips twitched involuntarily. Lin shrugged nonchalantly. He had already discovered something special about this dark golden metal during his previous research. It was fundamentally composed of gold atoms, but internally there was something he called a magic core, which allowed it to hold immense magic power and soul power. The rune spheres he made were just like the specially crafted secret magic rings he made before, harboring a splinter of his soul, thus allowing him to connect to all the magic power bases simultaneously. Lin was well aware that what he lacked compared to a 9th Circle wizard was 2 things: computing power and magic power reserve. The former could be compensated by a supercomputer, while the latter required external help, which the previously built magic power bases could now provide. I'll go personally, place them into the bases, and set up the necessary protection techniques. Vittorio took the hundreds of metal spheres and solemnly assured him. Lin nodded. He then told the others that during the ceremony, he might need to use part of their computing power, and hoped they could cooperate then. Since the magic network had been announced, there was no need to hide this fact. The computing power needed by the magic network was not a small number, and secretly taking it could easily cause some severe impacts. Herav and the others obviously understood this. Since the magic network could distribute computing power, it could certainly gather everyone's strength into one. After handing out the metal spheres carrying soul and magic power, Lin curiously asked. He had already tried, and this magical gold couldn't undergo magic mimicry, probably because its nature was intrinsically linked to magic power. Herav was the first to explain, saying this metal came from a foreign land, found in the stomach of a black dragon that had arrived in Wizard Land through the space-time gate. It was unclear what the dragon had eaten before. Now that the foreign land had become a haven for the undead, it was clearly impossible to send people in to investigate or even mine the ore again. Chapter 664, 550, Lin's Deification Ceremony, _2. _2 hearing this, Lin had no choice but to give up, and then he discussed the matters related to the promotion period with the others. Although it was not the best time now, according to Lin's prediction, the Master of Necromancy would probably not join the early battles. After all, a god leaving the realm of gods meant facing dangers and the possibility of falling. So it was unlikely that the opponent would rashly plunge into this world and engage in a divine battle. Moreover, with the difference in the flow of time between the two worlds, this would provide ample time for his promotion. Aurora even suggested that Lin should retreat to the capital first, to avoid being affected by the war during the promotion, which could influence the success or failure of his ascension. No, let's do it in the northern city of Lord, sir. Lin shook his head. The northern city was located less than 50 kilometers behind this valley and was one of the most strictly guarded areas. Nearly 70% of the council's forces were in this region. If even this place fell, it would mean that the situation had become irretrievable. After making the decision, Lin discussed with the others for a long time, and the time for the promotion was set for 3 days later. The days passed in the blink of an eye, and just as Lin had expected, there was still no movement at the space-time gate. To protect his promotion ceremony in Lord Sir, Herav had dispatched Raphael, who had rested for a period of time, and others to come over. This was a relatively easy task. After all, the valley had already been turned into an inescapable net, and it was improbable that the enemy would bypass it. However, several reliable people were still needed for protection to avoid being disturbed. Herav and the others were either needed to keep an eye on the space-time nodes or had other tasks at hand, and could not spare the time. Raphael asked, both solemnly and expectantly. Lin nodded, stood at the center of the array, and began to connect with the magic power stations scattered across the continent, using the real-time effects of soul entanglement. The soul division technique was a very strange magic. When a caster used this technique to separate a part of their soul, it did not mean they lost that portion of the soul, nor could it be replenished or healed by magic potions or other means. Because the main soul and the divided soul still had a subtle connection, constantly in a strange state of being dispersed yet united. If the incarnation containing magic power were destroyed, in the absence of interference or soul-damaging attacks, that part of the soul would return to the original body. This connection seemed somewhat similar to the quantum entanglement effect. Lin couldn't help speculating that the soul, or rather consciousness, must also possess some high-dimensional attributes. The soul division technique merely separated the soul on a three-dimensional level, but their connection remained tight on a higher dimensional level. No wonder Era, despite having limited understanding of the microstate of elements, could reach into the high-dimensional domain. It was very likely that she started from the soul. Lin suddenly understood, but now was clearly not the time to think about these things. After clearing these disordered thoughts, he directly expanded his domain. The vast amount of magic power quickly surged around, taking each of the magic power stations as the center. Since Lin had given prior notice, the wizards who sensed this change did not panic, nor did it cause any disturbance. However, as the domain expanded rapidly, the consumption of magic power also increased exponentially. Lin did some quick calculations and realized that even with hundreds of magic power stations as reserves, expanding his domain to encompass the entire planet, or even penetrating deep underground, was almost impossible. Therefore, he could only assimilate this continent first. Thinking this, Lin knew that assimilating all the elements within continent would likely take at least a week. Even so, it was only the first step in the promotion. Just as Lin was conducting the godhood ceremony, the space-time node nestled in the valley was suddenly reactivated. The 9 wizards guarding the space-time gate immediately sent out the news via electromagnetic waves and attempted to close the reactivated gate once more. Locks inscribed with runes that bound the space-time vortex were stretched taut. Despite the combined efforts of the 9 powerful wizards, they burst open after barely holding for tens of minutes. Vittorio said gravely. Although he knew it was unlikely they could prevent the invasion of the undead, he didn't expect the collapse to come so swiftly. Realizing the incoming enemies might far exceed their expectations, Vittorio led the 9 wizards to retreat outside the valley. The forthcoming artillery fire would not discern friend from foe. The army, having received the electromagnetic transmission, had also rapidly assembled. By the time Vittorio drew back, the first army group was already in formation. Besides the hundreds of thousands of soldiers who had been trained for over a year and were skilled in firearms, the ranks also included over 100 of the greatest wizards and more than 15,000 official wizards. Thousands of artillery pieces were also revolving their barrels towards the space-time gate in the valley, while airships and fighter planes were also ready and awaiting the enemy's approach. Looking at this vast armament, Vittorio couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. If the Magic Kingdom had had such military force during the assault on the Empire, the Church might not have had the chance to resist. But the enemy they had to face this time was clearly more formidable. Under the intense and vigilant watch of the wizards, the diameter of the space-time vortex quickly grew beyond 500 meters and continued to expand at a rapid pace. An enormous amount of magic power was furiously pouring into this world, causing Herav, Vittorio, and others to frown deeply. Alade looked at the vortex, which had nearly reached a kilometer in diameter, his face filled with worry. He was concerned that at this rate, the whole world would be engulfed. It shouldn't come to that, Herav said, frowning. The larger the area of the space-time gate, the more magic power it would consume. To encompass the entire world, just how much magic power would be needed. However, recalling the words of the so-called Star Messenger, that the Master World had the capacity to capture an entire plane, Herav was somewhat uncertain again. Fortunately, the diameter of the space-time gate stopped growing after exceeding 2 kilometers. Soon after, an oppressive aura began to spread throughout the valley, making everyone feel stifled. Vittorio suddenly spoke up as ripples appeared within the churning space-time vortex. A boundless horde of wraiths, screaming demons, and all manner of undead flying monsters emerged from the other side of the space-time gate, nearly obscuring the entire sky. And on the ground, an innumerable army of corpse ghosts, patchwork beasts, and skeletal warriors set foot on this new land. Accompanying them as vanguards from within the space-time gate, a group of death knights clad in armor also appeared. Their eyes flickered with crimson light, their bodies shrouded in heavy armor, and the skeletal steeds they rode neighed and roared. Their hooves, alight with flames, stamped across the ground, instantly withering the once vibrant magic plants and rapidly spreading death. This number, Sanchez at the front lines swallowed hard at the sight of the seemingly endless tide of undead emerging from the space-time gate. Still, he raised his voice using sound amplification magic to shout. More than 2,000 cannoneers had already loaded their artillery, and with a tremendous roar, the cannon fire plummeted from the sky like rain. Thousands of airships and an assortment of fighter planes likewise took to the air to meet the overwhelming mass of screaming demons and wraiths. Chapter 665, 551, The Power of the Undead Sea and the Sun Flame Cannon. Chapter 665, Chapter 551, The Power of the Undead Sea and the Sun Flame Cannon. Thousands of artillery shells rained down like droplets, instantly blasting the massive wave of corpse ghosts and skeleton warriors at the forefront into a sky full of minced flesh. But behind them, the undead continued to pour out endlessly from the space-time gate, as if they were inexhaustible. At that moment, in the skies above, the battle was also underway. Over 1,000 airships had surrounded the entire valley, though they didn't rashly launch an attack. Each airship was wrapped on the outside by layers of copper wire barriers, but these were not intended to fend off enemy attacks. They were to protect against lightning. Inside the airships, wizards skilled in the art of thunder worked together to unleash the legendary spell, Thunder Prison Net. The powerful thunder, with the airships above the valley as its base points, instantly covered the entire battlefield's airspace with an interwoven net of thunder. The frenetic electric arcs leapt continuously, emitting a terrifyingly destructive power. As the thunder swept through, large numbers of souls and screaming demons that poured out from the space-time gate were instantly eradicated under the vast expanse of thunder. Even some flying monsters with higher resistances, if not killed instantly, lost their ability to fly due to paralysis and fell to their deaths from the height. Compared to the ground forces, the Air Force was much more difficult to deal with. Relying on traditional methods to completely destroy so many flying undead creatures was almost impossible. Therefore, Vittorio specifically placed those wizards skilled in the art of thunder on the airships. Using a large reserve of thunderstones, brimming with electric power, they could maintain a thunder spell that could cover a vast airspace for more than a day. Under the relentless barrage of artillery fire and thunder, even though tens of thousands of undead were emerging every second from the space-time gate, they were often destroyed before they could even leave the valley. However, there was a new change inside the space-time gate, where a huge shadow emerged from the swirling vortex. It was a gigantic stitched monster, over 100 meters tall, uglier and more ferocious than other stitched creatures, with its back covered in spine-like bony armor, and its elbows and ankles hung with various sharp claws. Consecutive artillery fire hit its spike-ridden body, blasting pits into it, but hardly enough to shake its massive form. More importantly, those present soon realized that there wasn't just one of these monsters. A second and a third giant stitched monster quickly appeared before everyone. Within 10 minutes, a total of 35 giant stitched monsters had emerged from the space-time gate, moving towards them like massive mountains. Hundreds of electromagnetic railguns were already charging up, accompanied by a series of intense explosions, and the sonic booms created caused the surrounding soldiers to desperately cover their ears. Then, over 100 streaks of red light screamed through the sky, shooting towards the nearest few stitched monsters. With a speed 7 times the speed of sound, the attack reached its target within just a second. One of the stitched monsters was hit by 20 railguns, its body instantly riddled with holes, spewing blood and chunks of flesh in all directions, killed in a flash. After one round of shooting, 10 giant stitched monsters lay dead on the ground, their mangled bodies heavily falling and sinking into the ground. Seeing this, those present let out a sigh of relief. Such large stitched monsters had emerged from the space-time gate, and they had almost thought they were a mass of legendary creatures, but turned out to be mere appearances. Under several rounds of bombardment by the electromagnetic cannons, these creatures, as large as hills, were completely annihilated. However, these were clearly intended to attract firepower for accompanying these giant stitched monsters were numerous high-level undead, such as bone crushers, death knights, and dark guardians. Even under the assault of intense artillery fire, they had considerable defensive capabilities. With the giant stitched monsters absorbing most of the firepower, they quickly approached to a distance of fewer than a kilometer. On the outer edge of the valley, rows of machine guns were quickly set up, spewing concentrated streams of bullets towards the distance, shredding any undead trying to near the valley while still in midair. But the tidal wave of the undead sea was still slowly advancing. Should this number be about right? Mr. Sanchez turned his head to look at Vittorio and asked. The undead gathered inside the valley likely exceeded 1 million in number. Vittorio nodded, then raised his hand, and a beam of purple light immediately shot into the sky. Seeing this light from various corners outside the valley, the alchemists immediately sprang into action, unleashing their spells. The entire valley violently shook all of a sudden, and the ground underfoot began to crack, with thick fissures spreading towards the center of the valley from all directions. Thousands of charging Death Knights suddenly found the ground beneath them collapsing, immediately falling head over heels and tumbling into a gigantic pit below that was over 60 meters deep. For the past few months, over 8,000 elemental wizards had worked together to hollow out half of the valley's underground. Had there been more time, Sanchez even wished to dig the valley into an abyss. Chapter 666, 551. The Might of the Undead Sea and the Sun Flame Cannon. _2. _2 This move was undoubtedly very effective. Millions of undead that lingered in the valley all sank into the earth, followed by the artillerymen switching to special ammunition. With a barrage of fire, a scorching sea of flames began to spread beneath the valley floor. It seems these dead spirits are not such a big deal after all. Alade looked at the skeletons that had fallen into the earth, shattered into pieces, some trying to struggle to their feet only to be buried again, and his anxiety over the cross-dimensional war eased significantly. Weak, they were simply too weak. Just cannons, muskets, airships, and a few traps were enough to crush all these invading undead to pieces. Wizards who thought like Alade were not few in number. Some even began to comment and discuss, talking about which of the undead emerging from the space-time gate were strong and which were weak. Herav and others did not let down their guard, because so far not a single legendary-level dead spirit had appeared before them. This likely meant that all the undead seen so far were merely fodder for probing their defenses, which is why he had always refrained from having everyone use some of the more powerful weapons. In fact, just as Herav had thought, as time passed, Alade and the others who had initially appeared disdainful were now starting to break out in a cold sweat. The battle went on straight from the morning until late at night. An endless number of undead poured out from the space-time gate. Many wizards keenly realized that since they had sunk the entire valley, no ground undead had emerged from the space-time gate anymore. Instead, more flying dead spirits came forth. And they were not as foolish as imagined, constantly changing their attack strategies. Instead of moving in clusters, many dispersed, and some screaming demons even attempted to approach them by flying at low altitude. Just relying on a thundernet for blockage was no longer sufficient to stop all targets. The roaring of the machine guns never ceased, relying on crossfire to eliminate those that slipped through. This meant that the commanders of the undead army seemed to have some way to be aware of what was happening here and made tactical adjustments accordingly. Moreover, they had more troops than expected, so they did not care about such losses and remained very composed. Have you noticed? Some of the undead do not join the battle after flying out of the space-time gate, but instead immediately return through it, Herav murmured thoughtfully. Sanchez immediately responded. However, even with this knowledge, it was of no use. They could not possibly kill every undead that passed through the space-time gate, naturally unable to stop them from returning. Alade couldn't help asking out loud. The council had spent more than a year stockpiling ammunition, which was now nearly one-third depleted. After running for dozens of hours, the Thunderstones were also nearly exhausted. Yet, the number of undead emerging from the other side of the space-time gate did not appear to diminish at all. Although with the Thundernet diffused across the sky and the wizard's fluorescent light technique, the darkness did not weaken their combat effectiveness. But after fighting for dozens of hours in succession, many were feeling mentally exhausted. Even warriors with strong willpower needed rest. Could it be that the enemy planned to wear them down over 10 days to half a month until their ammunition and stamina were completely depleted? No one could answer that question. Herav had already implemented a shift system, with even the official wizards joining the fight, substituting for some of the cannons. Even the Thundernet had been temporarily shut down. Magic power could be recovered, but the production and replenishment of ammunition and energy were not issues that could be resolved in a short period. Aurora asked, referring, of course, to nuclear weapons. To deal with such a vast number of enemies, a single sky vaulting was obviously the quickest solution. It could even be dropped directly on the other side of the space-time gate. Given the number of invading undead, It should be able to annihilate millions of dead spirits in one go, also giving them some respite and time to recuperate. Herav hesitated somewhat, as according to previous plans, the Council's nuclear reserves were meant to deal with legendary creatures and the Lord of the Undead. Using them on mere fodder seemed somewhat wasteful. But continuing to fight like this was not a solution. It seemed they had to use the nuclear reserves ahead of time. Herav quickly made up his mind. Sanchez suddenly pointed at the surging space-time gate ahead, speaking in shock. Herav and the others paused for a moment and looked in the direction Sanchez was pointing. A fist-sized dark sphere was drifting out from the space-time gate several kilometers away, and without the aid of the Farsight magic, no one would have noticed it. Was it some kind of offensive spell? Or a peculiar, undead creature? Herav had no idea, but he wasn't about to let it linger, either. With a wave of his hand, a rune-like flickering electromagnetic cannon materialized in front of him, racing at over 30 times the speed of sound and promptly hitting the chaotic sphere dead-on, instantly shattering it. However, Herav's expression turned extremely ugly because, as the sphere burst apart, an invisible force swept through the valley immediately. The method to activate this spell was actually to detonate it. The enemy had used their actions to complete the final step of the spell. In the sky, the countless undead that were knocked down by machine guns and shattered by beams of light hadn't even fallen into the fierce inferno below before bursting open. Billows of dark green toxic fog erupting from the chunks of remnants, swiftly covering the entire airspace. This was the legendary undead magic, high-level corpse explosion technique. We must not touch this fog. Vittorio watched the drifting fog approach, feeling an ominous sense of dread. Even for a legendary wizard like him, it would be unbearable to get contaminated. Seeing the toxic fog spreading toward them, Vittorio and Herav immediately joined forces with a dozen elemental grand wizards nearby, summoning a hurricane in an attempt to blow the poisonous wind back into the space-time gate, since the army of the kingdom surrounded the valley and there were airships above as well. However, despite a dozen grand wizards joining forces with Herav and the legendary wizard Vittorio, they only just managed to keep the toxic fog within the confines of the valley. Under the gale's onslaught, the sharp-eyed Sanchez realized that this was not fog at all, but an endless sea of soul specters. Expression after expression of fierce and agonized faces emerged within the swirling mist. In other words, they were now facing millions of souls of the dead from this battlefield. Realizing this, a chill ran down the spines of the wizards present. These resentful spirits, who had suffered tragic deaths and were enslaved after death, were unleashing their greatest malice, constantly assaulting the incoming storm, desperately trying to break through the blockade and consume all the living on the outside. Then, the roaring of bone dragons echoed within the dark green fog. Under the cover of the Dead Sea, the real offensive was now officially underway. More screaming demons than before surged out from the space-time gate, accompanied by dozens of bone dragons, hordes of undead griffins, and even higher-order banshees and corpse wizards. They were the core force of the undead legion, beyond the level of cannon fodder. At this moment, Herav actually sighed in relief, for that which they dreaded most and feared was the uncertainty of the enemy's depth just moments ago. Now that the enemy had deployed their elite troops, they could finally let loose. Herav declared without hesitation. The Sun Flame Cannon, which had stood immobile in the center of their formation, now pivoted its muzzle towards the direction of the space-time gate. As a 500-kilometer yield high-purity uranium stone was loaded, a blindingly destructive light immediately emerged on the battlefield. Chapter 667, 552. The Might of the Sun Flame Cannon, the Frustrated Nine-Ring Great Demon. Chapter 667. Chapter 552. The Might of the Sun Flame Cannon, the Frustrated Nine-Ring Great Demon in the valley shrouded in the fog of death. The plague spreader, Nikru, burst out from the space-time gate, flapping his wings. As a high-ranking demon, Nikru naturally possessed legendary strength. Having pledged himself to the great overlord of the undead, he swiftly became a ninth realm legendary demon and acquired the powers to spread plagues and deadly poisons. This time, in invading this new realm, he had actively volunteered to lead the vanguard, hoping to accumulate achievements and once again gain the favor of the overlord of the undead. Just like Cecil, thinking of that lucky great white, Nikru was filled with envy and resentment. Previously, when Cecil had been chosen by the overlord of the undead to scout the divine realm of moon goddess Diana, Nikru had somewhat rejoiced in his misfortune, thinking that the other was unlikely to return. After all, voluntarily stepping into a god's realm, even for a ninth realm legendary wizard, was more likely to end in disaster than success. However, what they saw as a perilous, almost suicidal mission turned out to be a stroke of incredible luck. Who could have predicted that the moon goddess, upon learning that the overlord of the undead had her divine realm in his sights, would flee in sheer panic, leaving Cecil to easily conquer the entire realm without lifting a finger, and even earn a promise from the overlord of the undead. After conquering the new realm, it would be awarded to Cecil as a gift, this once divine realm of the moon god. Jealousy raged within Nikru. If he could outperform Cecil, perhaps the overlord of the undead would also generously grant him the opportunity to become a true god. And so Nikru had taken this risk in seizing the chance to be the vanguard. He was gambling that the moon god had not yet fully merged with this realm. Otherwise, Cecil would not have been able to slaughter his way through the divine realm. As soon as he stepped into this world, Nikru immediately knew he had won the bet. For the elements in the void contained no will of any beings, indicating an ownerless realm. Nikru shouted excitedly, his voice loud and piercing as it echoed across the valley. The domains of plague and poison surrounding him expanded rapidly, soon merging with the fog of death and breaking free from the storm's constraints. The high-level corpse explosion technique he had just used was his masterpiece, a divine art bestowed by the overlord of the undead, allowing him to control the lives and even the souls of these lower undead. By using a mass of expendable forces to invade the realm and drain the divine power of their foes while assessing their strength, before using the corpse explosion technique to gather the souls of the dead and amplify his own power, was his plan to crush these natives of the realm. Yet what welcomed him was not the terrified gaze of the natives or the wailing of devoured souls, but an immensely intense light of destruction. The moment the light flared, Nikru felt a strong threat, as the terrifying radiation stream instantly penetrated the dark green poison fog, obliterating the huge skeletal dragons, the screeching banshees, and the countless wailing, shrieking spirits in an instant. What followed was a focused energy beam and temperatures in the millions of degrees. Nikru barely had time to dodge before he was swept up in it. In that instant, the entire valley seemed to contain nothing but this sky-piercing, cone-shaped pillar of energy. The swirling fog of death was also rent open with a massive gash. Harov and the others stared fixedly at the center of the light column, unable to be certain of the outcome until the real results appeared. As the blinding light dissipated, a vague shadow quickly appeared before everyone. Taking advantage of the dual weakening of the fog of death and his own domain, Nikru miraculously took the blow of the sky, vaulting head-on, though his massive body looked quite battered, nearly unrecognizable, as if squeezed. Signs of life were still present, and he was visibly regenerating at an observable rate. The wizards present were utterly astonished. Except for Ira, this was the first time they had seen anyone withstand a nuclear strike. Although the material's ability to bear force was limited, making this sun flame cannon less destructive compared to the Doomsday atomic breath, and its range not as vast as sky vaulting, its power as the pinnacle of alchemical creation was still terrifying. A single strike could vaporize lakes or pierce through mountains, and this time they had used twice the critical mass. Harov felt that if he were directly hit within a kilometer, even if he had set up force field defenses in advance, surviving would be highly unlikely. At this moment on the battlefield, The surging fog of death seemed called by something, madly gathering toward the center and flowing into Nikru's body, causing the forms of this severely wounded high-ranking demon to rapidly expand. Anger, brutality, and a hint of fear and panic filled Nikru's mind. Right after meeting, he had harshly endured a blast from the Sun Flame Cannon, stunning the high-ranking demon right off the bat. If it weren't for the fact that he had merged his domain with the fog of death at the last minute, using millions of undead spirits as a shield to negate 70% of the energy impact, he would probably have been completely obliterated by the nuclear blast by now. What was this? Could it be that the moon god had intervened? Nikru didn't know, but the near-death terror and anger plunged him into insanity, his roars echoing continuously within the valley as he planned to devour the remaining undead souls to boost his own power. However, Herav certainly wasn't giving him that chance. Realizing that a single Sun Flame Cannon was not enough to solve the problem, he spoke again. The moment his words fell, the other 5 Sun Flame Cannons, already adjusted in their directions, lit up simultaneously, emitting a destructive light from all around, and together they blasted towards the high-ranking demon in the sky. Nikru's eyes bulged. Then he was completely overwhelmed by several pillars of energy. Given he was prepared, he was confident he could block one more strike from the Sun Flame Cannon. But his opponent clearly didn't adhere to the martial code, using 5 Sun Flame Cannons together to ensure a fatal blow. Thus, just 2 minutes after bursting through the space-time gate, before even understanding the situation or unleashing his power, Nikru tragically succumbed to the combined attack of several Sun Flame Cannons. As he said, death indeed arrived, but not upon anyone else's head, but his own. Only after the energy pillars dissipated did the wizard's breathe a sigh of relief. The death fog spreading within the valley was completely dispersed, and not even ash remained of that high-ranking demon. Herav always believed that unless higher dimensional powers were involved, all beings were equal under a nuclear strike. If anyone could withstand the blow from a Sun Flame Cannon, it simply meant the yield wasn't high enough. Yet, to ensure the sure kill of a vanguard sent by a master of the undead, they needed to resort to the combined attack of multiple Sun Flame Cannons, which made Herav somewhat anxious. It was foreseeable that the number of legendaries under the command of the Master of the Undead would be substantial. If 5 or 6 legendaries infiltrated the space-time gate at once, even with 15 Sun Flame Cannons working together, it would be hard to ensure their total annihilation. If the number was larger, they would have to take action themselves. Moreover, the Sun Flame Cannon was not without weaknesses. A powerful force field magic could defend against it to some extent. If repeatedly used, the enemies would eventually catch on. Although somewhat worried, Herav did not show it on his face. Under the barrage of the 5 Sun Flame Cannons, the undead spreading across the valley were also reduced to ashes. The kingdom's soldiers, having fought continuously for nearly a day, finally had a moment to catch their breath. Even under the relentless assault of cannons, machine guns, and Sun Flame Cannons, any undead emerging from the space-time gate were eradicated before they could even reach them, but the psychological pressure was immense. Vittorio fully understood that this intense level of combat could not continue indefinitely. After discussing with other council members, he took out a high-purity uranium stone and, like launching a railgun, blasted it toward the space-time gate. What goes around comes around. It was also time to show the enemy a taste of their own medicine. The fierce glow, the violent explosion, and the mushroom cloud rising into the sky reappeared in that foreign land, instantly annihilating the millions of undead gathered at the space-time gate. Wallach, the dragon of cold winter, watching the undead army turn to dust under the sweep of the energy wave, nervously commented. It was fortunate for him that this fool eager to take credit was involved, and thus he narrowly escaped disaster. Of course, as a cost, Wallach had to dispatch a portion of his direct troops, dozens of skeletal dragons, to assist Nikru in the offensive, who were now clearly annihilated by those believers of the moon goddess. Looking at Cecil, Wallach felt a chill in his heart. In his view, the reason for Nikru's swift death mainly lay in Cecil deliberately withholding information about this powerful divine arts. "I'd already cautioned him to be wary," Cecil said darkly with a sneer. "Since receiving the favor of the Master of the Undead and the promise of ascension to godhood, many legendaries among the undead envied his good fortune, and Nikru was one of them, the most eagerly hopping one. Now that the opponent voluntarily sought to take credit, Cecil naturally wouldn't miss this chance to play a dirty trick. In such a situation, no one could blame him. Nikru's sacrifice was absolutely worth it. The arrival of this legendary nine-ring demon and the continuous attacks of the tens of millions of undead army should be enough to make the opponent believe that they had deployed all their forces here. Incidentally, Cecil had also confirmed that the moon goddess had not fully mastered that dimension. These were undoubtedly very good news. As long as they could win this divine war, the Master of the Undead probably wouldn't care about the death of a high-ranking demon. It seems his luck had always been good. "Let's go from now on. Leave the command here to Dewussy," Cecil said indifferently. The necromancers he had sent out had already located the second space-time node based on the flow of magic power. Chapter 668, 553. Godhood is the atomic nucleus. Domain is the probability cloud. Chapter 668. Chapter 553. Godhood is the atomic nucleus. Domain is the probability cloud. While Harov and his allies were engaged in battle in the Northern Valley, inside Lord Sayre City, Lin's promotion ceremony had also reached a crucial moment. As the scope of the domain expanded increasingly, Lin found himself feeling more and more powerless in controlling the internal elements. It was hopeless. The continent was just too vast, covering over 10 million square kilometers. Even with the augmented computing power of the magic network, it was impossible to control every element within the domain. In fact, when the domain expanded to encompass the entire empire, he had lost even the most basic sensing abilities. Lin realized that he had reached his limit. Indeed, even with the enhancement of the magic network, thinking of transforming the entire planet into a divine domain with the power of a seventh ring legendary wizard was nothing but a fanciful dream. Even Ira, who possessed divine attributes, had to establish a church and spend hundreds of years accumulating power to achieve this. Thinking of this, Lin sighed deeply, but quickly adjusted his mindset, as such an outcome had been anticipated. The method he envisioned for his promotion did not require such an extent. Lin slowly closed his eyes, initiating the most crucial and dangerous phase of the ceremony, the transition from a lower dimension to a higher dimension. There were 3 mediums in total, the first one being the quantum brain or divine attribute, the second was microscopic particles, and the third was the soul. The first step he needed to take was to fully integrate his soul into the energy body and magic body, then quantize it, to reconstruct his own life form from the microscopic level. Using the soul to permeate magic and elements, and embedding his will into them was not a novel idea. Creating a magic avatar required similar techniques. For this, Lin was already adept, but whereas previously he had only used a fraction of his soul's power as an avatar, this time it involved the complete dismemberment of the entire spiritual body. The difficulty was incomparable, and a single misstep could result in the scattering of his soul. However, having come this far, it was too late for regrets, fear, or retreat. Success was the only viable path. In his contemplation, Lin's body vibrated like ripples. Then the oscillations grew more intense. His solid flesh began to disintegrate, transforming from physical substances to basic elements, then became pure energy and finally burst apart. Along with this burst, his soul, now fully merged with the energy body, also disintegrated. In a matter of seconds, Lin's body and soul had vanished from this world. Without a brain, how could one think? Without a soul, how could memories persist? That was an issue worth pondering. From a low-dimensional perspective, he was already dead. Lin's consciousness gradually dissipated. But from a higher-dimensional perspective, the situation was quite the opposite. His soul and body were coalescing in a bizarre form. He was transforming himself into a unique atom. The domain was the range of the probability cloud. The soul was the most mysterious and unpredictable electron, and the divine attribute was the nucleus that binds the electron. With the support of the divine attribute and the expanded domain, everything within the magic domain appeared before Lin. A blade of grass, a piece of wood, a cloud, a drop of water, the existence and trajectories of all things were encompassed within his consciousness. He became a breeze gently blowing across the wheat fields and followed the artillery shells as they plunged into the army of the undead. In that instant, a mass of information overwhelmed his consciousness. In the northern valley, blocking the undead sea, Herav and his allies vaguely sensed this subtle change. Somewhere within the elements they controlled, it felt as though something had been added. It seemed like an illusion, as spell-casting still functioned normally. Could it be that the promotion ceremony had succeeded? Herav and the others exchanged glances, suddenly guessing this might be the case. However, according to what Lin had previously mentioned, the ceremony was supposed to last about a week, and it had only been about 5 days so far. Moreover, if it had really succeeded, Lin could have reached the front line instantly. The uncertainty in their minds persisted for only a few seconds, as Herav and his colleagues had no time to dwell on this matter any longer. The nuclear explosion they had sent into the foreign territory days earlier had not granted them any respite. The undead surged out of the space-time gate once more, as relentless as if they were invincible, despite the residual heat and radiation from the explosion. Some screaming demons even dissolved grotesquely from the heat the moment they rushed out of the space-time gate, yet they still launched themselves forward as if mad. In the past few days, they had repelled wave after wave of the enemy's attacks, and at its most perilous, 3 legendary beings along with hundreds of skeletal dragons emerged from the space-time gate, exactly when they had just fired a sun flame cannon. Only by intervening personally were Herav and his companions able to stabilize the situation. Although everything had gone relatively smoothly so far, with the kingdom's forces successfully keeping these undead confined within the valley, a deep unease began to stir within them. There must have been something overlooked. After all, the enemy must have realized that such an attack would not be enough to break through their defenses, yet they continued to adopt this unchanging, aggressive approach. Could it really be that they intended to exhaust their supplies of ammunition and energy? Vittorio furrowed his brows deeply, pondering this, but quickly, as if sensing something, his expression suddenly changed. The electromagnetic cannon, originally aimed at a bone dragon, abruptly shifted its position and nearly hit an airship in the sky. Aurora immediately turned to look at Vittorio beside her, asking in bewilderment. Herav and Anthony also noticed the change in his expression. With the legendary wizard's computing power, there shouldn't be a scenario of missing the target. Vittorio said urgently. Upon hearing this, a chill arose involuntarily on the backs of everyone present. This was undoubtedly their greatest concern. After all, to cope with this interdimensional war, they had concentrated most of the kingdom's power in the northern valley, as this was the only way to have a chance of victory. The forces left guarding the other space-time gates were extremely weak, likely incapable of resisting the intrusion of the undead legions. What's the situation over there now? Has any message come through? Aurora quickly asked. Vittorio shook his head. He had not yet received any communication through electromagnetic waves, although the messages, conveyed at the speed of light, should have arrived by now. To save or not to save, and how much force was needed for the rescue were clearly issues worthy of deep consideration, because it was highly likely that it was merely a feint attack there, and if they diverted too much force, their defenses here would collapse in the blink of an eye. However, if too few went to support, the situation would be equally severe, meaning that a large number of kingdom cities would fall and turn into paradises for the undead. Hera faced this tough decision. Leave this place to me. With 15 sun flame cannons and hundreds of thousands of kingdom soldiers here, holding off this side should not be a problem. Vittorio was the first to speak up, believing that the offensive here was surely just a diversion, or else the previous assaults would have been more fierce. All right, Herav quickly made a decision. Now is not the time for indecision, and redeploying troops from the northern valley back to the capital was somewhat impractical. Even by train, they couldn't make it in time. Anthony suggested. After a brief discussion, Herav and others could hardly wait and transformed into streaks of light, vanishing into the sky. In the sky, Lydia, who was in battle, also received the communication. She immediately turned her machine body and flew towards the capital. Just 20 kilometers from the kingdom, inside a mine, under the astonished gazes of a crowd of wizards and guards, the rune lock blocking the space-time node burst open in just 2 seconds. Immediately following, a massive dragon head emerged from the space-time gate, exhaling a breath of icy frost. The incoming bullets and the terrified soldiers instantly turned into ice sculptures. As the space-time gate expanded, the body of the winter dragon Wallach completely emerged within the mine, followed by a surge of elite undead beasts pouring out from the gate. "Quick, get the electromagnetic cannon operational," the great wizard Garwin shouted in dread, attempting to use electromagnetic wave communication to send out news of this invasion. However, the entire mine was within the enemy's domain, making it impossible to transmit communication waves. Garwin cursed, but in the next moment, his whole body stiffened, falling to the ground stiff as a board, lifeless. This was precisely the legendary undead art of life drain. It could instantly kill any non-legendary beings not under the protection of divine arts. Wallach happily swallowed the souls of all living beings present in one gulp. The recently emerged Great Lich Cecil was very irritated. The spellcaster before him clearly seemed to be a leader with probably a lot of information. He was hoping to extract memories from him, which would undoubtedly provide a lot of information about the moon god, but it was intercepted by Wallach's realm of the dead. Wallach retorted. His wounds from a previous ordeal in another realm had not completely healed, and he needed some sufficiently strong souls to recover. How could he let go of such a favorable target now? However, Wallach also knew that if they won this divine war, Cecil would leap to legendary status. Surely he didn't want to end up unclearly dead like that great demon. This was not outside of Cecil's expectations, but he also sensed that the elements in the void seemed to be infused with some kind of force. It was likely due to their invasion, that the moon god was starting to take desperate measures, attempting to completely control this world before the arrival of the Lord of the Undead. "It seems we also need to hasten our actions," Cecil said, raising his entirely bony hand. All the fallen beings stood up again, but without souls. Their gazes were hollow, merely walking corpses. Chapter 669. 554. I have a very important matter to report to the great moon god's priest. Chapter 669. Chapter 554. I have a very important matter to report to the great moon god's priest. Night fell on the capital of the Magic Kingdom, and Ham was leading the musketeer squad in their routine patrol and inspection before the northern city gate. Although the kingdom had almost dominated the entire continent, many dissenters were still hiding in the shadows, plotting to overthrow the rule of the wizards and return the world to a dark age where nobles and the church together enslaved the commoners. Ham would never allow such a thing to happen. A few years ago, he was just a lowly mine slave, whose sole purpose was to toil away in the dark, sunless mines, digging ores until he would one day die in a mining disaster. As a once most devout believer of the moon goddess, Ham had thought everything was predetermined. He believed that the suffering he endured was the great goddess's test for him, and the humiliations suffered in life would turn into a blessing after death. He believed that once he ascended to heaven, he could enjoy endless peace and joy. However, those wizard lords used facts to tell him that all this was false, a scam by the church. They made it clear that they did not need to suffer to create happiness for those noble lords, nor did they need to wait until after death to enjoy peace and joy. They could very well live in a heavenly kingdom on earth. Having experienced hard days, Ham now treasured his current life even more. After becoming the capital's city guard, he was diligent and responsible, never daring to be negligent for even a day. As Ham walked past the city tower, he saw several sentinel guards gathered together, gossiping, and immediately frowned, sternly reprimanding them. "Get back to your posts, all of you. Which captain is responsible for the patrol records today?" The scolded guards muttered, unable to speak until Ham questioned them sternly again. They then revealed that the captain had just sneaked off to drink with some friends. Ham's face immediately darkened, fury rising in his heart, while the few shirking soldiers tried to justify themselves with trepidation. "Lord Ham, we're about to change shifts," and the captain only left for a short while. It shouldn't cause too much of an impact, unlike Ham, who was always vigilant for most of the capital's guards. Daily patrols and watching over the city were merely a formality. After all, they believed that the Empire's wars had long since ended and that the capital was the strongest defended place in the entire kingdom, with several grand wizards present. Those believers of the moon god hiding in the shadowy corners like mad dogs, even if they had 10 times the courage, wouldn't dare to target the capital. It would be tantamount to suicide. Do you even realize that our kingdom is still at war? Right now, several counselors are leading the kingdom's most elite troops in battle against those alien demons in the north. Ham approached them with frustration. Although the north was far from here, the council had tightened security in all major cities, increased patrol frequency, and conducted detailed identity checks on everyone entering and leaving the capital. From the security measures alone, it was clear that even though they were in the rear, they were not 100% safe. Unaware of the existence of the space-time gate, Ham suspected that this was mostly to prevent troublemakers from causing unrest under the cover of the current opportunity. Ham sharply reprimanded the shirking guards and was just about to have someone fetch the absent captain for punishment when he unexpectedly saw a large group of people approaching the north gate. Ham immediately recognized the Grand Wizard and eagerly went to meet him. "I have very important matters that must be reported to the esteemed priest of the great moon god." Garwin's words seemed awkward, as though he had only just learned to speak. Garwin had noticed the subtle changes in the guard's expressions and insisted firmly. "Please, wait a moment, master. The entire capital is under martial law, and every person entering or leaving must be logged and reported." Ham tried to appease the Grand Wizard as a guard discreetly sent a report. "I'll say it only once. Step aside," Garwin stated uncompromisingly, already preparing to cast a spell. Yet Ham was even more decisive. Realizing that Garwin intended to forcefully enter, he shouted loudly. The guards were also prepared, as the other party's claims were far too absurd. Reporting to the great priest of the moon god, this made them wonder if the person impersonating Master Garwin had lost his mind. Even those crazy church believers wouldn't use such a shoddy disguise. This was clearly a provocation. The new model muskets of the Capitol Guards no longer required loading ammunition before battle. They could now be fired directly by raising the barrel. However, the continuous barrage of bullets came to a halt 5 centimeters from Garwin's body before speeding back even faster, piercing through the armor of the guards and causing wails of agony to ring out in front of the city gates. Fortunately, although the kingdom's guards had become somewhat lax due to the recent peace, it had been less than a year since the war with the church ended, and they still displayed the expected quality. With Ham's warning, a large number of patrol teams immediately came to their aid. The wizard station there also used electromagnetic wave communication to send the news of the attack into the capital. Cecil, lurking outside the capital, cast a cold glance at Wallach beside him. If it weren't for this foolish dragon devouring those people's souls, preventing him from accessing their memories, forcing him to temporarily learn the common language of this plane through the divine art's comprehension of language, how could he have been so easily exposed? I've already sensed it. There is no aura of a powerful being in this city. You're too cautious, Cecil. This is just a waste of our time. Wallach let out an inspiring roar before spreading its wings and flying towards the capital of the Magic Kingdom, ready to slaughter the city and offer death as a tribute for the great necromancy lord to descend. At this point, Cecil said no more and immediately lifted the concealing spell on the numerous undead, initiating a slaughter on the nearest native city. Cries of urgency echoed inside the capital, and as more support arrived, Garwin and his ilk, who were trying to break into the city, were quickly killed by two arriving archwizards. Archwizard Bird was enraged. He had thought the report he received was about someone disguising themselves as Garwin and others trying to infiltrate the city. Little did he expect that someone had killed them and was using necromancy to control their corpses. This meant there was a problem with the space-time gate. The very next moment, Archwizard Bird realized his suspicion was true as a massive silhouette appeared in the sky above the capital. A gargantuan skeletal dragon over 100 meters in length, with a ferocious and terrifying appearance. Its aura was so intimidating that many cowardly guards were paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Wallach, the dragon of cold winter, opened its maw wide and unleashed a horrifying blast of icy breath, a mix of extreme cold and resentful spirits, capable of instantly freezing any creature to death while stealing their souls. However, an invisible magic barrier quickly rose at various points of the capital, intercepting the freezing breath. As one of the Magic Kingdom's core regions, the capital naturally had the highest level of protection. Inside the Central Magic Tower was an alchemy array laid out by Vittorio and a dozen alchemy masters. Even legendary spells would find it difficult to break through. The Dragon of Cold Winter, Wallach, swung its tail furiously, hitting the protective barrier hard and causing ripples to spread out. Bird watched with a pounding heart, knowing that they would have no way of fighting back against such a monster if the protective array were damaged. But they couldn't carry on like this. Their magic power reserves were not infinite. Facing the fierce assault of a legendary creature, they could hold out for at most a minute or so, making it unlikely they'd last until reinforcements arrived. It seemed they had no choice but to use that. Archwizard Bird thought to himself. They had a secret weapon capable of threatening a legend, the sun furnace located below the city in the Magic Tower. As Bird was thinking, the three archwizards responsible for guarding the sun furnace sprang into action, activating the Ascension ritual formation. This alchemy array could gather the endless energy from the sun furnace. If it could be used for Ascension, it could certainly be used for attack. With three archwizards working together to channel, they could unleash a legendary spell, the Judgment Spear, by harnessing the power of fusion. The Dragon of Cold Winter, Wallach, raging and vandalizing the magic barrier, suddenly felt a premonition and ceased its assault, taking flight to evade. But a massive column of light already burst forth from the ground, piercing straight through its right wing. Together with a painful roar of the dragon, the massive body plummeted from the sky. Cecil, who had stayed out of the fray, watched as the fallen Dragon of Cold Winter, Wallach, showed no surprise. Exposing oneself so carelessly before fully understanding the enemy was undoubtedly the most foolish act. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by Wallach, Cecil quietly used the bodies of Garwin and others to launch the corpse explosion technique. A surge of dark green poison fog immediately erupted from the numerous dismembered corpses, enveloping several guards who were about to transport the bodies. Chapter 670, 555. All are ants beneath the true God. Chapter 670, Chapter 555. All are ants beneath the true God. The dark green, poisonous fog instantly enveloped the surrounding guards. Amidst a series of piercing screams, their armors corroded completely. Their skin and flesh rapidly dried up and dehydrated, and soon they dissolved into a pool of dark green pus, merging with the fog. This technique, previously used by the great demon Nikru in the northern borders, had been contained by the combined efforts of Herav and others using storm breath and several shots of sun flame cannon, never really showing its true potential. However, now was different. Without an equal presence, the power of the corpse explosion technique was quickly displayed to its fullest extent. The guards, stripped of life, had their souls directly extracted, their bodies turned into nourishment and merged into the poisonous fog, which continued to spread, devouring more people. This was the terrifying nature of the necromantic fog. With virtually no upper limit, it could expand indefinitely until it swallowed all living beings. Flame touch. Wizard Bird raised his hand and unleashed a burst of intense fire, attempting to burn the poisonous fog entirely. Clearly, this was futile, a mere wizard's magic. How could it possibly contend with a legendary technique? The searing flames, upon nearing the deadly fog, instead got completely corroded, and the dark green, poisonous fog rapidly spread further. Wizard Bird's expression suddenly changed as he realized he couldn't dissolve the necromantic fog. He hurriedly ordered everyone to immediately evacuate the area. Civilians in the nearby areas had already been evacuated, but the soldiers guarding here couldn't outrun the rapidly spreading necromantic fog. A series of wailing spirits and moans echoed through the thick fog, frightening enough to chill one's heart. A guard, trying to flee in panic, was knocked down by the aftermath of the technique, and as the approaching spirits in the surging fog were about to pounce, a look of deep despair appeared on his face. Just then, a mysterious gust of wind swept through, carrying the spreading poisonous fog in the opposite direction. The guard who narrowly escaped death was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly scrambled away. Wizard Bird, who had been bracing himself to continue trying to break the fog with ice and thunder, was also taken aback, simply watching as the fog was blown towards an uninhabited area. The most surprised was Cecil, hidden in the shadows all along. The soul fire in his eyes blazed fiercely, his heart already on alert. The necromantic fog, created by the corpse explosion technique, was essentially a congregation of resentful spirits and wouldn't be affected by ordinary storms. Had enemy reinforcements arrived? Grand Lich, Cecil thought to himself, as several piercing roars came from a distance. Faster than the speed of sound were two supersonic missiles. The Dragon of Cold Winter, Wallach, who had just risen from the ground after being struck down by the Judgment Spear, was struck by the magical missiles carrying the undying flame, hitting its head. Two dazzling white lights flashed, accompanied by scorching high temperatures, and a fierce explosion sound immediately resonated outside the royal city. Wallach, who had just stood up and then suffered a major blow again, could be said to be extremely unlucky, but to Cecil, it seemed quite normal. With Wallach's large size and arrogant demeanor, it was essentially a moving target. Not drawing fire would have been strange. This was why he had brought Wallach along, knowing full well that Wallach didn't exactly follow commands. For someone like him, with weak close combat abilities, a tank to absorb the firepower was needed. Under the vigilant gaze of Grand Lich Cecil, a fighter jet had already appeared in the sky above in the distance, roaring as it sped towards them, the source of the two missiles. A loud dragon roar followed, and an enraged Wallach, cold air swirling around him, then with a fierce swipe of his claw, ruthlessly tore off the half of a wing covered in undying flame. Having previously encountered the strange, undying flame in a foreign land, and vividly remembering it, Wallach had naturally figured out a way to deal with it. His breath of cold could temporarily suppress it, and the simplest method, of course, was to tear off the parts tainted by the flames. Amidst a roar, Wallach flew up again, charging directly towards the fighter jet. Seeing Wallach dealing with the strange flying machine, Cecil no longer paid attention. In fact, his troubles had already arrived. In just a moment, two streaks of light had already reached him from the front and back. It was Herav and Aurora who had arrived. Relieved to see that the royal city hadn't been completely breached, both of them then focused on the figure floating in front, a skeleton with all flesh stripped, obviously the Grand Lich. This was at least an 8th ring, no, more likely a 9th ring legendary spellcaster. Herav and Aurora simultaneously sensed the formidable threat emanating from him, no less intimidating than the great demon that had emerged from the space-time gate earlier. Here, without the large number of sun flame cannons for support, they were not fully confident they could take him down. The best they could do was to hold on until Vittorio, after sorting out the chaos within the royal city, came to assist. Together, their odds of victory might be higher. Chapter 671. 555 all are ants beneath the true God. Underscore 2. Underscore 2, however, Herav couldn't shake off a nagging doubt in his heart that the force attacking the capital was too small. Apparently, only 2 legendaries were on the front. This was highly unusual, but he dared not contemplate it deeply, because the answer was far too terrifying. At this moment, within the capital, the magical barrier shrouding the city from above was on the verge of collapse under the siege of a large number of undead magical beasts. The recent Judgment Spear that brought down the Winter Dragon Wallach had also inevitably created a breach in the magical barrier, and although it was quickly repaired, it had to some extent weakened the barrier's protective strength. A multitude of screaming demons, banshees, and undead magical beasts constantly gnawed at the magic barrier with their sharp claws and fangs, slowly spreading fine cracks outward. The barrier's repair capabilities were gradually failing to keep up with the pace of destruction, and soon a small hole was opened. The small-bodied, screaming demons and the half-energetic banshees immediately squeezed through the opening, and the roar of machine guns and the brilliance of magic echoed inside the capital simultaneously. Hundreds of screaming demons were shot into pieces in an instant, but their blood, which had strong toxicity and corrosive properties, rained down from the sky, causing no small amount of chaos. It must be said, these monsters were simply the bane of all living beings. Those banshees who had also crawled through the fissures in the barrier proved to be even more troublesome, as ordinary bullets had little effect on them. They could only be dealt with by magic. The shrill echo of wailing of the dead resounded ceaselessly above the capital. The banshees' resentment, the mourns of the dead. Everyone present felt as if their brains had been violently hammered. Even Bird, a grand wizard, inevitably felt the impact, causing the fire spells he was casting to falter. A swarm of banshees took the opportunity to flood in, their eyes shimmering with a spiteful soul fire. The pain and torture they suffered both in life and after death, they now sought to release upon these living humans. Fiery torrent, chain lightning. Grand Wizard Bird, fighting through his brain discomfort, commanded the wizards who were barely able to endure the pain to cast spells to eradicate the undead that were pouring in from the breach. Amidst the booming of flames and the thundering of lightning, the undead that had flown in through the multitude of gaps were instantly incinerated and ionized. Support for Vittorio also arrived quickly, and strands of magic luminescent runes emerged from the void, sealing up the gap on the magic barrier. Seeing the figure of Vittorio, Grand Wizard Bird finally let out a breath of relief and expressed his gratitude. And then, as if something occurred to him, he inquired with a sense of lingering fear, "Was it also you who deployed the elemental wind earlier?" Vittorio couldn't help frowning, not quite understanding what the other was referring to. He had just arrived. However, he did witness the undead fogbird mentioned and had used the rune locks to contain it in a vacant and safe area. Fortunately, the undead fog had consumed only a few souls, and its power was vastly weaker than the incident in the north, more than 100 times so. Hence he was just able to control it alone. Bird was deeply puzzled. Surely it couldn't really be just a gust of wind? He didn't believe that a mere strong wind could disperse such a powerful spell. Vittorio had his suspicions, but didn't express them. After reinforcing the magic barrier that encircled the city with his spells, he hurried to support Herav and Aurora. They had to resolve the trouble here quickly. If his guess wasn't wrong, it wasn't just the capital under siege right now. Otherwise, there was no explaining why the undead army attacking the capital was far smaller than expected. Indeed, as Vittorio suspected, after crossing the space-time gate, Cecil, the great necromancer, considering their absolute advantage in military strength and wary of the believers of the moon god, and their heavenly disasters executed in foreign lands, divided the tens of millions of undead troops invading this plane into 7 separate armies, launching a comprehensive invasion from different directions. This was undoubtedly a cruel but effective strategy, for the enemies that fell would rise again to fight under the drive of necromancy. The enemies' numbers would diminish, while their own would only grow. In no time, like a snowball picking up size, they would engulf the entire world. However, the development of events was not as smooth as the great Lich Cecil had anticipated, since the invading undead legions were mysteriously subjected to devastating strikes. It was either a sudden mountain collapse, or the reverse flow of rivers, or forests bursting into flames. An asteroid even fell from the firmament above, annihilating the hundreds of thousands of besieging undead. Atop the city battlements of Steel City Celt, the guards, anxiously waiting for the vast undead to launch their assault, witnessed the astonishing sight of the meteor descending from the sky. For the guards with limited experience, everything in front of them could only be described as a miracle. What god? A certain entity in the invisible world silently shifted its attention away from the area, began to clean up the undead legions in other regions of the kingdom, and was also gradually becoming accustomed to the power it possessed. After 5 days, Lin had already completed the first 2 steps of the god-making ritual successfully, expanding his domain to an entire continent, and achieving the quantization of his soul. Even so, this was already incredibly powerful. Among the invading undead legions of this plane, there were not a few legendary beings, but in his hands, they scarcely had any capacity to resist. Lin took some effort to use Heavenly Disaster to quickly annihilate millions of undead, then closed the several open space-time gates, and finally turned his attention towards the direction of the royal capital. This was one of the kingdom's most important cities, with very strong defenses. Even when facing the onslaught of a large, undead legion, it could just barely hold its ground, so naturally, it was left till last to deal with. Moreover, people like Herav had already arrived, so there wouldn't be any issues for a while. However, when Lin looked down upon it, he discovered that the situation was not as optimistic as he had thought. Because among the undead legions that had reached the royal capital were 3 legends: the Winter Dragon Wallach, Great Lich Cecil, and the Shadow Assassin Pelham. The latter had always skirted around the battlefield, showing no intention of revealing himself, his figure wispy and transparent, shrouded in a layer of gray mist. Hera of Vittorio and Aurora, who were fighting with the Great Lich Cecil, had not noticed him at all, but in Lin's eyes, he was clearly visible, with no secrets to be hidden. With a mere thought, Lin wanted to pluck him out and crush him to death. For him now, this was not a difficult task. On the contrary, there were dozens of ways he could kill his adversary. There just happened to be a few targets here, so he thought he might as well test some of his other abilities. With that thought in mind, Lin extended the imaginary hand that did not exist, and the elements in the void immediately became active. Chapter 672, 556 High-Dimensional Space, Mobius Strip. Chapter 672. Chapter 556 High-Dimensional Space, Mobius Strip. On the outer edges of the capital, a once flat expanse of land now lay pitted and marred from the aftermath of a clash between legendary figures, with the most noticeable feature being a long trench that plunged from shallow to deep, its length spanning over 2 kilometers. However, it was clear that the attack hadn't achieved its intended effect. Having prepared for the strike, Great Lich Cecil had managed to deflect the blow with his control over space. Even amidst the onslaught by 3 opponents, he remained adept and untroubled. A 9-ring legendary spellcaster was but a step away from becoming a true god, and although that step was vast as a chasm, barring countless legends from crossing, the power of a 9-ring legendary spellcaster was still undeniable. Even with preparation, there was no certainty that the fusion bomb, symbolizing the power of a star, would be able to obliterate its target. On the other hand, Herav and his companions were tense. As they dealt with Cecil, they also remained cautious of the surrounding elemental movements, guarding against the possibility of a shadow assassin suddenly appearing to chop off their heads. Had it not been for Aurora's timely use of mirror image magic to evade disaster, they would have already lost a member. He then mockingly said, Your resistance is futile. The other legions I sent are probably already slaughtering the beings of this plane." Cecil's hoarse and unpleasant voice echoed on the outskirts of the capital. Although Herav and the others knew he was trying to shake their resolve with this adverse news, they couldn't help but grow anxious. After all, to block the enemy's invasion in the north, they had called upon too many forces, leaving only a few major cities like the capital with strict defenses. The rest of the cities and towns were too meagerly defended to withstand the assault of the undead army. It seemed they had to resolve the battle as quickly as possible. Herav and the others exchanged glances, quickly making up their minds. Owing to the unpredictable assassin, none of them dared to recklessly cast Doomsday, Atomic Breath, or any spell requiring buildup. Aurora took the lead with a fierce beam of laser light that shot straight into the sky, slicing Great Lich Cecil in half. Immediately after, several rune chains shot up from the ground, tightly binding the bisected skeleton. However, what was trapped was merely a pile of bones. As a burst of purgatory fire ignited, dissolving the rune chains, Great Lich Cecil reappeared at another location. The next moment, more rune chains flew out from the void, rolling towards Cecil. Despite being fairly confident in his ability to respond, Cecil couldn't afford the slightest complacency, because just 2 minutes ago, these opponents had used the rune chains to restrict his movement, and then, combined with some extremely terrifying energy spell, had nearly sent him off for good. Summon Higher Death's Spirit Guard, Cecil's rotten, pale mouth, which was now only bone and a few shreds of flesh, opened and uttered several strange syllables. Several soul fires flew out from the palm of his hand, and then, as magic power surged through the void, a number of robust figures made of magic power and elements, with soul fires burning in their eyes, appeared in front of the Great Lich, firmly grasping the rune chains flying towards them. These resurrected undead had been the souls of some legendary warriors captured during campaigns in other worlds. With the manipulation of necromancy, they could just about exhibit the strength of false legends. The moment the 4 Death Spirit Guards appeared, they broke Vittorio's rune chains, withstood Aurora's electromagnetic cannon, and crowded around the group. Meanwhile, Cecil himself once again raised his hand, and an imperceptible surge of magic power began to spread rapidly. Higher curse technique, this was undoubtedly. Another legendary spell, this time aimed at Herav. He immediately felt his energy body corroding, decaying, and, in that moment, his expression dramatically changed as he found himself completely unable to cast spells. Aurora and Vittorio also looked troubled and wanted to come to his aid, but they were firmly entangled by the Higher Death Spirit Guards. Yet Herav was not attacked, and the anticipated Shadow Assassin did not manifest. This came as a surprise to Cecil, but his actions did not cease as he lifted his withered finger. Destruction Finger. A chilling flash of black light emanated from the tip of that shriveled digit, heading straight for the defenseless Herav. And then it struck an illusory figure. The Shadow Assassin, Pelham, found himself in a strange place after his failed assassination attempt on Aurora. Endless intercrossing corridors stretched before him, and at their ends were identical rooms, one after another. Was this an illusion technique, or some kind of spell that could alter space? Pelham didn't know. He could only guess that he might have been hit by a counterattack spell while trying to take down that female spellcaster. The mirror image magic of the opponent was quite peculiar and left a deep impression on him, even capable of reflecting certain necromancy spells of the Great Lich, Cecil, to some extent. Given this, Pelham did not dare to linger in this place, but he also refused to follow the path set before him by the enemy. Instead, he blasted the floor of the corridor, only to quickly discover that below the corridor was another corridor, and on the other side of the room still lay more rooms. Pelham soon realized that everything here seemed to be infinitely repeating. Attempts to snap out of the illusion through physical torture, marking his path, or leaving magic power marks all ended in vain. Everything as far as his eyes could see was gray and white. Every room and corridor was exactly the same, indistinguishable even on an atomic level. After countless attempts and destroying innumerable walls, even trying to obediently follow the directions the corridor stretched, he was always met with more identical corridors and rooms. Pelham gradually lost track of how long he had been in this space. Maybe a minute, an hour, a day, a month, a year. In this place, time seemed meaningless and space distorted and fragmented, making it impossible to discern up from down, left from right. Tens of thousands of attempts and efforts took him from calm analysis at first to frantic destruction, and finally to losing his sanity, becoming hysterical. Lin sighed helplessly. He hadn't managed to test more techniques on the man before he broke. The space he created was like a Mobius strip, completely closed off. No matter which direction Pelham took, he would end up back at the beginning. The internal space was vast, and since everything inside was made of his magic power, it could quickly repair itself, creating this area of endlessly repeating time and space. Moreover, Lin interfered with the man's time perception at a high-dimensional level. This was like a form of torture. If it were possible to create an empty, utterly dark space and confine a person inside, even those with strong willpower couldn't last long. Pilots in the new century often had to face a similar fear of cosmic solitary confinement, which is why ultra-long-distance interstellar travel always requires cryogenic pods. In testing the creation of the Mobius strip, Lin did not make the space empty, but instead an endlessly looping, pure, white corridor. There was no sound inside and nothing besides the walls. Lin had thought that the man, being a legend, could last a bit longer, providing him with more data for his research. Yet, he didn't expect him to completely collapse within just a few minutes in real time. Of course, for Pelham, whose perception was tampered with, it felt like months had passed. Oh well, it's time to let him go. Seeing that Harov was in a life-or-death crisis, Lin released the Mobius strip. Pelham, frantically destroying the space, suddenly began to tremble with excitement after blasting through another wall. As for the first time, he saw something that wasn't pure white, and he rushed out without delay. Outside was a dim sky, a green lawn, and a dark beam of light coming straight at him. It was Cecil's destruction finger. This powerful legendary spell could obliterate all visible matter, and Pelham, struck right by the spell, had half of his body wiped away, leaving only his head and a shoulder tumbling down from the air. Everyone present was stunned, and Cecil was completely frozen, not understanding why Pelham, who had been invisible up until that moment, suddenly had an episode and ran straight into the destruction finger that was meant for Harov. Pelham, heavily wounded, didn't die immediately, and finally snapped back to reality from his madness. Pelham cried out in panic, the soul fire in his eyes trembling continuously, as only a deity in his mind could achieve such bizarre deeds. Cecil also quickly came to a realization, thinking of the scene where his necromancy mist was suddenly blown away by a mysterious gust of wind. "You're looking for the moon god?" A voice echoed in everyone's ears from the void, not spoken by anyone, but formed by the vibrating air elements at a specific frequency. The next moment, an incomprehensibly profound existence descended upon them. Chapter 673, 557, Olympiad Mathematical Theorems and the Battle of the Gods. Chapter 673, Chapter 557, Olympiad Mathematical Theorems and the Battle of the Gods. Accompanied by a resounding voice in the void, a phantom and dazzling silhouette appeared before everyone's eyes, gradually solidifying into a human form. Mulling over the low-dimensional projection he had conjured, Lin snapped his fingers the moment his figure materialized. The next moment, millions of undead besieging the royal city began to disintegrate on a microscopic level. Whether it was the numerous, screaming demons, high-ranked banshees in spirit form, or those ferocious skeletal dragons, all were shattered back into their most basic particles and scattered into the void. The terrifying might displayed by the simple gesture of destroying millions of undead made all the legendary figures present tremble in their hearts. Although they were confident they could have eradicated the undead army with proper preparations, they could not have done so as effortlessly and with zero collateral damage. The mastery Lin showed over energy control power alone astonished everyone. What was most critical was that they had no understanding of how this attack was even launched. However, to people like Herav, amazement was one thing, but greater still was relief. After enduring 5 long days of relentless attacks from the powerful undead army, leaving everyone exhausted in both mind and spirit, they had finally delayed long enough for Lin to complete the ritual of deification. Aurora immediately breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly remembered the words of the great Lich Cecil. Besides here, it seemed that other parts of the kingdom were also under attack by invading undead armies. This was likely one of the conditions for the Lord of the Undead's descent. "Don't worry, those undead that entered the kingdom have been taken care of by me," said Lin nonchalantly before anyone else could question him, and with his recent snap of the fingers causing such destruction, no one dared to question him. As he spoke, Lin reached out his hand again, ignoring the distance of space, and directly passed through Herav's energy body, extracting a peculiar speck of light from within him. Herav immediately felt control over his energy body restored, and couldn't help feeling a lingering sense of fear in his heart. Herav couldn't resist asking, "Just a spell capable of interfering with spiritual power's manipulation of magic power?" Lin assessed instantly, noting that it even touched upon high-dimensional aspects. Should it be said as expected of a ninth ring spellcaster, the commander of this plane-invading war? There really was some trick to it. Only then did Lin shift his gaze to the great Lich Cecil. The soul fire between the latter's eyes flickered intensely, clearly not expecting the arrival of a true god, much less astonished by Lin's recent pronouncement. The moon goddess Diana had died? Cecil immediately felt the situation slipping out of his control. However, facing a newly ascended, unknown deity, he still tried to maintain the dignity of a ninth-ring legendary wizard. "Great god from another plane, I am the most loyal assistant and servant under the Lord of the Undead, sent here for an artifact of the moon goddess Diana. Now that the goddess has perished, perhaps we shouldn't continue this fight." Cecil took a very humble stance, carefully choosing his words, as he knew all too well the difficulty of contending with a true deity with his own power. Lin didn't rush to dispose of him right away, as he had many questions needing answers. He harbored doubts about the words of that enigmatic crow from start to finish. But now, Lin was more curious about another matter and spoke with interest. "You wish to negotiate with me?" Although he had been busy with the Ascension ritual in recent days, his domain encompassed the entire continent, and he was well aware that in just 5 days, the legendary undead that had perished by their hands numbered more than 7, not to mention the countless high-rank undead and cannon fodder, easily exceeding 10 million. Such immense losses yet spoken of so lightly implied that the lore of the undead's resources and depth were likely far beyond his expectations, Cecil said with utmost humility. A mocking expression appeared on Lin's face. He was not so foolish as to agree to that, and he could naturally tell the other's malicious intent, because that would mean he had to confront a god whose age and power were unknown. Cecil couldn't see the change in Lin's expression, but the scorn in his words made his heart sink. He understood that today he would likely not escape his fate. But his soul's life box was still in the hands of the Lord of the Undead, making it impossible for him to even contemplate betrayal. Lin suddenly asked. Cecil was noticeably taken aback. Then his expression turned to one of surprise. "I hadn't expected you to be aware of His Excellency," Lin nodded. Since the so-called God of life and creation truly existed, the Star Messenger's words could be somewhat believable. Suddenly, Lin lifted his hand, and the light point in his palm instantly compressed to an extreme. His thumb and forefinger flicked, and the speck of light transformed into a streak of light that sped toward Cecil. Chapter 674, 557, Olympiad Mathematical Theorems and the Battle of the Gods, _2. _2 Cecil, already on guard, saw the soul fire in his eyes suddenly burst forth, but it was only at this moment that he realized his body had been frozen in place. The elements around him were like iron nails, fixed firmly in place by some force, immobilizing his body as well, leaving him with no choice but to watch helplessly as the beam of light sped towards him, completely unavoidable. However, the corpse explosion technique was, after all, a spell personally cast by Cecil, and no one knew better than he how to counter it. More importantly, due to his previous accomplishments in conquering alien territories, the generous Death Spirit Lord had already granted him the most crucial credential of divinity, the godhood. This was also why Cecil knew this realm belonged to the moon god, yet dared to step into this world. In the vast sea of consciousness, a strange crystal trembled slightly, and the light beam aiming at him immediately veered off, disappearing from everyone's sight. Lin was somewhat surprised. Even though he hadn't exerted much effort, he hadn't expected Cecil to be able to deflect the strike. Cecil was even more thrilled, for he had just blocked an attack from a god. But upon reflection, this seemed only natural. Having received the benediction of the Death Spirit Lord and possessing the godhood, he could indeed be called a demigod, and what he needed to face was only a god who had just ascended to divinity and hadn't had the chance to master the laws. He might not be completely without a chance. Cecil, his confidence growing, hesitated no longer and challenged the new god before him. In an instant, under the control of his will, 4 high-ranking Death Spirit guards exploded into action. Cecil was well aware that ordinary means would pose no threat to the lofty deities. He intended to use the legendary souls as nourishment to cast the corpse explosion technique. The moment the spell was activated, Cecil immediately felt a pang of heartache, as legendary souls were not easy to collect, and most were transformed into death spirits to enhance the strength of his legion. These 4 legendary souls were one of his most important reserve accumulated over the past century, now being used as one-time fuel. The power unleashed was indeed terrifying. Horrible soul screams immediately echoed through the void. Within the dark green fog of death, several fierce spirits emerged, surging towards Lin and the others. Herav, Aurora, and Vittorio were all on edge, but they soon realized that, although the spreading fog of death seemed to be approaching them, it was actually getting farther away. This contradictory perception was quite bizarre, but similar experiences had been encountered over a year ago when facing Ira. Lin extended his hand again, and the incoming fog of death suddenly curled from all sides towards the center. In fact, it wasn't the soul fog that was curling, but the entire space. Seeing the fog of death so easily countered, Wizard Cecil's confidence, which had just swelled, was immediately shattered, as this was the most powerful method he controlled, yet it proved utterly ineffective. Escape. All that remained in Cecil's mind was this single thought, and the godhood within the sea of consciousness trembled once more. Unfortunately, it was already too late, as several locks of arcane extended from the void, binding him tightly. These chains were different from Vittorio's rune locks. They were from a higher level, not only binding his body, but also his soul on a higher plane. And connected to the chains was a series of large, intricate gears. These were gears. Countless ethereal gears emerged in the void, interlocking with each other, intricately woven together layer by layer. As Cecil had anticipated, Lin had only just ascended, and his control over this new realm was not pure. But compared to other new gods, he possessed a vast amount of micro-theory as a foundation, which enabled him to utilize a multitude of techniques. Those floating in the void, the variously sized gears, acted as a set of accelerating gear mechanisms. The force applied on the first gear magnified tenfold repeatedly. An exponentially growing number was undoubtedly terrifying. Even with Lin's current abilities, he could only materialize 9 gears, amounting to 100 million times the increase. The gears floating behind Lin had fiercely rotated once. Billions of tons of high pressure were instantly applied to Cecil. Anything pushed to the extreme has terrifying destructive power. Not to mention, this pressure did not solely stem from three-dimensional space, but from a higher dimensional level. Under Cecil's terrified awareness, his skeletal body, crafted by the Lord of Death spirits and laden with magic power, began to warp, bend, and crack, with both body and soul being crushed bit by bit under the immense pressure. Cecil pinned all his hopes on that divinity desperately activating the power of the cube, attempting to break free from the bonds of Lock of Arcane. A strong fluctuation immediately dispersed from the cube, but before Cecil could rejoice, he realized that his soul, fragmented under the overwhelming pressure, was being sucked into this cube. It was only then that Cecil finally came to the realization. The gift bestowed upon him was not a godliness, but a creation imbued with death divine power. Now, under the immense pressure of Lock of Arcane, this creation shattered. Before being completely swallowed by the death divine power, Cecil managed only to let out an enraged scream. In a flash, Cecil understood everything. Why the Lord of Death spirits valued him so much was because his life box was in the opponent's hands. By harnessing the divine power and the entanglement effect of the soul, one could obtain the coordinates of this realm, thereby opening the gateway between two worlds, which was the last safeguard for invading this realm. Lin instantly sensed something was amiss. Inside the Lock of Arcane that enveloped Cecil, a chaotic aura was continuously spreading outward. Lin clenched his open right hand tightly, and the ethereal gear behind him fiercely rotated once again, accompanied by the sound of chains moving. Hurrah! Cecil's body and soul were both crushed into powder, and the interior of the chains gradually returned to silence. Feeling the same terrifying presence, Herav and others breathed a sigh of relief. But Lin's expression remained grave. Sure enough, just a dozen seconds later, a rift opened in the boundless sky, and endless magic power and matter emerged incessantly from within. The difference from opening the space-time gate, however, was that the magic power and elements pouring into this world contained a special will, or rather, it was the invasion of the Lord of Death Spirit's divine realm into this world. The entire space was violently shaking, time became disordered, and a chaotic color flowed from the rift. It was a pale blackness that reached the extreme, emanating a bizarre and chilling might, as if intending to devour the entire world. Lin uttered this divine name with a heavy tone. The moment the rift appeared, his own divine realm cracked open a huge hole, or rather, was suppressed by the opponent's divine realm. For the guards and wizards in the royal capital, they could only see the sky splitting open and the expanding pale chaos. But Lin could clearly see grotesque heads burrowing out from the space rift. The divine body of the opponent was hard to describe in words. It was a twisted entanglement of souls, its appearance reminiscent of the mythological multi-headed Hydra, possessing more than one head. As legends like Herav struggled, they glimpsed a hint of the true form of the Lord of Death spirits, followed soon by abundant purgatory fire quickly igniting all around them. Gods are invisible, immeasurable, unknowable. This is the iron law of the primary world. Unless one actively constructs a lower dimensional projection for interaction like Lin, peering into the divine body itself is a highly dangerous matter. Chapter 675, 558, Neutrons as the bone, energy as the blade. This is the antimatter sword. Chapter 675, Chapter 558, Neutrons as the bone, energy as the blade. This is the antimatter sword. The weakest in power present, Anthony, who was also the least affected, could only watch as his colleagues at his side suddenly burst into flames, screaming in agony. However, before Anthony could act to save them, the surrounding scenery abruptly changed, and when he came to his senses, he found himself on the city walls of the capital, and the purgatory fire that had been burning Herav and the others had been extinguished. It was evident that the person who acted was Lin. Herav and his peers, who were only at the level of 7-ring legendary wizards, had no ability to participate in this battle of gods. Even simply observing required taking great risks. While Lin sent Herav and the others away, his gaze never once left the fray. In fact, the first exchange between the two sides had already begun, with the two divine realms colliding, dissolving, and annihilating each other from the moment the crack appeared. The pale chaos was unmistakably gaining the upper hand, its territory expanding continuously. The moment he invaded the plane, the Necromancer Lord sensed something special about this world. He could barely perceive the boundaries of the plane. Its various laws were incredibly stable, and it possessed nearly infinite energy and matter. Once he completely seized this world, he might be able to transcend the chief god and reach an unprecedented realm. Realizing this, the Lord of Death, Dainatez, couldn't suppress the longing surging within his soul and drew more power from his foreign domain. Countless heads, large as mountains, opened their mouths, and the overlaying soul language immediately spread to every corner of the planet. At that moment, it seemed everyone heard an ancient voice proclaiming its existence, as indescribable fear began to spread throughout the world. Lin was acutely aware that the speed of the enemy's invasion into this world was increasing. Clearly, the fear of the living could bring new strength to the Lord of Death. Lin, who had been hoping for the god of life and creation to take action, immediately changed his mind. He understood he could no longer afford to wait. Placing hope in an unknown god was clearly not a wise idea. The only option was to fight. Thinking this, Lin took the initiative and struck first, with locks of arcane emerging in the void, extending from all directions towards the heads of the Lord of Death, protruding through the crack. Each head of the Lord of Death wore a mocking expression, as if it were a joke that a nascent deity would also dare to oppose him. The multiple locks of arcane began to decay and deteriorate upon entering his domain, and by the time they reached the enormous body, they had corroded as if they were scrap iron, easily bitten through by several advancing heads. This was Dainatez's death law, where all things would head towards an end. Even planes and deities were no exceptions. Seeing the locks of arcane easily crushed, Lin's expression became extremely grave. The substance that made up the locks of arcane was naturally graphene, which was the strongest material he could produce when he was still a legendary wizard. But obviously, it was not enough in front of the Lord of Death. Perhaps only material as stable as neutrons could stand a chance of locking the opponent in. As these thoughts raced through his mind, in the sky above, a dozen of the foremost heads opened simultaneously, and a grayish-white breath began to coalesce in the void. Accompanying the roar of countless heads, the gray-white fog formed of death-divine power burst forth in an instant. Like a bolt of white silk plummeting from the sky, space twisted, elements disintegrated wherever it passed, leaving only chaos behind. This was the necromantic divine art, breath of destruction. In comparison, the destruction finger of the great necromancer, Cecil, was practically a joke. Lin didn't dodge, for this attack had already locked onto him at a higher dimensional level, and, more importantly, behind him lay the capital with millions of citizens within. Herav and the others alone couldn't withstand this strike. Thus, the moment the Lord of Death unleashed the breath of destruction, the surrounding elements were frantically drawn in by Lin, converging in the palm of his hand. Immediately after, a vast amount of positrons were created. As everyone knows, the substances that make up an atom are the atomic nucleus and electrons around the nucleus. While the electrons hold a negative charge, positrons are their antimatter equivalent. Days ago, Lin had used a high-speed particle collider to create these particles, the mirrored counterparts of matter. As a legendary wizard, he could barely manage to analyze them, but was fundamentally unable to mimic them with magic power. But as Lin had anticipated, once he broke through to the divine realm, everything fell into place. As the breath of destruction fell from the sky, Lin had already infused many anti-electrons into these elements, causing them to collide with the core negative electrons. The energy released by the annihilation of matter and antimatter was undoubtedly terrifying, even more violent than stellar fusion. The immense energy instantly shattered the elements in the palm, and even the protons and neutrons inside disintegrated under the catastrophic impact. Even Lin could not control such fearsome energy. He could only guide it briefly before letting it burst forth. Chapter 676, 558. Chapter 676, 558 formed with protons and neutrons as its core and annihilation energy as its blade. A beam sword containing the energy of hundreds of millions of tons of TNT shot forth from Lin's palm, slashing toward the Lord of Death, Dainatez. The incoming ribbon, infused with death divine power, was directly sliced apart. Also cleaved were the ashy divine realm and the massive divine body of the Lord of Death behind it. The numerous large and ferocious heads of the Lord of Death were covered in anger and astonishment, clearly not expecting that a newly ascended god could wield such powerful destructive magic. Amidst the loud roars, the fractured heads were simultaneously severed. These fallen heads crashed to the ground like meteors from the sky. Lin said, somewhat disappointed. These microscopic particles inherently possessed certain higher-dimensional properties, certainly capable of truly harming the Lord of Death. But unfortunately, his four-dimensional coordinates were not so easy to pinpoint. Although superficially his strike had beheaded the Lord of Death, it had not injured him in any meaningful way. The most crucial point was that the entirety of the Lord of Death body had not emerged from the space-time rift. Closing the door was essential. Otherwise, the Lord of Death power would continue to grow unceasingly. If he kept delaying, his chances of winning would only diminish, given that the total amount of magic power he could control was finite and not supported by multiple planes as the Lord of Death's was. It seemed he needed to find a way to leverage external forces. Those severed heads had already crashed to the ground, and the surrounding earth was plowed into deep trenches several tens of meters deep by the explosive divine power. The soil and hard rock inside instantly erased. Even though Lin had already sealed the space near the royal capital, forming a circular Mobius strip to prevent the entire city from being completely destroyed by the battle's aftermath, both the death divine power and the energy remnants from the antimatter sword were potent enough to affect high-dimensional space-time, with approximately 1% of the power breaking through the Mobius strip's barrier and leaking out. The wild wind howled, and the earth crumbled, as if the world were facing its apocalypse. On the outer side of the royal capital, the invisible magic barrier was already covered in dense cracks, with Vittorio and several grand wizards working hard to reinforce and repair the protection. The multitude of wizards hidden within the royal capital's barrier were all on edge. Although they could not see the specific battle conditions, they could feel the terrifying energy fluctuations from outside, the heaven-reaching roars, and the continuously expanding death divine domain. For a moment, Herav even wondered if the entire world was on the brink of destruction and promptly turned to look at Aurora next to him, asking, "How did it go?" Aurora, who was monitoring the battle through an avatar and looking quite pale, replied, "Just a moment before, her avatar had been completely incinerated by the purgatory fire. Even the part of her soul that was projected had also suffered severe damage, but she still spoke with a somewhat swollen head. I saw Speaker Lin severing the Lord of Death's heads. A look of fear appeared on Aurora's face, recalling the moment she saw the antimatter sword, almost thinking her soul would be dragged in and destroyed with it." Herav asked, both surprised and somewhat incredulous. The Lord of Death was arguably the most powerful enemy they had ever faced. Even Ayla couldn't compare. The council had marshaled the resources of the entire continent for a year and a half just to contend with this Lord of Death. But then Herav remembered that the Star Messenger had once said that gods greatly reduced their power outside their divine domains, and with Lin having the geographical advantage, it wasn't impossible for him to have easily defeated the opponent. Vittorio asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. If the Lord of Death had already fallen, their divine domain should gradually recede. Yet within their sight, the pale chaos continued to rapidly spread around, almost obscuring the entire sky. Moreover, considering the continuous surge of energy ripples from the outside world, the battle was clearly still ongoing and seemed to be intensifying. How would I know? Aurora helplessly shook her head. Her view was very limited, and she had no idea about the ongoing battle conditions. We absolutely cannot just wait idly. I remember there's a fusion furnace in the capital. Herav said thoughtfully. Their body's magic power and energy were already largely depleted. They could only participate in the battle through such means. I'm afraid it won't work, Aurora said with a bitter smile. In other words, even if they released all the nuclear energy accumulated in the sun furnace, it was merely a fraction of Lin's casual strike. Could it be that exaggerated? Hera was momentarily tongue-tied. Just thinking about how difficult it was for them to block the energy waves made it impossible for him to speak of intervening anymore. Vittorio quickly created an avatar. Even though they couldn't directly intervene in this divine battle, no wizard would want to miss such a high-level confrontation, even if it might cause some damage to their souls. Just as Vittorio connected to the magic network and looked up at the sky, suddenly all the beings on the entire planet simultaneously felt a palpitation, an inexplicable yet genuine sensation, as if it was a biological instinct. Herav also sensed this change, but couldn't pinpoint what exactly had changed. It must be the planet's magnetic field that has changed, Vittorio, connected to the magic network, said with a trembling voice. The planet's magnetic field? Herav and the others paused for a moment, then quickly recalled someone once mentioning in the planetary theories that the eternal star under their feet was like a supermassive magnet, and using even 1,000th of its power was enough to devastate heavens and earth. At that instant, in the capital, a raven, locked in a cage and resting with its eyes closed, suddenly opened its eyes, its pupils showing none of the previous arrogance or foolishness, only endless indifference. It had sensed the arrival of the Lord of Death the moment the sky cracked open. The opponent's aura was too intense, with absolutely no intention to hide. The raven crowed loudly, its cage's electromagnetic barrier flickering continuously. Together with the external force field vortex and the legendary beast Mutuo guarding the room, the triple protections completely blocked any chance of escape. But sometimes one doesn't need to go out to send a message. Agitated by the strong residual energy ripples from outside, Mutuo immediately sensed the fluctuation and rushed over at top speed. The raven scornfully watched the majestic beast rushing towards it. Spreading its wings, intense starlight burst forth from its dark feathers, and then it exploded into a swell of its form. Sometimes, death is the best way to send a message. Soul entanglement is also one of the rare methods that can communicate across two connected worlds. The sight that greeted Mutuo as it reached the front of the cage was a few remaining black feathers inside. It's over, it's over. The majestic beast, Mutuo, anxiously tucked its tail and spun around the room, completely unsure of what to do next. Chapter 677, 559, Revive, Moon God Domain, Your Master has returned. Chapter 677, Chapter 559, Revive, Moon God Domain, Your Master has returned. O great Moon God, you are so generous, granting us food and warmth, enveloping this land in brilliance. In a remote territory covered in vast magic plants on the continent's fringe, over 100,000 Moku people were performing their daily routine prayer. Since the Moon God had returned to this world, they had escaped from their previously precarious lives. As long as they prayed earnestly and devoted their beliefs wholeheartedly to this great deity daily, they would receive ample food and brilliance, no longer needing to worry about the invasions of fierce magical beasts. Therefore, although the name of this moon god was somewhat different from the previous one, nobody cared, and the faith in their hearts grew even more devout. And Ella, the moon god they were praising, was concealing her presence while looking up at the sky. In the boundless dark night sky, a powerful energy surged continuously. Through her divine sight, Ella could clearly see the deity's body spreading for miles on the vault of heaven. extending into a dark space-time rift. The power of the Lord of the Undead was much more formidable than she had imagined. Fortunately, the wizard seemed more competent than she expected, actually managing to bring down the true form of the Lord of the Undead and even holding it off. This situation was undoubtedly much better than what she had anticipated. At the same time, Ella also noticed that one of her soul fragments had disappeared. After obtaining part of the memories of the moon goddess Diana, she had thought of using the situation to stir up conflicts and, eventually, playing both ends against the middle to reap the benefits. However, compared to the Lord of the Undead who controlled several planes, the Wizards of the Eternal Star were clearly not strong enough. Therefore, she willingly sent information about the Lord of the Undead and deliberately delayed the Undead from finding the space-time gate. The purpose was to give them more time to prepare, so they wouldn't crumble instantly when they faced the invasion. The crow that went to the Eternal Star through the space-time gate was naturally her doing, and the soul entanglement effect was one of the rare communication methods that could be perceived across planes. In Ella's view, although the wizards were just stepping into the legendary realm, the power they possessed was not to be underestimated, especially the magic they named sky vaulting, whose destructive power was terrifying. Some alchemical creatures were also incredibly powerful. The Church's Divine Punishment Legion had dominated the continent for hundreds of years, but it had almost no resistance under the Iron Torrent and was crushed to near extinction. Ella believed that as long as the Council had ample preparation time, it would be impossible for the Undead Sea to conquer that world, and hence, the Lord of the Undead would have to descend in person. This was the opportunity she had long been waiting for. As expected, just seconds later, she sensed that her soul fragment had destroyed itself. Although the memories couldn't be transmitted because the two worlds were still disconnected, sometimes death itself was a signal. This meant the time was ripe. After hiding her power for a long time in a foreign land, Ella no longer concealed her strength. The divine nature within her sea of consciousness fully displayed its might, and a wave of invisible magic power spread at the speed of light across the world. This gradually dying and collapsing divine realm burst into new vitality. The elements surged, the wild wind howled, and boundless light emerged from Ella's entire being. Light appeared, instantly dispersing the boundless darkness. Over 100,000 Moku people, kneeling in prayer, each showed an ecstatic expression, prostrating on the ground, crying out loudly. Amid the increasingly frenzied shouts, many Moku people vaguely saw the source of the light extending their hand towards them. A gentle breeze brushed their bodies, and immediately a blissful elation surged throughout their being. This surely was the god blessing them. Countless Moku people thought so, and amid their joy and peace, their souls were extracted one by one, turning into specks of starlight, merging into the light. The souls of merely 100,000 believers weren't much, but they were enough to serve as a medium, transforming a certain amount of divine power. A clear voice echoed throughout the entire plane. Soon after, the souls of 100,000 believers transformed into a brilliant starlight that sprinkled over the entire divine realm. All the withered vegetation and barren land recovered at a visibly rapid pace. Buds sprouted from the soil, swiftly growing into towering trees, and an unceasing breath of life began to permeate every inch of the divine realm. Whether it was ordinary wildflowers or disordered shrubberies, everything thrived wildly under the tremendous force of life. In just a few moments, the entire plain was already teeming with vibrant life. This, of course, was just the surface appearance. Everything was a manifestation derived from divine power. Nonetheless, it profoundly alarmed the higher undead lingering in the foreign land. This domain was indeed the divine realm of the moon god, and Ella, who had successfully fused with the divine nature after months of effort, only needed an instant to regain control of it. As her consciousness gradually expanded and integrated with the entire domain, Ella also perceived that the magic power and matter of the entire foreign realm were rapidly depleting. Since the day Diana opened the space-time gate between the two domains, up to today, nearly half of the divine realm's magic power and matter had dissipated, becoming unstable. Because of this, the Lord of the Undead did not take interest in this world destined to fall apart, thinking only of capturing and dissecting it to replenish the matter and energy of this domain into other realms. However, Ella did not disdain this, for this was her only chance to set foot in the divine realm and turn the adverse situation around. Even if she could only obtain a faint divine power, it was still divine power. The phenomena caused by the Ascension ritual soon attracted the attention of the Lord of the Undead, and the pale chaos descended. Upon the divine light-illuminated sky vaulting, a shade of gray mist circulated. On a higher dimensional plane, a ferocious head stretched out from the void. Yet Ella was undaunted. The connection between the main world and the eternal star was severed. Even the gods could only perceive information through circulation within the divine realm, until the flow of time on both sides completely balanced, allowing for mutual communication. If it were the true body of the Lord of the Undead descending, then Ella, who had just completed her ascension, would have had no chance of winning. But to think that the mere remnants of power could behave recklessly within her own divine realm was wishful thinking. A silver crescent moon slowly surfaced, bright and cold, carrying a hint of sacred breath. Star fire. In an instant, it burned the approaching head to ashes. The gray mist surged wildly, clearly enraged, and in an instant morphed into the phantom of the Lord of the Undead. Ella paid it no heed, controlling the star fire to surge upward, then focused all her energy on sealing those few space-time nodes, preparing to cut off the connection between the two worlds to buy herself some time. Once she had full control of the domain and dealt with those wizards Lord of the Undead, she would decide the ultimate battle within this divine realm. Minutes earlier, within the Eternal Star, under the consecutive battles of the two deities, the land was scarred, rivers dried up, forests were destroyed, and magnificent mountains turned into bottomless abysses under the erosion of the breath of destruction, with terrifying cracks covering the land. If it were not for Lin deliberately guiding his opponent away from the nearby capital, this primary city of the council would have perished long ago. While clashing, Lin was also swiftly familiarizing himself with the capabilities brought by the new realm. The power of the Star God was undoubtedly strong, as its name he had chosen implied, capable of controlling all the elements within an entire galaxy and even reaching into the microcosmic and higher dimensional domains. Even so, extinguishing a star was not an easy task. After all, a single planet was just too large, with its mass amounting to trillions of tons. Even if nuclear weapons were used, even a billion-ton hydrogen bomb explosion would only slightly shake the continental shelf. Of course, if one specifically wanted to exterminate all life on a continent or dismember a planet, there were ways to achieve it. Above sky vaulting, the gray chaos continued to spread, a rich rotten scent engulfing the entire sky, and a massive and terrifying shadow surrounded the area where Lin was situated. Vengeful sirens, twisted corpse witches, and massive skeletal dragons, they were all elites within the Undead Legion, manifested under the blessing of divine power, almost each possessing the might of a ninth ring legend, their forms in between matter and energy immensely troublesome. In a sense, every undead emerging within the chaos was a part of the Lord of the Undead, and the true body of the Lord of the Undead had never appeared. Obviously, the previous antimatter sword had made the opponent cautious. Lin's form flickered continuously, whether it was the skeletal dragon's breath or the corpse witch's magic, all passed directly through his body. It was like a group of ground troops without long-range attack capabilities surrounding a griffin, while the latter could choose to fly away to evade at any moment. Except that the spreading chaos was covering all the points in four-dimensional space he could step into, the space he could dodge was becoming increasingly smaller. Can this method still be used to locate? Lin thought to himself. Although he was surrounded, His expression showed no fear at all. On the contrary, this situation was actively created by him. After all, it was not just him who was surrounded. The outermost divine realm surrounded the chaos mist within it, and the chaos mist in turn besieged him inside, creating an inside, outside, inside structure. Lin raised his hand and swung several space-time blades, slicing several approaching skeletal dragons into pieces. While struggling with the Lord of the Undead and becoming familiar with the power, Lin was not doing nothing. At the very periphery of the domain, he had constructed an array of elements into a motor. Indeed, a motor covering the entire continent. Chapter 678, 560. The True Antimatter Annihilation Canon. Chapter 678. Chapter 560. The True Antimatter Annihilation Canon was a magnetic field. Put in layman's terms, it is the field that transmits the magnetic force between physical objects. And this so-called field is one of the important evidences of the influence of high-dimensional space on low-dimensional space-time. A planet itself is a huge magnet. Its magnetic field isn't considered strong overall, but its reach is immensely vast. Under Lin's meticulous arrangement, the outermost layer of the divine domain was lined with rings of metal elements, performing the simplest magnetic induction line-cutting work. From magnetism to electricity, then from electricity back to magnetism, they continuously merged and transformed. The intensity became exaggerated after several amplifications, even distorting a part of the eternal star's own magnetic field to a certain extent. All creatures within the eternal star became irritable, as if by agreement, especially those relying on the magnetic field for location. They ran about wildly like headless flies, and the giant compass placed in the capital spun ceaselessly. A terrifying electromagnetic field encircling the entire continent had quietly formed. The master of necromancy naturally sensed such changes, but it was obviously too late to stop them. It would be better to concentrate all the power to kill Lin, who was forced into a corner directly. No matter how powerful the magic, if it loses control, it cannot constitute any threat. And Lin's incarnation was not just a simple projection. It was also where the divine essence and the main soul resided. Only by putting himself in danger and using it as bait could he concentrate the master of necromancy's attention on him. A plethora of undead phantasms emerged from the gray-white fog as huge skulls hung down from the chaos, their open mouths gathering the powerful death divine power. At the same moment, Lin stretched out his hand, facing the incoming sea of undead, and shouted loudly. A strong beam of light shot into the sky, like a lightning rod, completely tearing apart the pale chaos. Accompanied by a dazzling thunderbolt, the blinding white light occupied the entirety of the vision, and a violent thunder resounded through heaven and earth. It was like the lightning that flashed at the beginning of the world, or the brilliance sparkling at the core of a star. The elements in the void were all ionized in an instant, and the howling harpies, the rotting liches, and the fierce-boned dragons were all swallowed up by the terrifying thunder created by the planet's magnetic field and the continent's electricity. The roar of the undead ceased abruptly, replaced by a series of crackling sounds of plasma leaping. The skulls extending from the chaos burst instantly. Lin was naturally within the range of the attack, but these thunders all carried his magic power. So while this incarnation was blasted to pieces, his consciousness had already merged into the thunder in the sky. After completing the ritual of godhood, Lin's greatest gain was the ability to control the electromagnetic force. As one of the core forces of a universe, a unifying ultimate force among the three fundamental forces, its might goes without saying and can almost be considered the fundamental force constituting everything. Although this control was limited, it was already enough. The whole world became incredibly clear in his eyes. Lin could clearly see the spreading electron probability clouds, quickly occupying the higher dimensional space within the entire region, and he also saw the master of necromancy's body made of entangled, twisted souls. Previously, Lin did not know how to locate high-dimensional coordinates, but the master of necromancy undoubtedly made for a good teacher. The opponent corroded the dimensional space he was in with death divine power, and now Lin returned it in the exact same way. Like a sharp-eyed fisherman, he sporadically tightened the net cast all around, gradually driving the agile fish to a predetermined location. Behind him, gears emerged one after another, but what they connected was not chains made of graphene, but invisible electromagnetic lines. These threads interwove with each other, and from 4 dimensions, they firmly bound the master of necromancy's massive divine body. The countless grotesque heads began to merge together gradually. It was clear that the master of necromancy had only one head from beginning to end. The rest was just projections in different dimensions, like mirrors with full reflection placed around the body, so everything presented before him was a false projection. Therefore, even if the antimatter sword cut them all down just now, it did no harm to the source. The master of necromancy, tightly bound by the electromagnetic force, let out an angry roar mixed with a hint of fear. The terrifying death divine power poured out from his body, corroding the threads of magic power that firmly bound him. However, the electric machinery covering the entire continent was used to maintain the electromagnetic field, and this energy was significant even for a god. The two continuously merged and counteracted each other. Crack! A muffled click reached Lin's ears. A crack had formed on the gear connected to the electromagnetic line behind him. Not only that, but the crack was also expanding nonstop. Lin's expression changed slightly. He had not expected that even tens of billions of tons of high pressure would not be sufficient to completely suppress the opponent. Fortunately, as the master of necromancy's body was bound, the high-dimensional coordinates, which had been changing ceaselessly, finally froze in place. The fish had fallen into the net, and Lin's spear was ready. An incredibly intense light gathered in the palm of Lin's hand, and then directly blasted towards the bound master of death. The latter, sensing the danger at that moment, had already made its most vigorous counterattack, with nearly 70% of its death divine power being mobilized. Necromancy, breath of destruction, emerged once again. Attack is always the best defense. The swiftly advancing breath of destruction held an absolute advantage, almost crushingly obliterating the layers of light. However, this beam of light served merely as a conduit, allowing antimatter to pass through, a dividing membrane to prevent the internal antimatter from prematurely contacting the normal matter in the void. Approximately 1/100th of a second later, it pierced through the light beam and collided with the breath of destruction. Thanks to the continental electric motor that Lin had created, this space was filled with a vast amount of electrons. The annihilation of matter and antimatter began once the antimatter burst out of the light column and came into contact with these electrons. The spread of the antimatter cannon was somewhat slower than light, but its power was thousands of times greater. It was a destructive force stronger than death divine power, the truth of matter and energy mutually converting. The ash-gray breath of destruction was soon crushed in reverse, and the antimatter cannon, seemingly capable of shattering space-time, quickly bombarded the enormous body of the Master of Death. The sky above the continent erupted with a radiance tens of thousands of times more dazzling than the sun. The terrifying electric current began to dissipate in all directions along the path of the antimatter cannon, and at that moment, a strong quantum tide appeared in the nearby space. The vacuum was shattered, and the orbit of the entire planet shifted slightly by tens of meters. All meaning was lost under such a terrifying energy explosion. The divine body of the Master of Death rapidly disintegrated. The being known as the Master of Death felt the sensation of death approaching for the first time. Unforgivable native, I curse your faith and existence to be no more. Accompanied by curses, the Master of Death already had the intention to flee, because the electromagnetic lines that bound him had also been annihilated in the antimatter cannon's assault, and he was free again. Although his divine body would be completely destroyed by the annihilation energy in another 0.3 of a second, Such time was already enough for a god to do something, such as transferring out godhood. However, in the next moment, the Master of Death was horrified to discover that he had completely lost contact with the space-time rift. Which bastard had done it? Which bastard had secretly closed the space-time rift he had opened? The Master of Death became increasingly frantic, but before he could curse out loud, his enormous divine body completely collapsed, and a peculiar polygonal crystal, unprotected, floated in the void. Compared to the moon godhood that Lin had once seen, it was much larger, filled with chaos inside. Previously unbreakable under a close-range nuclear blast, the godhood exploded under the onslaught of the antimatter cannon. Godhood is undoubtedly the source of power for a deity, as well as the most important thing. The shattering of godhood often signifies the fall of a god, and the residual antimatter cannon shot directly towards a distance, rushing into the closing space-time rift. The terrifying explosion persisted for several hours before gradually subsiding. When the aftermath had completely dissipated, Lin re-emerged, his face bearing traces of lingering fear. He had been too close just now, narrowly avoiding being blown up with it, and a massive crater now marked his realm. Even the planet's ozone layer was affected. Lin looked up at the sky as a large amount of cosmic radiation poured in through the torn hole. Next time, he would definitely have to lead the battlefield elsewhere. Fighting in his own world was not an option. The destruction was too severe. Lin couldn't help but sigh. The entire area he was in, a 10-kilometer radius, had completely vanished. It was not a scene covered with scorched earth like after such nuclear explosions, but had utterly evaporated into energy, and the damage extended even further. However, what he was more concerned about now was the fate of the Master of Death. The soul language the other party uttered at the end echoed in Lin's mind, causing him great concern. So, for a time, he was also uncertain whether the other party had really died under his antimatter cannon. There was no longer any trace of the Master of Death's presence in this world. Lin pondered, suddenly sensing that something extra seemed to have appeared in his realm. After investigating, joy spread across Lin's face. He had actually acquired the Master of Death's Death Law. Chapter 679, 561. The Law is the Rule of a Different Universe. Chapter 679, Chapter 561. The Law is the Rule of a Different Universe. Lin raised his hand. A pale chaos converged within his palm, erasing everything it touched, seemingly capable of even erasing souls. It seemed that his shot of the antimatter cannon truly obliterated the Lord of Death. Even the divinity was shattered, hence his divine office remained and merged into his own divine realm. After some experiments, Lin guessed that this so-called law must be a principle, just like the speed of light, gravitational constant, and matter-antimatter annihilation, as one of the fundamental frameworks of a plane. But it is a law from another universe. Moreover, the power he obtained was merely like a seed, eroding matter and energy very slowly, and can only be used within his own divine realm. Clearly, the fundamental laws of the two universes are not completely the same. Lin suspected that the Lord of Death, upon arriving in this world, could only wield a fraction of his power. This was one of the main reasons why he had been able to defeat him. If it were the other way around, if he entered the Lord of Death's divine realm, then he would likely have no chance of winning. After roughly experimenting with the transformation of Death divine power, Lin started dealing with the battlefield, especially the broken ozone layer in the sky, which was better handled immediately. Otherwise, those dangerous cosmic rays would easily pass through the atmosphere, continuously worsening the ecological environment of Eternal Star. Such a task of repairing the sky is not too difficult for Lin now. The ozone encircling the planet is composed of 3 oxygen atoms, which is one of the most basic chemical equations. The only difficulty is that the scope of the ozone layer damage is not small. Moreover, after the grand battle with the Lord of Death, his energy was significantly drained. Lin was busy for almost half an hour before he finally completed the significant task of repair. Meanwhile, Herav and others on the other side were anxiously waiting for the outcome of the battle. Due to the terrifying aftermath of the battle between the two deities, even from over 50 kilometers away, the terrible power could be felt, and thus no one dared to approach. Even the counselors, legendary wizards themselves, dared not watch the battle, fearing that they might become liabilities and affect Lin's performance. Civilians within the capital were shivering in their homes, the extraordinary sight beyond their understanding. Variations in the planet's magnetic field made all creatures restless and aggressive, as if the whole world could break apart at any moment. Herav said with a sigh. Initially, when he had broken through to become a legend, he thought that was the limit a life could reach and even harbored a bit of arrogance, believing that all below legend were just ants, no matter their number. However, now he realized that in front of a deity, so-called legends were but ants. Standing on the city wall, using long-range magic to peer at the post-battle scene, Herav and others felt the same way. Every strike between Lin and the Lord of Death had destruction that far surpassed the strongest magic they wielded. Even a nuclear explosion paled in comparison. The battle must be over now, right? I wonder who won, Aurora said, worried, seeing no more ripples of battle energy coming their way for a good few minutes. Vittorio said more optimistically. The reason was simple. If the Lord of Death had won, his next probable step would be to come and annihilate them. Since they were still alive and unharmed, that must be the best news. Herav nodded. The worried expression on his face eased a lot, but he was not completely relieved. Because by the same logic, if Lin had been victorious, given his speed, he could have reached them in an instant. Aurora suggested hesitantly, as this concerned the fate of the whole world, and she could not rest until it was confirmed. Herav objected to this because, with their power, they simply could not influence the outcome of the battle. Waiting here was the proper course of action. While they were disputing this, a strong oppressive force suddenly emerged, followed by a gray-white beam of light descending from the sky. All present became tense instantly, because this divine realm spreading death was the symbol of the Lord of Death. But, contrary to their expectations, the figure who emerged was one they knew well. Herav exclaimed in surprise, not suspecting any trick by the Lord of Death, who could easily crush them outright. Vittorio laughed and approached, clapping Lin on the shoulder. I knew you would surely win this battle of the gods. The feel is the same as before. Vittorio was somewhat surprised. He had thought that after Lin's promotion, like Altok and the Lord of Death, he would become an indescribable mass. Lin imperceptibly moved Vittorio's hand away. Just as the other thought, he had completed the transformation from a lower dimensional to a higher dimensional form. To say he was human, or even a living being, was now impossible. However, the avatar he descended in was still made of elements. As long as he wished, he could do everything a normal creature could do. Staying in this body helped him maintain emotional stability. Less lack of hormones made him even more indifferent. Aurora raised this most crucial question. In fact, they were more curious about how the battle went and how Lin managed to defeat the Lord of Death. Lin did not intend to conceal anything and promptly gave a rough account of the battle. Using the entire eternal star as a magnet and the continent below as an electromotor, that really is a crazy idea. After hearing Lin's narration, Herav was momentarily speechless. Vittorio and Aurora were also shocked by Lin's approach, actually thinking to use the magnetic field of the planet as a weapon. No wonder there was such a powerful energy eruption. They were equally interested in the antimatter Lin spoke of, that matter and antimatter annihilation could convert and release energy with 100% efficiency. An exaggeration of expression was the only explanation. However, acquiring this stuff was not easy. It required high-speed particle colliders, and the yield was very scarce. Only by stepping into the divine realm could one mimic antimatter with divine power. Lin said with a smile. Herav and the others felt relieved. The divine body, divinity, and godhood should all be extremely important to a god. It could be said, aside from the divine domain, Lin had destroyed everything about the Lord of Death, leaving no chance for survival. It seems there is no need for the God of life and creation to intervene. We can resolve this issue on our own strength. Aurora's face also showed a faint smile. The crow that had flown over from the other side of the space-time gate, calling everyone native, had boasted about the Lord of Death so much that it had indeed scared them stiff. Lin shook his head. The Lord of Death was not so weak, but having left the divine realm and descended into this grand universe, that he could exert a third of his power was already quite good. As the crow had said, leaving the divine realm was extremely dangerous for a god. There was a serious expression on Lin's face as he looked up. The space-time rift there had unknowingly closed. Not just that, all the numerous space-time gates across the entire continent had also been shut. Was this a different situation than what the Star Messenger had said? Or was the way they helped them against the Lord of Death simply by shutting the space-time gates? If not for his own discovery of how to breach the divine realm, even facing a Lord of Death that had lost his power supply, there would be no chance of victory. This scenario seemed more like the other party had intended to trap the Lord of Death in this world, while concurrently attempting to do something else. A vague unease arose in Lin's heart, and then, as if suddenly realizing something, he looked towards a particular place, his brows immediately furrowing as he spoke. As his words fell, Lin stepped forward, and his entire figure disappeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing Lin in such a hurried manner, Hera was very surprised. Now that they had defeated the Lord of Death and the space-time gates had already been shut, what could be of such urgent concern? Let's send out this good news first, Aurora suggested, noting that the scale of impact from this battle had been indeed very widespread and must have affected the entire kingdom. Besides that, there was still a lot of follow-up work to be addressed. On the other side, as soon as Lin stepped out, he arrived at the palace in the capital, directly crossing the courtyard. He entered the room. At first glance, Lin looked towards the cage on the table. The entire cage was intact, but the crow that had been inside was nowhere to be seen. Mutuo also came running at first chance, circling around Lin ceaselessly in a pitiful manner. Still not having learned the common language, it could only continuously gesture with its two front claws, making a flying motion. Then it drew a large circle in front of itself and suddenly collapsed, expressing with this method that the failure to keep watch was not due to his negligence, but that the crow had blown itself up. Chapter 680, 562, Mathematics, Olympiad, and the God of Knowledge. Chapter 680, Chapter 562, Mathematics, Olympiad, and the God of Knowledge. I didn't mean to blame you, Mucho. Lin gently patted Mutuo's head, soothing the somewhat aggrieved giant beast of awe-inspiring colors, then suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed towards the direction of the cage. An invisible wave of magic power rapidly spread in all directions, and following that, the elements in the air began to surge and started spontaneously rearranging and reconstructing themselves. On the ground, the chairs toppled by the self-destructive shockwave righted themselves, and the pages that had fallen to the floor returned to their original places. Then a wave of air surged through the room. Mutuo's bell-sized eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the scene unfold before him. This was the very shockwave caused by the self-destruction of the Black Crow, but it was now being restored as if time had been reversed. Of course, this was not an actual reversal of time. Such a feat was beyond Lin's capabilities. It was merely a reenactment of events that had occurred within the God realm. After all the elements of the continent were a part of him. You might say everything took place within him, so reenacting something that happened an hour ago was not difficult. Lin suddenly spoke, and the entire scene froze as if the pause button had been pressed. Inside the cage, a crow had solidified, maintaining a posture of spreading its wings to take flight, with dazzling starlight bursting forth from within it. This kind of starlight felt extremely familiar to Lin, and he couldn't help but think of an old acquaintance, the one who had once reigned over this continent, posing a great threat to them, the Eternal Star. Since fleeing to a foreign land, the Eternal Star had suddenly disappeared, and with the matters regarding the Lord of the Undead taking precedence, the issue had been put on hold. Even though he had already confirmed with that lich that the god of life and creation was a real deity, Lin couldn't help but doubt whether this star messenger truly was a servant sent by the so-called god of life and creation. Contemplating, Lin waved his hand to let the frozen time continue to reverse. The black crow gradually tightened its spread wings, let out a clear caw, and then hung its head and closed its eyes, motionless. Lin hadn't delved much into the study of the language of beasts and couldn't decipher the crow's intent from this single sound. And the crow reconstituted in the cage was merely an aggregation of magic power, devoid of a soul. The starlight was imitation, incapable of reproducing its essence, let alone asking questions. Never mind. Lin snapped his fingers, and the black crow instantly reverted to its most basic elements. Since he couldn't ascertain the truth, he decided not to expend too much of his mental energy on this issue for the moment. Whether it was the machinations of the god of life and creation or the covert machinations of the eternal star, as long as his strength was sufficient, he needn't worry too much. Lin pondered and stretched out his hand, and a peculiar crystal materialized in his palm, quickly capturing Mutuo's attention. It seemed like the most exquisite creation in the world, constantly changing shapes in the void. Each crystalline face shimmered with a pale golden glow, and something flickered within, like runes or a special code. Mutuo, gaping in wonder for a while, began to feel dizzy and overwhelmed as a myriad of complex formulas instantly flooded into his mind. Theorem of Maxwell, Fourier transform, Euler's formula, Peano's axioms. Mutuo let out a pained howl and pop, rolled under the table, refusing to come out. To him, learning was a terrifying thing, far more daunting than basking in the sun, eating, digesting, and sleeping. Lin looked at Mutuo helplessly through the table. He had tried various methods before, but none had made the creature study properly. It was clearly a waste of talent, so he resorted to this forceful method of imparting knowledge. With strength but no knowledge, being able to exert only 30 to 40% of one's power was considered good. The clergymen of the church underestimated the downside of their lack of culture, which allowed them to be easily defeated. The strange crystal in front of him was naturally the quantum-hardened intellect that had entangled with his soul in an exotic manner since his transmigration. Why this happened, miracle, conspiracy, or benevolence, Lin did not know, nor did he have the slightest clue. However, judging from the facts, the former seemed more likely. After all, his abilities were not particularly outstanding within the entirety of the Federation, and the Federation's level of technology couldn't manage to quantum-hardened intellect into his soul and fling him the many light years to the eternal star. Obviously, that would have been meaningless. Therefore, Lin never spent too much mental energy on this matter. His only concern was that the intellect was ultimately a creation of the Federation, bound by Earth's laws. If he hadn't reached another planet, the intellect's electromagnetic signals would not be able to transmit, and he managed to control the situation by convincing it with the fallacious argument that aliens have no rights. Otherwise, he would likely have to consider whether his actions were in compliance with federal laws every time. So after breaking through into the God realm and acquiring the ability to interfere with the microscopic, the first thing Lin did was to take this thing out. Utilizing the deep soul connection, he modified the low-level code of the brain and turned it into his own divine nature. He also acquired a law according to the rules of another realm. Lin named it the Arcane Law. For example, during his fight with the Lord of the Dead, the gears that manifested were a physical representation of the law, using a rule of exponential multiplication. As for the other corresponding uses, he's still exploring them. Regarding this divine position, Lin was quite satisfied because the scope of mathematics is extremely broad. Theoretically, everything can be represented in a mathematical form. It could be said that this is the ultimate tool for explaining and applying the universal laws. In the following days, even though the war in the other realm had subsided, the wizards of the Magic Kingdom did not rest. After all, the scope of the godly war was too vast. Many mountains have been flattened, lakes have been dried up, and several railways have been disrupted. Even Lin couldn't use divine arts to restore them, as the damaged area extended for hundreds of kilometers, creating several pits deeper than 200 meters. The energy needed to fill them was unimaginable, so all they could do was roughly construct a stone bridge and leave the rest of the work to the other wizards. The hundreds of thousands of royal troops gathered in the northern border had also mostly withdrawn. More than 30,000 had died in this war, with the vast majority of casualties occurring after Hera, Aurora, and Vittorio evacuated. Suddenly, more than 5 legendary creatures and a multitude of elite undead surged out from the space-time gate. Anthony alone, with the addition of 15 sun flame cannons, simply couldn't eliminate them quickly, so they were forced into a perilous close-quarters battle. Thankfully, with the closing of the space-time gate and Lin's slaying of the Lord of the Dead, the legendary undead suddenly weakened, and in the end, were all destroyed by a few shots of the sun flame cannon. Another who performed great deeds was Lydia, who piloted a fighter jet to single-handedly draw away a legendary-level skeletal dragon and delayed it until the end of the war. With the support of the rest of the council, she successfully captured a legendary-level undead. On the 3rd day after the war, a new round of Wizard Council meetings was convened within the capital. Lin undoubtedly came at the last minute, but immediately he caught the attention of all the council members. After all, they all knew that this star of magic had stepped beyond the legendary tier and reached a completely new realm, that of a true god. With this in mind, Raphael and the others couldn't help feeling somewhat uneasy, but Lin didn't show any change in attitude due to his ascension in life level. Apart from taking Hera's place at the head seat, everything was as usual. There's no need to be so formal. I think you must have many questions you want answered. You can ask them now, Lin said, looking around and getting straight to the point. The people present exchanged glances, and a brave male wizard was the first to speak. You can think of it as a higher dimensional being, Lin replied succinctly. Raphael pondered for a moment. This concept had been mentioned before when introducing quantum theory. Correct. The space we inhabit doesn't only consist of the 3 dimensions of length, width, and height. There are also higher dimensions, and everything we see in terms of matter and energy is just a projection from a higher dimension, Lin explained. Then how should we address you now? A senior wizard hesitated before speaking. Hearing this question, Lin paused for a moment, as she hadn't really thought about this issue before. Based on her divine position, she could possibly be called the god of mathematics, the god of the arcane, or even the god of knowledge. Lin ultimately shook her head and said casually, "A god is just a title after all." Even when she was still merely a legendary figure, the Empress of the Empire had been referred to as a god by the Empire's citizens. Aurora asked earnestly, as both the Empress and the Lord of the Dead had large numbers of followers. No, that's not necessary. Lin shook her head. This was his biggest difference from the Empress and the Lord of the Dead. The relationship between a god and their believers was one of dominance and slavery, where the former completely controlled the latter. However, Lin didn't like that, as it might create dissatisfaction and rebellion, and it could easily stifle the creativity of the believers as well as lack inclusivity. So gods often didn't get along due to the struggle for the source of power that is faith. Lin's network system was clearly much more gentle, adopting the principles of exchange, cooperation, and mutual benefit. Therefore, he didn't need to worry about whether the faith was pure or face the worries of faith collapsing. Chapter 681, 563, Moon Landing Plan. Chapter 681, Chapter 563, Moon Landing Plan. Given the wizard's keen interest in this new realm, Lin detailed some characteristics of the gods and non-confidential intelligence. The entire wizard promotion system had also become very apparent now. Official wizard, initially mastering magic power, capable of controlling some elements to induce simple chemical reactions. Grand wizard, controlling force fields, possessing domains, capable of controlling most elements, and completing complex chemical reactions. Legendary wizard, achieving the transformation from carbon-based life to energy life, capable of controlling, disassembling, and mimicking all elements, and further expanding their own domain to the extreme that it could cover an entire city. Clearly, all of this was a preparation for condensing divinity, entering the divine realm, and for becoming a deity. Quantum, dimensions, laws. Herav murmured the three key aspects of becoming a deity mentioned in Lin's speech, his eyes flashing with fervent light. Since their breakthrough to the legendary realm, they had lost their direction for a while, and what steps to take next and how to continue their advancements had undoubtedly become their most pressing issue. Now, Lin's description of the divine realm undoubtedly became the best reference. The other wizards were discussing animatedly, but they were far from exploring the divine domain, so the topic most discussed was quantum theory. Since Lin had already succeeded in his breakthrough, it meant that this star of magic's quantum theory was absolutely correct. It seemed that the foundation of magic needed to be dismantled and rebuilt. Even if they were reluctant to believe, Jeffrey, Alade, Sanchez, and a few others had to admit that the truth might indeed throw dice, after all the facts were right before their eyes. By the way, how is that dragon you caught? Lin suddenly remembered the skeletal giant dragon captured by the council, which was one of the biggest gains of this war. Being a minion of the Lord of the Necromancers and a legendary high-class undead, the opponent should know quite a bit. That bone dragon has been very honest, basically answering whatever we ask, Vittorio answered with a shrug. Perhaps realizing that its master, the Lord of the Necromancers, had perished, the dragon of cold winter, Wallach, became unexpectedly submissive. It surrendered before we could even employ any interrogation methods, showing no intention of resistance, and even expressing its willingness to abandon the darkness and convert to their deity. Aurora asked with slight concern. Logically, the opponent should have been a devout believer of the Lord of the Necromancers, and yet it was so cooperative and so easily surrendered, even willing to convert? That is unlikely, Vittorio asserted confidently. The dragon of cold winter, Wallach, had divulged many things, such as how the Lord of the Necromancer's method of creating believers was very direct. By killing creatures and converting their bodies, rituals held within their souls left marks, using these deep connections to control the believers. Aurora said, surprised. Not entirely, as lower-class undead lack the ability to resist its control, but many high-class undead voluntarily transformed into undead, all for gaining greater power, Vittorio explained. Upon hearing this, the wizards present couldn't help but be astonished. To pursue greater power by actively giving up life and becoming an undead, that could only be described as madness. However, Herav and others could understand. Strictly speaking, they were no longer human themselves. Their bodies were merely mimicking elements. On the surface, they appeared no different from other carbon-based creatures, but internally, their life levels had already transformed. Whether it's true or not, I will confirm it again by finding it, Lin said succinctly. Having lost the protection of a god, with his own abilities, searching the memories of a legendary being wasn't too difficult. Besides that, did that bone dragon say anything else? Lin asked again, as this was what concerned him the most. Basically the same as what the Star Messenger said. The various gods of the main world together probably exceed 100, Vittorio said with a grave expression. The Lord of the Necromancers wasn't very strong among these gods, being a deity with modest divine power. After leaving the divine realm and descending into this world, he could probably only exert a weak level of divine power. Above him, there were powers with strong divine power, great divine power, and even chief gods capable of establishing a pantheon. Lin also furrowed his brow. Unlike moon goddess Diana, who had actively severed ties with the main world and then mysteriously died on this side, the divine realm of the Lord of the Necromancers was still in the main world. After its death, the realm would inevitably be divided and fought over, and it was possible that new gods might take notice of this universe. Hera reminded, the Overlord of the Dead's fall should have displayed some of their power, deterring the gods of the main world from rash actions, and they might choose to ally with some gods to pit one against another. How about that Star Messenger? You killed the Overlord of the Dead, which must have surprised him, Herav asked with a smile. Since the god of life and creation had sent a messenger, it might be worth trying to recruit him. That crow has died, or to be precise, it's self-destructed. Lin shook his head, interrupting Herav's fantasy, and briefly recounted what he had seen using divine arts to backtrack time. Herav and the others were astonished, and soon they also realized that something was off. It seems this matter should be related to Aleid, Vittorio said confidently. After all, she was undoubtedly the greatest benefactor from this battle. Previously, the entire foreign realm had been under the Overlord of the Dead's control, which posed a massive threat to Aleid who had fled there. And the only one who knew all the locations of the space-time gates was her. Vittorio even suspected that the Overlord of the Dead was deliberately brought over by her, to take revenge on the Council for expelling her from this world. Lin nodded, agreeing with Vittorio's speculation, which was exactly what he had thought. Aurora asked thoughtfully, clearly annoyed and frustrated at being manipulated by Aleid. If it were possible to locate the foreign realm and exact some revenge, like dumping the Council's remaining nuclear arsenal there, letting Aleid taste the wrath of a nuclear baptism would be satisfying. Regarding the establishment of space-time gates, I already have some ideas. It should be related to quantum entanglement, but more experiments are still needed, Lin explained. If his split soul was still here, perhaps he could use that spiritual connection to find the coordinates of the foreign realm. But now, that was impossible. Herav said helplessly, since they couldn't locate the foreign realm, dealing with Aleid would have to be postponed. Although the entire continent had become a divine realm, it was far too vast, and his spiritual power was limited, unable to cover everything. Unless something significant occurred, or someone called his name, he could only then sense it and project his consciousness there. There have indeed been quite a few remnants of the church trying to take advantage of the situation, but they apparently didn't expect us to resolve the invasion of the foreign realm undead so quickly. So they have already been dealt with, Raphael said with a smile, then paused, his expression growing serious before he spoke again. Lin certainly remembered that. Raphael and others had captured a prisoner through the space-time gate from the foreign realm earlier, and the spiritual wizards extracted quite a bit of intelligence from his mind. Since the war on the foreign realm was over, and considering that he was just a civilian with no magical abilities and couldn't cause much trouble, the council was contemplating releasing him after brainwashing him. The wizard guarding him reported that this halfling prisoner has been engaging in regular prayers over the past few days, Raphael said hesitantly. Isn't he just a follower of the moon goddess Diana? Aleid said indifferently. The moon? The wizards present were stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what Raphael meant. According to some wizards studying astronomy, the brightness of the moon has altered significantly these past days, and it also triggered a powerful magic tide, which usually only happens during a moon festival, and this situation is still intensifying, Raphael explained. Lin raised an eyebrow. These days he had been busy studying arcane laws and hadn't paid attention to changes in the moon's brightness, and regarding the magic tide, he had felt it, but thought it was a consequence of his antimatter cannon altering the orbit of the eternal star. Herav immediately stood up from his seat. He hadn't forgotten that among the church's names for Aleid, one was Moon God. When they had attacked Holy City, an unusual spectacle of the sun and moon together in the sky even appeared. Lin said thoughtfully and decided immediately. Chapter 682. 564 This is not the moon, it's a dead god. Chapter 682. Chapter 564 This is not the moon, it's a dead god. Vittorio looked at Lin in surprise. Herav, Aurora, and Anthony were also quite interested in Lin's moon landing plan. At their current level of existence, they no longer needed oxygen to sustain their bodily functions. They could survive even in the vacuum of space. However, until now, Herav and the others had never truly left the eternal star under their feet, so they were somewhat intrigued. Lin nodded. Although the moon was much smaller compared to the eternal star, estimated by some astronomy wizards to be about 1/50th the size, it was still immensely vast for living beings, with a mass of several hundred quintillion tons, which significantly impacted the eternal star's tides, atmosphere, rotation, and ecology. If this satellite were controlled by enemies, it would be like having a sword of Damocles hanging overhead, constantly posing a threat. However, how to travel to the moon was a matter that required careful planning. The departure time and route needed to be coordinated with the eternal star's rotation, the moon's orbit, and their flight speed. After all, the straight-line distance between the two celestial bodies was over 400,000 kilometers. Even if they flew continuously at twice the speed of sound, it would take 200 hours or about 8.5 days. If they deviated from the course midway, it was uncertain how much longer it might take. Lin's speed was several times faster than that of Herav and the others. Alone, he could reach it within a day. However, Lin did not dampen everyone's enthusiasm, and after some discussions, it was quickly decided to set the departure time for the following night. After addressing the most urgent matters, the focus of the next meeting was on the future development and construction issues of the kingdom. After years of major construction, the Magic Kingdom was beginning to take shape. In each major city, the council had built train stations, magic power bases, and civilian academies among other infrastructure facilities. The next step was to continue expanding into the towns, with the overall process expected to take 10 years to complete the kingdom's initial magic transformation. This major project would also serve to alleviate poverty and promote economic development through trade. With labor provided by the civilians and wages distributed by the council, various magic workshops could smoothly sell the manufactured goods, thus creating a positive cycle. As long as there was sufficient food and materials, the kingdom could develop at an extremely rapid pace. However, Lin still felt that the anticipated 10 years was too long. He planned to develop some constructive divine arts and personally assist in some major construction projects to further shorten the time frame. Several hours later, the Wizards' Council meeting came to a close. Almost every council member was assigned a task. It was a time of rapid development for the kingdom, and there was a shortage of manpower everywhere. Even high-ranking council members couldn't stay idle. In fact, no one dared to remain idle, because the changes in the kingdom and the council in recent years have been too significant. A moment's inattention could leave one far behind the times. The number of high wizards within the kingdom had now exceeded 200. The threshold for becoming a formal council member was also being raised gradually. In the past, even a third-ring wizard could get nominated by making significant contributions, but now one had to be a high wizard at a minimum. Thus, those members who had not yet made the breakthrough, or who had failed to break through, were deeply concerned, fearing they might be excluded. Tick was one of them, since he had been selected to join the foreign exploration team. His promotion to High Wizard had been temporarily delayed. It was only a couple of days ago, when he submitted his application, he found out that just this year, there were 500 third-ring wizards ready to use the Magic Network's computing power to make the breakthrough. Even scheduling one per day, it would take a year and a half to get to him. Many sixth-ring high wizards had also submitted applications to become legendary wizards, as they all knew that the number of speakers in the council could not increase indefinitely. Otherwise, it would violate the original purpose of establishing this position. Perhaps, in the future, the position might require 8th or even 9th-ring wizards. All these applications have been gathered by Lin. The number was unexpectedly high. Other than letting them wait in line and using exams to eliminate some who did not meet the promotion standards, there was no other good solution. The Magic Network's computing power seemed ample, but it had to supply tens of thousands of wizards for spell casting, utilize a large amount of computing power for promotions, and still reserve some to deal with potential threats. By comparison, Herav and others had it much easier now that everything was arranged. The only thing left was to prepare for tomorrow's moon venture. The least experienced, Anthony, stayed behind to oversee the overall situation to prevent the council from being leaderless in case of emergencies and suffer significant casualties. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Since this moon mission was only announced internally within the council, it did not stir up much upheaval, attracting attention only from some astrological prophets and astronomy wizards. Yoland was the most enthusiastic, even asking if more people could be brought along, clearly wanting to witness the moon's appearance firsthand. Not this time. There might be battles breaking out, and I might not be able to take care of you. Lin shook his head and bluntly declined. Herav and the other legendary figures were fine, as they at least had the ability to survive in the cosmos. Yolan was different. Once out of his protection, he likely couldn't last even a few minutes, with a lung eruption being one of the relatively quick and humane ways to die. Yoland was quite disappointed, but did not insist further, simply watching as several council members took off toward the sky in their energy forms. Yoland looked up at the bright, twinkling stars in the night sky. According to Chairman Lin, each pinpoint of light represented a star or even an entire galaxy, possibly home to kingdoms, churches, or wizards. As Yoland and the others mused, Herav, Aurora, and Vittorio had already soared 10,000 meters into the sky, piercing the troposphere, but still a considerable distance from completely escaping the atmosphere of the eternal star. As they climbed rapidly in altitude, a trace of fear subtly emerged in their hearts. It was not cowardice, but the trepidation of leaving the planet they relied on for survival and heading into the endless void. In the vast cosmos, direction, speed, and time seemed to lose their meaning. After flying out of the ionosphere, this feeling became even more profound. Herav was not even sure if he was still flying, nor did he know how fast he was going, since Aurora and Vittorio were moving at speeds not much different from his, lacking reference points and without air resistance. The three of them seemed to aimlessly float in the cosmic void, gaining a deeper understanding of the concepts of relative speed and distance in quantum theory. Aurora turned her head back to gaze down at the huge, magnificent planet beneath them and uttered her thoughts in awe. Herav and Vittorio were no exception, witnessing the splendor and grandeur of the eternal star despite their experiences with planets in smaller cosmoses. The entire planet was azure blue, with most of the visible areas covered by oceans and islands scattered across like stars in the sky. At the center of the ocean lay a continent that took up a third of the visible area, the domain of the kingdom, veiled by thin clouds, with green forests, yellow deserts, and white snowy areas. This was the complete view of the world they depended on for their survival, a unique planet of life. Beyond the continent where the kingdom was located, a few smaller landmasses existed on the planet, just not visible from their current vantage point. The council had recently sent people to explore these lands, and the latest news reported the discovery of only some very primitive natives. According to the records in the church documents, 1,000 years ago, the people on this continent also existed in tribal forms. It must be said that the moon god from foreign lands, along with her system of divine arts, greatly advanced the civilization of the beings on this planet. All right, let's take another look when we come back. There will be plenty of time then. Lin spoke with a smile. Having been a spaceship pilot in his previous life, he had seen similar scenes many times and was quite accustomed to them. Perhaps because of the magic power and being unpolluted, the eternal star looked much more beautiful than Earth, possessing an almost dreamlike beauty that was intoxicating. Vittorio suddenly remembered his colleague who had transformed into a quantum state and incessantly asked. Now that Lin had transcended into the God realm and acquired the ability to interfere with higher dimensional realms, he might be able to rescue Altok. Unfortunately, it's too late. I visited Wizard Land a few days ago, and his consciousness has completely dissipated, even showing signs of domain collapse, Lin said, somewhat helplessly. If only he could have made his breakthrough a month or two earlier, there might have been hope for him. Now, it was feared he was nearly assimilated. Upon hearing this, Herav and the others fell silent, sighing after a long time, but this outcome was not unexpected. Even ascending to legend had many risks, let alone a divine ascension ceremony. Attempting to control power far beyond one's own capabilities was extremely dangerous. What followed was a prolonged silence. This bad news brought their spirits down, and no one else spoke for the remainder of the journey. Traveling through the vast universe was undoubtedly tedious. All sense of novelty was exhausted within days. leaving only the endless dark spaces behind. After an indeterminate amount of time, the planet beneath them grew increasingly smaller, and Aurora grew impatient, beginning to doubt whether they had taken the wrong route, when Herav suddenly spoke. They immediately looked in the direction Herav was pointing, a silver gray that was slowly approaching them. As the distance closed, it gradually grew larger, just as they had calculated. The moon's orbit was perfectly poised to reach right in front of them. This is Lin, also observing this scene, wore a grave expression, because in the higher dimensional view, this was not a planet at all, but a corpse, the dead body of the moon god. Chapter 683, 565, Sword Slashing the Moon, Mobius Barrier. Chapter 683, Chapter 565, Sword Slashing the Moon, Mobius Barrier. Aurora looked at Lin, whose expression had suddenly changed dramatically, and asked, puzzled. Although there was no sound in the vacuum of space, as legendary beings, they could still communicate through electromagnetic waves and the soul language. Lin did not speak, but instead connected them to the magic network. Herav and the others looked towards the moon, which was rapidly approaching, and felt a chill in their hearts. They saw an enormous female corpse, shrouded in starlight, floating in the cosmic void. Her condition somewhat resembled that of Altok, but the coverage area of the probabilistic cloud was countless times larger. It was the entire moon. What caught their attention the most was the enormous cavity in the female corpse's chest, which nearly ripped her body in half. This was undoubtedly the moon goddess Diana. Lin realized at once. It appeared that, upon first arriving in this universe, the moon goddess Diana did not reach the eternal star, but the moon itself. She had first taken time to take control and integrate with this satellite, then stepped onto the eternal star, where she created several portals, preparing to extend her divine realm further to this living planet. In fact, the fact that he was able to complete the divine ascension ritual in just a few days was thanks to the preparations made by moon goddess Diana, who had pumped a massive amount of magic power into this world over years, saving him some complicated steps. Of course, due to Lin's limited spiritual power, he only controlled a continent for the time being, unlike Diana, who controlled an entire planet, or rather, a plane. Herav said, horrified. The entire moon was the body of this moon goddess, and in his view, its trillions of tons of matter could crush any existence. And yet, she had died like this, and differently from the Lord of the Dead, she died within her own divine realm. In this universe, who could possibly carry out such a terrifying deed? Lin was also somewhat surprised. According to his previous guess, the moon goddess arrived in this world, weakened by the different cosmic rules, and fell due to some unknown danger after leaving her divine realm. But now it seemed different. She had already integrated with a satellite and still lost on her home ground. However, since Diana had died here, how did Alara obtain divinity? Could it be that she also visited the moon? While Lin was pondering, the massive satellite drawing ever closer to them suddenly moved. Yes, the entire moon moved. It began to slowly rotate, its surface emanating strong starlight, and accelerated toward them. An indescribable feeling came over them as a planet trillion times larger than themselves hurtled their way. Herav, Aurora, and Vittorio, three soul adventurers, felt a profound sense of powerlessness rise from within. Aurora asked incredulously. Lin explained. There was no doubt that the moon goddess Diana was dead, probably not entirely, as her divinity, divine realm, and divine body were all present, except that her divinity had been stripped away and her divine body severely damaged, yet still retaining a certain degree of power. Herav had just now called the goddess's divine name from a close distance, which is why he was detected. This belonged to a conditioned reflex. But even so, facing a planet rushing toward them, even if it was just a satellite, no one dared to take it lightly. Lin raised his hands. Basic hydrogen atoms were gathering in his left hand, while his right hand continuously generated anti-hydrogen atoms. In this brief moment, the moon was getting closer and closer to them, higher than mountains by tens of thousands of times, vaster than oceans, Faced with such colossal pressure, the minds of Herav and the others were stretched to the limit. 3 seconds later, unable to bear the terrifying pressure, Vittorio took the first action. Herav and Aurora followed suit immediately. Doomsday, atomic breath 3. Terrifying waves of energy burst forth in an instant, flying directly towards the moon that was turning to face them. This was the most powerful magic that Herav and the others possessed, the power of stars. The diameter of the cone of light grew from small to large, and the area covered by the energy wave quickly exceeded several kilometers in diameter. But even so, it shrouded less than 1,000th of the surface of the moon. This was a wizard's challenge to a god. The enormous cone of light struck the starlight, covering the surface of the moon in no time, and a dazzling flash of fire bloomed in the starry sky, with boundless energy accompanied by violent shakes, spreading all around. Lin, however, shook his head, not optimistic about this grandiose strike. After all, the power is too dispersed. As the light cone's diffusion area increased, the energy density plummeted rapidly. If Herav and the others could withstand the pressure and hold off on taking action, there might have been a chance to break through the moon's protective barrier. Just as Lin had thought, once the blaze had dissipated, this massive satellite was completely undamaged, not even slowing in velocity by the slightest, its only effect being to shave off a layer of the starlight that skimmed its surface. This is really... Herav let out a bitter smile, his heart heavy with frustration. Their full-scale attack hadn't even managed to breach a barrier left by a deceased god. The gap between their powers was simply too wide. At that moment, Lin took action, with atoms and positrons converging, colliding with one another. This was the high-level magic antimatter sword he had used before in the battle against the Lord of the Dead. The neutrons that made up the blade were among the universe's hardest substances, and annihilation energy formed the most potent blade. In almost an instant, the length of the antimatter sword extended beyond 2 kilometers. Facing the moon hurtling straight toward him, Lin raised his hand and swung with an indifferent gaze. The starlight barrier that had withstood 3 blasts of doomsday, atomic breath, and covered the moon's surface was effortlessly punctured by the tens of billions of degrees of heat and annihilation energy, as if it were made of paper, and subsequently the sword struck directly into the barren land behind. There were no sound waves in the vacuum of space, but Herav and the others seemed to vaguely hear a cry, the lament of quantum tides induced by a transcending vacuum. The antimatter sword, several kilometers long, carved out a massive trench on the planetary surface, as if intending to split the entire planet in half. Violent explosions reverberated through the void. Terrifying heat waves radiated in all directions, and a mere shockwave from the energy raised sandstorms hundreds of meters high, engulfing everything in a storm of yellow sand that carried countless fragments of rock and dust. When the dust settled, Vittorio and the others were horrified to discover a deep and bottomless canyon had been added to the moon's surface, and at the same time, in their higher-dimensional perspective, an ugly scar appeared on the body of the moon goddess. The entire planet shook violently, a sign of the residual will of the moon goddess Diana in her wrath. Mountains rose, elements raged, endless starlight erupted from the surface of the planet, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire land. Lin extended his hand again, and the curvature of space around him began to wrap up in layers, isolating the starlight emerging from all around. He didn't continue to bombard with the antimatter cannon, instead waiting for the right moment. Destroying the moon god body, would be exceedingly difficult and impossible to do without potentially devastating the ecosystem of the eternal star. Therefore, Lin could only opt for targeted removal to further weaken the remnants of the opposing consciousness. The strike just now was an attempt to draw out the remaining consciousness. Brilliant starlight kept bursting forth, with exploding stellar sparks emerging all around. Herav, Aurora, and Vittorio could only sweat coldly, well aware that if they were caught up in it, it would be certain death. Perhaps realizing such attacks were pointless, the starlight spreading on the surface of the moon began to rapidly converge towards the center. Within tens of seconds, as the energy in front grew increasingly terrifying, a vague silhouette appeared before them all. She towered into the sky, her back to the blazing sun, her silver eyes like the moon, her form ethereal and hazy, holding a phantom crescent spear. With a mere lift of her hand, the spear became a silver remnant moon that crossed space and time to descend with crushing force. This strike was unavoidable. Lin immediately realized this, for the opponent had firmly locked onto him from a higher dimensional standpoint. Undoubtedly, this was a technique different from the fishing net method for a direct attack on high-dimensional existences. 9 solidified mystical number wheels appeared in front of Lin. The silver remnant moon penetrated downwards, shattering 6 of the wheels on impact, and even the 7th showed deep fractures. Lin dared not delay any longer. With a thought, several locks of arcane surged from the void, binding the residual consciousness of the moon goddess Diana. Lacking the assistance of the planet and not within her own divine realm, the locks of arcane were still made of graphene and were quickly fractured layer by layer under the burning of the stellar fires. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin brought his hands together, creating a Mobius barrier in this space. This could be considered a prison of a higher dimensionality, as ordinary three-dimensional matter cannot contain higher-dimensional life forms. To use a lower-dimensional analogy, drawing a circle on the ground doesn't limit a person's movements, but erecting a few walls naturally could trap someone inside. However, higher-dimensional life forms have the ability to see and break through these walls, whereas lower-dimensional life forms may not even be aware of what's trapping them, forever repeating the same cycle repetitively. Fortunately, the moon god was already dead, and the remaining consciousness did not have such high intelligence. Otherwise, a single-dimensional wall would not be enough to contain it. Chapter 684, 566, Cosmic Wars and the True Galactic Civilizations. Chapter 684, Chapter 566, Cosmic Wars and the True Galactic Civilizations. Seeing the remaining consciousness of the moon goddess Diana trapped, Herav and the other sighed in relief, but Aurora still felt uneasy. Lin said calmly, "The attack from the moon goddess Diana just now was indeed formidable and even exceeded his expectations. But the consumption was also tremendous." Lin could feel that after that strike, the remaining power of the moon goddess Diana was nearly halved, which is why he was able to bind her so easily. After setting up several seals, Lin spoke. Herav and the others nodded. Since the divine domain and divine body of the moon goddess were here, it meant that she had died here. They were all curious about what kind of power had caused the fall of this foreign deity. As they continued their exploration, all they saw was a desert. There were no rivers, no trees, only endless barren soil. Even the poorest part of the kingdom's northern border had a better environment than this. Lin understood that this was the result of Diana's transformation using divine power. Otherwise, it would be even more desolate. About half an hour later, the group reached the far side of the moon. The terrain became lower, filled with craters and gorges. At the very center was an abyss so huge it was staggering, spreading out as far as the eye could see, until they flew 10,000 meters high in the sky. The group could see that about a quarter of the moon's far side had disappeared. Lin's expression turned serious. Such terrible destruction could not possibly be natural. It was either a large meteorite impact or caused by some powerful force. Both Lin and Herav believed the latter, as the entire back of the moon looked like a battlefield. It was probably that strike that penetrated the divine domain and Diana's defenses, killing the moon goddess. The group exchanged glances, and then Lin led them flying down into the bottomless abyss. The surroundings were filled with overlapping mountains, and after flying for more than 10 minutes, just as Lin wondered if they were flying towards the core of the star, they finally saw the bottom. This place was very close to the moon's core mantle. The surrounding rock walls were made of sturdy metal. Upon landing, a huge, strangely shaped disk suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Its exposed part alone was hundreds of meters high, with most of it buried under the hard rock layer. The exterior was deep blue, and even after hundreds of years, the surface was still as smooth as new, as if no dust could leave a mark on it. "What is this?" Vittorio frowned because he did not sense any traces of magic on this thing. Lynn said gravely. With a wave of his hand, the hard rock layers began to peel off, and this massive disk weighing millions of tons was lifted. Once the full view of the disk appeared before everyone, Herav and Aurora realized that what had been exposed was just the tip of the iceberg. The thing's diameter was over 2,000 meters, but the part buried below was severely fractured, nearly twisted, and almost riddled like a sieve. Aurora then curiously looked towards Lynn. What was a spaceship? You can think of the universe as the sea and different planets like islands suspended in the vast ocean, while spaceships are tools that travel between those planets. Lynn began to explain succinctly. Vittorio immediately understood, though this thing didn't look like it could fly at all. It had no jet holes visible, nor could he tell where the doors were, not even which side was the front and which the back. That's one way to put it. However, it's much more powerful than airships and fighter jets, and the two are simply incomparable, Lynn said with a frown. Although he had previously had similar conjectures, knowing now that the death of the moon goddess Diana was related to an extraterrestrial civilization, Lynn still felt a sense of unease. How terrifying a true interstellar civilization could be, Lynn knew all too well. Not to mention, just being able to achieve interstellar travel was enough to create a dominating situation, because even the nearest star is several light years away. After Lynn explained the scale of cosmic distances, Vittorio and others immediately realized the gravity of the situation. The term light year made them involuntarily gasp. To travel at the speed of light for 1 year? Could it be that terrifying? 6 trillion kilometers. If one were to travel at twice the speed of sound, even flying for 100,000 years wouldn't cover 1/10,000th of the distance. Vittorio realized another terrifying fact. If this thing was built like airships or fighter jets, it likely meant it was mass-produced, a construct that could be mass-produced for the purpose of slaying gods. Vittorio could no longer imagine how powerful the civilization that created it must be. Lynn's expression was equally solemn. Even the Earth Federation in his previous life had only reached the standards of a quasi-interstellar civilization, barely possessing the capability to voyage in the universe, which was undoubtedly much weaker compared to a real interstellar civilization that could easily traverse galactic distances and rely on a single spaceship to slay a god. Of course, they were not without their advantages, which were magic. The Eternal Star was an intersection between two universes, and magic power was an incredibly miraculous energy. Lynn felt that with the power of magic, perhaps they could fabricate the Federation's cutting-edge technologies that, limited by materials and energy, remained theoretical and speculative. Thinking this, Lynn looked towards Herav and the others, reassuringly spoke, "We shouldn't worry too much. This battle happened 1,000 years ago. Since the Eternal Star hasn't been attacked in such a long time, I think it's unlikely there will be any problems in the short term. On the contrary, capturing the spaceship could bring them a great deal of convenience. If they could fully understand and assimilate the technology of the opponent into their own capabilities, they would no longer have to fear the threats brought by the main world beyond the space-time gate." Lynn gazed at the massive spaceship. Meanwhile, in the vast universe, unknown galaxy, second spiral arm, next to a red, dazzlingly bright star, an interstellar war of life and death was underway. Countless interstellar warships were aligned in formation, almost enveloping 3 isolated deep blue spaceships floating in the cosmic void, as powerful energy beams were continuously fired from their ship cannons. The opposing force consisted of 3 saucer-shaped spaceships, which didn't seem large, even less than half the size of the main ships of the other side. Yet the situation on the battlefield had completely turned around. Many energy beams, before even hitting the energy shields around the spaceships, were deflected in advance. Following this, a crack suddenly opened at the front end of a saucer-shaped spaceship, and millions of fist-sized neutron clusters shot out. This was one of the weapons mounted on the ship, the scattering particle cannon. It could increase the speed of the neutron clusters to half the speed of light in 100,000 atomic seconds. The massive kinetic energy, combined with the extremely sturdy properties, turned these neutron clusters into indestructible weapons. These neutron clusters, tiny compared to the vast size of the warships, caused unimaginable damage. The ship's external energy shields were torn apart. Hundreds of neutron clusters penetrated them, and intense explosive sparks suddenly lit up the void. Extreme speed equated to extreme power. With the computing power of onboard quantum devices, even distances of hundreds of millions of kilometers posed no issue. Not a single neutron cluster missed its target. With just this strike, over 2,000 warships turned into brilliant sparks. In a way, this could hardly be called a contest of life and death, but rather a one-sided slaughter. About 200 atomic seconds later, the battlefield was left with only the debris filling the space, and the three deep blue spaceships had not even a scratch on their shells. After clearing out these resistance forces, a deep black suddenly emerged on the foremost main ship, and then this that rapidly expanded, containing indescribable energy. The civilization inside the tan-colored planet seemed to realize the danger, or perhaps the advent of death, as countless interstellar ships madly flew out from the planet, escaping in all directions. But it was all too late. After an atomic second of charging, the star annihilation cannon suddenly blasted, turning into a fierce beam of light hurtling towards the tan-colored planet. This was a star annihilation cannon. 1,000 atomic seconds later, the amassed debris of warships at the forefront instantly vanished in the deep black light, and then this unstoppable force struck into the core of the planet. Accompanied by a brilliant burst of light emanating from the core, the planet, which had existed for billions of years and weighed quintillions of tons, spectacularly exploded. Countless materials ejected at high speeds, sweeping into the interstellar ships that were accelerating their escape. This was indescribable despair. In the face of such a technological discrepancy, resistance or escape was futile. And on those three spaceships, a long, bar-shaped creature clicked the confirmation button on a screen projected in the vacuum. A star-level civilization had thus fallen. Chapter 685, 567. The Stellar Gas Station and Geometric Civilization. Chapter 685. Chapter 567. The Stellar Gas Station and Geometric Civilization. Aboard the disc-shaped starship, the elongate creature turned towards the officer behind him after clearing the civilized planet, and a cascade of colors began to flicker across the surface of its skin, its organ of communication. By emitting electromagnetic waves of various frequencies to transmit messages, they were capable of real-time communication even in the vacuum of space. Very well, having taken the star system, we needn't worry about the reserves of Element 7. The officer's body lit up with a red glow, signifying delight. The officer's form was that of a pointed, isosceles triangle, seeming out of place among the elongate crew members and exuding an indescribable authority. For a civilization that had complete mastery over physical and genetic alteration, capable of weaving their bodily forms at will, appearance was not significant. The reason for adopting these shapes stemmed from a reverence for geometric forms, with most of the civilization's upper echelons firmly believing that geometric shapes, to some extent, represented the truth of the universe. However, morphological alterations followed strict standards. The lower-class citizens couldn't even adopt complete geometric forms, and elongate rectangles became the choice for the overwhelming majority. Triangles, squares, polygons, and the like were the distinguishing features of higher-class citizens. Above them were circles, a shape only the elders and supreme ruler were entitled to assume. Typically, the higher the status, the rounder the shape. This was why they were known as the geometric civilization. The importance of element 7 went without saying. If not for discovering this peculiar, space-time affecting material over 1,000 years ago, prompting a scientific research boom, they likely would still be a modestly developed level 4 civilization, barely advancing into the star system level, let alone surviving their recent conflict with the silicon-based life forms. At this thought, the colors radiating from the officer shifted from red to black, indicative of shock and anger. Those damned silicon-based monsters from the neighboring quad-spiral galaxy, spreading endlessly like locusts across the star systems, plundered all resources, converting them into armies and warships for endless warfare, and refused any negotiations. They had become the ultimate foe of the geometric civilization. Without Element 7, their homeworld, situated on the border of two galaxies, would likely have fallen long ago. Suddenly, a square-shaped subordinate transmitted a message, breaking into the officer's thoughts. The officer calmed the fluctuating emotions, concealing his thoughts, somewhat anxious over whether the homeworld might have been attacked. The message appears to come from 70 light-years away. It's not a transmission from the homeworld. A rectangular appendage extended from the square subordinate's body into the void, touching it lightly. A complex star system map suddenly materialized overhead. It was filled with closely packed star points. Each point represented a star. Even the position of every planet was meticulously annotated. Yet nearly half the region remained obscured in mist, displaying only the corresponding stars without revealing specific details about the star systems within. These areas were either under the jurisdiction of powerful civilizations or were relatively dangerous or peripheral zones. The square crew member pointed to a location on the fringe. The officer's emotions surged once more, now a bemused light red, for according to records, they had dispatched no fleets to that region. The communication uses a very old encryption method, deemed obsolete and discarded over 1,000 years ago, according to the records, the square subordinate reported. The officer responded quickly. After a new round of technological breakthroughs, their homeworld had become one of the most powerful civilizations within the observable cosmic region, embarking on an ambitious expedition to chart a complete map of the entire star system. They sent out 70 fleets, each comprising a main battleship and 2 escort ships. The numbers were sparse, but these were the most advanced ships of the time. Unlike certain civilizations that favored victory by numbers, they preferred quality over quantity. As the elders would say, producing cannon fodder was pointless, a sheer waste of resources. What about routine patrols through star fields? Decommissioned old warships or civilian ships equipped with weapons would suffice for the task. However, the expedition did not fare well. Only half of the 70 exploration fleets returned, greatly dampening the zeal of the expansionists. It also provoked a mighty enemy, dragging their homeworld into an endless quagmire of war. It was precisely because of the continuous wars that they really couldn't spare much effort to search the entire star domain for those fleets that had mysteriously disappeared. They could only silently swallow the bitter fruit and mark these regions as dangerous areas. Having consulted the database, the square adjutant naturally also considered that the message might have been sent by an exploration fleet, and his body quickly emitted electromagnetic waves of communication once again. An energy source that could rival Element 7? The Supreme Ruler's interest was immediately piqued, as this could mean a new technological breakthrough, even the key to the geometric civilization's victory over those silicon-based monsters. I believe that the civilization we're dealing with is probably inferior to ours in technological level. Although they've destroyed the exploration fleets sent from the home planet, they did not completely annihilate them, or else we would not be receiving this message, the square adjutant suggested. No, you've missed a very important detail. Another adjutant countered. Although the exploration fleets from 1,000 years ago were technologically imperfect, they were equipped with quantum communication technology. Within this star system, there was virtually no delay in communication. It made no sense for the communication to have been intercepted back then, but to be able to get through now. Colorful light waves flashed incessantly within the spaceship, indicative of the increasingly heated debate. The Supreme Ruler also fell into a dilemma. This could be a rare opportunity, but it could also be a dangerous trap. Over the past 1,000 years, due to the spur of war, the advancement of geometric civilization's technology was not slow. The ships have been upgraded several times, but in fact, there hadn't been any real technological breakthroughs. Only improvements on the existing foundation, enhancing performance or the power of weapons. He had heard that some top scholars on the home planet had made some headway in the research of the curvature engine, which was key to developing faster-than-light ships, but it would still take some time to be actually equipped. And because of the war, they didn't have much force to spare. However, they soon didn't have to think about it anymore because a communication from the home planet had come through. The message was concise. Head to the location where the signal originated and judge the situation for themselves. If the civilization that destroyed the exploration fleets is relatively weak, directly annihilate it, retrieve that special energy, and bring it back. If the technological level is high, attempt to coexist peacefully, indicating that the exploration fleets previously sent were actually intended for friendly exchanges, but some misunderstandings inadvertently occurred. For this command, the Supreme Ruler did not hesitate to choose implementation. Assessing the method of interaction based on strength and threat level has been a consistent practice of geometric civilization. In the vast expanse of the universe lies infinite possibilities. No one knows how many unknown elements and energies there are, which could allow a weaker civilization to surpass a powerful one in just thousands of years. For instance, the civilization they had previously destroyed posed no real threat to the home planet, but they found a large reserve of element 7 within the star system, indicating that the adversary could undergo a technological revolution at any moment. It is undoubtedly foolish to rely on the enemy's kindness. There is no room for two powerful star system-level civilizations in this region. Rather than having disputes in hundreds of years, it's better to resolve them now. The Supreme Ruler's body was surrounded by white light waves, a cold expression. Near the Shur Nebula, about 240 atomic hours, 8 light-years from the target star system, and within 50 atomic hours from us, there are also 2 other fleets, the adjutant replied. The Supreme Ruler nodded, and after issuing the command for reinforcement, piloted the spaceship to hover above the Crimson Star, dazzling in its brilliance. Immediately after, the bottom of the ship suddenly opened up, and 4 broad arms extended from the interior. Space began to distort and shape-shift. Under the powerful gravitational pull, the star's surface energy was rapidly extracted, forming a huge plasma flame vortex, feeding a continuous stream of fusion energy into the spaceship. The recent war had been resolved in a crushing victory, but the consumption of energy was no small amount. Luckily, they were situated within a star system, able to replenish their energy supply promptly. The Supreme Ruler quietly waited for the energy reserves to be filled before slowly selecting a knuckle-sized sphere and placing it into the launch port. The velocity of this launch was very slow, not even reaching 1/10 the speed of light. After flying for an atomic hour, the sphere began to collapse rapidly inward, with the surrounding space curling inward, forming a temporary wormhole swiftly. The geometric aliens inside the spaceship entered into hibernation, and 3 escort ships sped out at sublight speeds, plunging into the surging temporal node. Chapter 686, 568. Are you sure they're the extraterrestrial life forms we are looking for? Chapter 686, Chapter 568. Are you sure they're the extraterrestrial life forms we are looking for? A week later, in the capital of the Magic Kingdom, the Eternal Star, Lin, and the others who had successfully returned from the moon immediately attracted the attention of the citizens of the capital. After all, the spacecraft they brought back was so huge that it almost obscured the entire sky, impossible to hide. Many civilians doubted that this was the latest superweapon developed by the Council, while others felt it was a city floating in the sky. A large number of alchemists were very interested in this spoil from the moon, and various research applications piled up in the Wizard Council, but only a few great wizards obtained the qualification to research it. Considering the huge size of the spacecraft, which even the capital couldn't accommodate, Lin simply placed it in the Land of Death, the site of the initial nuclear explosion experiment. After a hydrogen explosion, the radiation levels in the area had returned to normal. However, due to various terrifying rumors previously, few people still wanted to approach the place, making it perfect for some cutting-edge magic research. Is this the alchemical creation that killed the moon god? Raphael looked at the massive spaceship, nearly the size of a village, and couldn't help but marvel. Danny walked around the disc-shaped flyer nonstop, and, after searching for a long time, couldn't find its propellers. He eventually guessed that they might have been destroyed. Danny, scratching his chin, was puzzled. In his view, the most perfect flyer should conform as much as possible to fluid mechanics. Although a disc-shaped object could withstand resistance better than a square one, it obviously wasn't perfect. The vacuum of space and the interior of Eternal Star are different. There's no need to consider air resistance, Lin explained, also frowning in thought about this issue. The intelligence database contained many spaceship designs, most of which leaned towards diamond or semicircular shapes, which are beneficial for the operation of propellers. If it were circular, uneven force distribution could cause it to spin uncontrollably. However, Lin was well aware of a fact. A truly galactic civilization wouldn't make such a low-end mistake. If they couldn't understand it, it only meant that the technological gap between the two was so vast it was baffling. Vittorio and others also began discussing whether the round shape had some function in reducing a certain type of resistance in space. Raphael opened his mouth, since there was no need to worry about air resistance. Could it be possible that the civilization that created this spaceship just likes circles? However, Raphael eventually swallowed back the words on the tip of his tongue. After all, the members of the council obviously knew more than he did, and perhaps there really was a deeper meaning. The discussion on the spaceship's shape was brief. There was so much to study about such a huge spacecraft, starting with the materials used for the outer shell of the spaceship. After experimenting with the divine arts, material decompilation skill, Lin was surprised to find that he could successfully analyze this material. What surprised him even more was that the core element in the construction of the spaceship was the very common iron, besides which it also contained carbon, silicon, vanadium, zirconium, and other elements. The special aspect was the chemical bond arrangement between these elements, a very unique diamond structure. Improving material strength by changing the arrangement of internal elements is a common method. For example, the essence of graphene is carbon. A block of graphite can easily be smashed by a child, but when it exists as a single-layer two-dimensional honeycomb lattice structure, it possesses strength hundreds of times higher than that of the same quantity of steel. As to why the most abundant element was iron, Lin pondered for a while and felt that it might be related to the properties of iron itself. In the process of fusion, iron is a clear dividing line, and the fusion of elements above it requires absorbing energy instead of releasing it, implying that it's not costly to produce and might even generate energy. Of course, there could also be some deeper reasons. Lin extended his hand, and various elements in the void began to swirl around. Iron, carbon, vanadium, zirconium, and other elements aligning in a specific order and forming together. But in the final moment, it fell apart. Lin furrowed his brow. This was due to the inherent electromagnetic repulsion of the electrons within the elements. It appeared that they had used some method to break the repulsion between atoms, rather than just relying on chemical reactions. This was where their technological barrier lay. Having realized this, Lin once again attempted to use the antimatter sword to cut a small section of the spaceship's hull where there was no other energy protection. The sword met little resistance as it sliced through. After obtaining some experimental material, Lin did not immediately use the divine arts, material decompilation, but instead allowed magic power and spiritual power to permeate the material, severing the chemical bonds between atoms at the microscopic level to explore the reactions among these elements. After about an hour of toiling and decompiling about 2 tons of material, Lin finally had some clues. The key to blending these elements was high temperature, high pressure, and high speed. These elements had to be converted into a plasma state first. Then, through extreme pressure, these various elements needed to collide at high velocities at precise angles to overcome the repulsion between like-charged electrons, enabling the strong nuclear force to bind these atoms. Once again, Lin stretched out his hand, and elements like iron, carbon, vanadium, and zirconium converged in his palm, then transformed into a plasma state under extreme heat, merging through collisions. Subsequently, the temperature began to decrease gradually, with about 1/10 of the elements combining in the process. Seconds later, a unique, spherical colored object floated in his palm, continuously morphing and stretching under Lin's will. Upon discovering the internal elements of this material, Lin speculated that this type of spaceship likely possessed some ability to morph, which now undoubtedly validated his conjecture. Not only that, but the object also had self-healing properties. Lin looked at the area of the spaceship he had cut off. It had now repaired itself, though the extensive stretching and morphing had reduced its strength accordingly. This was probably the reason this disc-shaped spaceship had maintained its shape after enduring a divine battle. As for the significantly damaged section at the back, Lin thought this was because the damaged area was too extensive and the material's flexibility and reparative properties also had their limits. It must be said, the wonders of magic power were almost like a cheat. If this spaceship had been acquired by the Federation in his previous life, even with their level of technology, studying a completely new material thoroughly and mass-producing, it would still take decades. Yet, for Lin, who had mastered magic power, it took only 1 hour to overcome the technological challenges. This was thanks to the star god's quantum-level observation and control abilities. Considering the difficulty, legendary wizards would likely also be able to accomplish this, although not as effortlessly as he did. But regardless, they had already mastered the method to produce this special material and could immediately start mass production if necessary. With this achievement, Lin and Herav, among others, began further studies on the various facilities of the spaceship. Relying on the cutting work of the antimatter sword and the divine arts, material decompilation for decompilation, they reluctantly came to understand the general structure of the entire spaceship over the next few days. For instance, there was a unique ring-shaped decorative object at the top of the spaceship, which, upon inspection, was an energy generator used to create the ship's protective energy shield. Furthermore, after cutting open the side protective shell, they discovered a uniquely structured launch port inside, which might be the spaceship's weapon system. As for the interior of the spaceship, it could roughly be divided into areas like the ecological recycling zone, storage area, crew quarters, and a hall similar to a control area. But inside, there weren't the control sticks or projection screens that Herav and others had imagined. This meant that the other party had achieved highly intelligent control and no longer needed buttons. But Lin hadn't discovered any traces of artificial intelligence during these days, perhaps because it had been damaged. Vittorio asked in surprise, pointing to the various rectangular, triangular, and polygonal objects placed on the floor of the control room, and made an odd remark. These things did not appear to be mere decorations, and they gave off an eerie feeling. Herav said thoughtfully, as Lin used the material decompilation skill on them. He suddenly had an odd expression and hesitated a moment before speaking. Upon hearing this, Herav and others nearby immediately widened their eyes, almost thinking they were hallucinating. Raphael was even more shocked, saying in disbelief, "These are actually alien life forms? How could any living creature look like this?" "Who knows? For a galaxy civilization with unlimited technological possibilities, nothing is a problem," Lin replied, raising his eyebrows. His certainty stemmed from the fact that they were carbon-based life forms, which meant they were definitely organisms. However, their consciousness, or rather their souls, had dissipated long ago, leaving no chance to glean any information from them. Lin gestured, creating to prevent any chance of corpse reanimation. then led Herav and the others into the most critical part of the entire spaceship, the engine and energy reserve area. If you know someone who'd love this story, send them this video. Sharing is honestly the biggest help you can give a small channel like this. Now, let's get back to it. Chapter 6, 87-569. Lynn, we're going to build our own faster-than-light spaceship. The most important indicator for a spaceship is, of course, the power system. After all, when voyaging through the endless void of space, speed is the most critical element. How fast and how far you can fly will always be one of the key measures of a spaceship. However, this area was also the most severely damaged. It seems the crash of the spaceship is related to this. In fact, Lynn had also found quite a few wreckage parts beneath the lunar bedrock, which he brought back as well. Judging from their shape and size, they didn't quite match the damaged parts of the spaceship. This likely meant that there was more than one spaceship that had reached the moon, but the rest of the spaceships were thoroughly destroyed. On a microscopic level, they were completely erased, presumably by some kind of divine art akin to the Great Decomposition technique, leaving only this one that appeared to be the main ship intact. Fortunately, despite the severe damage, Lynn and the others still made quite a few discoveries, such as a set of strong magnetic field binding devices, which still emitted strong energy fluctuations. Is this? Vittorio's interest was piqued immediately, as it was the only thing he could understand. Lynn explained. This novel concept left Herav and the others utterly amazed. Lynn quickly explained that antimatter was like a mirror image of matter, with completely opposite properties but otherwise no different. If normal elements can undergo fusion reactions, combining to form elements of greater mass and changing places in the periodic table, then antimatter is no exception. Anthony excitedly suggested. Lynn nodded, then continued. But that doesn't make much sense. This device was probably used to create larger mass antimatter elements, just as they could combine isotopes of hydrogen, deuterium, and tritium into helium in a regular fusion furnace, and then fuse helium into carbon. After all, it isn't easy to directly capture or create heavier antimatter, which is why Lynn used antihydrogen elements or even anti-electrons in his battle with the Lord of the Dead Spirits. He guessed there should have been a regular hydrogen fusion reactor here too, which would continuously generate enormous energy for the spaceship's propulsion by utilizing the matter-antimatter annihilation effect, while synthesizing larger mass elements. After listening to Lynn's explanation, Vittorio couldn't help but express his admiration. A fusion furnace entirely composed of antimatter. He couldn't even picture what that would look like. Maybe it could be called the anti-sun furnace? What would it look like if this collided with a real sun? Thinking of this, Vittorio shuddered. Herav and Anthony were both amazed and apprehensive. Lynn, on the other hand, was relieved. Antimatter may be powerful, but it was still within his understanding, which was good news for him. This proved that the technological gap between them wasn't as huge as he had anticipated. In his previous life, the Federation had also been developing an antimatter fusion reactor, and the database of his intelligent mind contained numerous records, even design drafts. Assessing just the technology for energy acquisition, the technological level of the extraplanetary civilization they encountered was undoubtedly more advanced, but not to the extent of overwhelming the Federation by several levels. This was like a civilization still in the midst of its first industrial revolution, suddenly encountering the Western European powers at the end of World War I. The technological gap was certainly large, yet there was hope to catch up. If the other side used quantum tides or dark matter and dark energy as their driving energy sources, then they would have no choice but to surrender. As Lynn pondered, Aurora's voice suddenly came through. The people present immediately turned their heads to look where Aurora stood in front of a damaged device, speaking in confusion. Within the device was an energy ball that was rotating continuously, flashing red light. Anthony asked in surprise. Everything they had seen since entering the spaceship seemed to have lost its energy supply, either damaged or dormant. So, discovering a device that was still operating was naturally astonishing. After carefully observing for a moment, Lin reached out, placed his hand on the device, and probed it for several minutes. Then, suddenly he took action, and a strong wave of magical power immediately erupted within the spaceship. Herav and the others looked at Lin, both shocked and puzzled, as the red light inside the device began to tremble violently. About 5 seconds later, it flashed brightly and then completely disappeared from everyone's sight. In Lin's hand now appeared an ethereal bottle, within which a red point of light was constantly spinning around. "Is there a new discovery?" Vittorio asked anxiously. Lin said with a grave expression, "Quantum communication refers to the transfer of information using quantum superposition and entanglement effects. Since it involves high-dimensional linkages, it can even transmit messages faster than the speed of light, making it a rather convenient means of communication across cosmic distances." Just in that instant, Lin also used this high-dimensional contact to probe the other party's location. "There are many locations I've detected," Lin said pensively. The sensation was very vague, and there could be some delay or error. Upon hearing this, Herav and the others let out a sigh of relief. Tens of light years was incredibly distant. It would take decades, even at the speed of light. This meant they still had plenty of time. However, the next moment, Lin continued, they are approaching at a very high speed. Herav and the others, who had just relaxed, tensed up again, speechlessly looking at Lin. It would have been better if he had started with the worst-case scenario, Lin declared decisively. In the bold proclamations of Lin, over the following months, all the high-ranking alchemists of the Council devoted themselves to researching the disc-shaped spacecraft. Thanks to the power and wonder of magic, even though the technology of the other civilization was far superior to theirs, they could still glean a lot of useful things through the material decompilation skill. Almost every few days brought some new discovery. New elements, new materials, new technologies. Each discovery was thrilling enough to earn a Morning Star or even a Silver Moon medal. Lin also gave everyone a crash course in quantum mechanics. Whether they could learn it or understand any of it, he first infused them with divine arts. This act was akin to forcing the saplings to grow, causing Raphael and the other Grand Wizards headaches, but it was somewhat useful. Moreover, their primary goal was not to build an interstellar warship from scratch, but to modify this still intact spaceship based on what they had, thereby accumulating some experience first. After all, the ship was mostly intact with its weapons and various technologies readily available, comparable to the combat strength of a god. If they could create 100 such space vessels, they would possess the capital to wage a full-scale war against the main world. However, because the power and energy areas were severely damaged, figuring out how to make this heavy craft weighing millions of tons fly, and even reach the required speed for cosmic travel, became the most headache-inducing problem for Herav and the others. In the Research Institute of the Land of Death, Anthony suggested to the pondering alchemists, accelerating the internal conductor through an electromagnetic field is a very common speeding method, but it has great potential. For example, the high-speed particle collider Lin created could accelerate protons to 1/5 of the speed of light, and that wasn't even its limit. As long as there was sufficient energy, it could almost indefinitely approach the speed of light. A Grand Wizard furrowed his brow. They could accelerate protons to an incredible limit because of their very small mass. According to Lin's formula for relative mass and speed, the amount would be astronomical. Anthony explained again. The method Lin used against the Death Lord had given him many ideas. They could use the planet as a magnet, set up a super strong magnetic field, and let the ship continuously speed up by orbiting the planet. The principle was similar to that of a particle collider, only the magnet and conductor were expanded by more than 1 billion times. Herav nodded thoughtfully and immediately discussed the possibility of a planetary accelerator with Aurora, Vittorio, and a dozen other Grand Wizards who were experts in electromagnetism. Dennis even proposed a new concept, using the energy wave generated from antimatter explosions as propulsion. At these words, all the wizards in the room broke out in a cold sweat. Dennis's idea was not just wildly imaginative, but could be described as crazy. Yet, they had to admit its feasibility if they could find a material that could withstand an antimatter explosion. Dennis said excitedly, ready to embark on a major undertaking, then turned to seek approval from Lynn, who now should be called the magic god, seated in the main chair. Yet, Lynn paid no attention to their discussions and was engrossed in drafting a diagram on a piece of paper, frowning in thought from time to time. About 3 minutes later, Lynn suddenly stopped his handiwork. With a clap of his hands, he drew everyone's attention and spoke succinctly. Chapter 688, 570, Curvature Engine, Concept of a Faster-than-Light Spaceship. Chapter 688, Chapter 570, Curvature Engine, Concept of a Faster-than-Light Spaceship. The wizards present were momentarily stunned, then began to ponder what exactly this so-called curvature engine was. Lynn did not explain directly. Instead, he looked at the two who had just spoken. Master Dennis and Chairman Anthony, your ideas are very insightful and indeed feasible, but there are also significant problems. First was Anthony's method of electromagnetic acceleration. It must be said that it was indeed a very interesting idea, using a strong magnetic field's Coulomb force to continuously provide power to the spaceship, just like the strong magnetic field tunnel of a particle collider, increasing the ship's speed by one level with each orbit. But as one approached the speed of light, the energy consumption became terrifyingly high. Even if he personally created a gigantic electromagnetic accelerator using the sun as a magnet, it would at most accelerate the spacecraft to about 1/10 of the speed of light. Although that was already very fast, it still did not meet the needs of interstellar travel. The most important issue was that the spaceship's acceleration and deceleration became problematic, as they couldn't wait for the spaceship to orbit around the sun hundreds of times every time they traveled. If so, the enemy would have attacked long before then. The method suggested by Dennis was even simpler, similar to previous explosive propulsion systems. It focused on strong, forceful propulsion. Theoretically, using the energy waves produced by nuclear or antimatter explosions could indeed increase the spaceship's speed to a terrifying extent. However, finding materials that could continually withstand hundreds of millions of degrees of high temperature and extreme pressure was currently an insurmountable problem. Even the shell material of their captured spaceships couldn't last long under the cut of an antimatter sword. Under Lynn's explanations and analysis, Herav and others, who had almost agreed to these two proposals, immediately became hesitant. Dennis and Anthony also frowned heavily. They were clearly aware of these drawbacks, but these had already been the most reliable methods they could think of. Dennis asked thoughtfully, "Curvature?" This was a mathematical term, usually referring to the degree to which a curve deviates from a straight line, commonly seen in differential equations. Herav and Vittorio faintly thought of something. Lynn asked with a smile. Ira's speed was not much faster than theirs. The reason they felt she was incredibly fast was that she had altered the curvature of space, shortening the distance. Being able to directly manipulate space-time through magic and spiritual power was their most significant technological advantage over traditional scientific civilizations. On this point, Lynn still had considerable authority to speak, as the technological level of his former World Federation had already reached the minimum requirements of a stellar civilization, at least several tiers above theirs. Yet they were still worrying about finding a truly stable and controllable source of gravity, let alone achieving such precise spatial control like the wizards. If used correctly, there might even be possibilities of surpassing others in a curve. Moreover, I believe the potential of the curvature engine is very high. It's the only method I can think of that can surpass the speed of light, Lynn declared confidently. If they were to deal with spaceships, they should naturally choose the propulsion device with the most potential. Moreover, the resources of the council were limited, and their time was not plentiful, only enough to focus on one approach. But I remember you said the speed of light is the upper limit of speed in this universe, a grand wizard interjected urgently. He had felt that this theory wasn't very reliable from the start, especially the concept that the faster you travel, the slower the time flow. Even stopping at the speed of light which could only be described as ridiculous. So, upon hearing Lin mention surpassing the speed of light, he immediately became excited. Either quantum theory was wrong, or this curvature engine wasn't reliable. The so-called impossibility of surpassing the speed of light is based on the properties of three-dimensional space itself. Any object with mass can only achieve at most sublight speed, but the curvature engine is different, Lin replied with a smile. In order for everyone present to clearly understand its implications, Lin stretched out his hand and gently tapped on the round table. The next moment, the wooden table immediately became as soft as putty. Let's assume this is a spaceship. Lin created a 10-centimeter-long spaceship model using elemental combinations, and then let it move forward at a speed of 1 centimeter per second. When the spaceship model reached midway, Lin tapped with his finger again, and immediately the speed of the spaceship increased by more than 10 times. Everyone present was a grand wizard. They could naturally see that the speed of the spaceship itself hadn't changed in the slightest. Only the table had altered. The space ahead was shortened, while the space behind was stretched. From both ends, the table pushed the spaceship forward at an extremely fast speed. Dennis exclaimed, clapping his hands. The curvature engine did not directly increase the speed, but had effectively shortened the travel distance, with its true speed still not exceeding the speed of light. After Lin had explained the design principles of the curvature engine, the focus of the discussion quickly shifted to how to implement curvature propulsion. As the saying goes, 2 heads are better than 1, which was why Lin brought it up for discussion, as inspiration often springs suddenly from a brain. For instance, Harrow suggested that perhaps they didn't need to create any engine at all. They could simply use a wizard's realm to achieve this, which would be both convenient and fast. However, to create such a powerful gravity field, it would take several legendary wizards to make it possible. Let's have a 2-pronged approach. It would be best to achieve it through alchemy. Otherwise, relying solely on a wizard's magic power, it would be difficult to sustain long-distance travel, Lin reminded. Vittorio nodded, having formulated a rough plan in his mind after listening to Lin's conception of the curvature engine. He then began discussing it with everyone. The discussion lasted a full week. The blueprints of the curvature engine that Lin had brought out were already significantly altered, and then they began the remodeling of the entire spaceship. This was undoubtedly a huge project, and even with 100 great wizards working together, it would still take at least half a year to complete. Lin did not devote all his energy here, as he also needed to research a second topic: the establishment of the space-time gate. Both the moon goddess Diana and the lord of the necromancers possessed this supremely advanced ability to leap through space-time over long distances, a capability that seemed incredibly sophisticated to a technology-based civilization. After researching for a while, Lin had somewhat of a clue. The first issue was the location of the 2 space-time gates, which use the entanglement of microscopic particles on a higher dimensional plane, an extension of quantum communication technology. Then came the most important issue, that of how to open the space-time tunnel. The Lord of the Necromancers had opened a gate in front of him once, and it may even have been a space-time node crossing different universes, using what could be the full energy released by the soul of a 9-ringed legendary wizard. However, they clearly did not have so many legendary wizards to sacrifice, and what's more, currently there were none in the council, and even sacrificing several individuals like Harrow might not be enough to open the gate. Lin then focused his attention on antimatter annihilation. In this universe, the only things that could significantly affect space-time were extreme speed, massive mass, and immense energy. Of course, these 3 could also be considered the same thing. During his confrontation with the Lord of the Necromancers, his last shot with the antimatter cannon even broke the vacuum, causing quantum tides. Using the quantum entanglement effect as a positioning technique, he wondered if causing 2 supermassive particles of matter and antimatter to collide could twist space-time instantaneously to connect to a higher dimensional plane. Magic power was also crucial, as the annihilation of massive particles could not be sustained, and it would be necessary to use magic power that could directly affect the space-time to stabilize this channel. In the following months, the first phase of the kingdom's major construction was essentially complete, and the second and third phases of construction were also on the schedule. Fortunately, after 3 years of preliminary study, students from the civilian academy had graduated en masse, and through the connection to the magic network, suddenly an additional 30,000 wizards were available, greatly alleviating the labor shortage. For the civilians in the kingdom, life was changing at a visible pace. Every citizen was filled with enthusiasm. A myriad of novel creations emerged continuously, and trade was more active than ever. As for threats from beyond the universe and the space-time gate, only the council members, who were great wizards, could understand the ins and outs. The ceremony for the promotion of legendary wizards had also been restarted. Lin personally set 1,000 questions related to quantum mechanics, and those who passed could qualify for promotion. This way, even if the promotion failed, they wouldn't end up in total annihilation. Herav, Vittorio, and others frequently used the magic network to sense higher dimensional space-time, and breaking through to become 8-ringed legendary wizards was not far off. Aurora also developed a magic projection device based on the analysis of the instruments on the spaceship, capable of recording the movements of mimic elements within a certain area and storing this information in a special container. By activating the container, the process could be reproduced. Upon receiving the report on this technique, Lin was very interested. It was essentially a magical version of a video recorder. The divine art Time Rewind he developed was much more advanced, but not everyone could use it. However, Aurora had the potential to make it widespread. With it, they might be able to create magic-based movies, a great tool for propaganda. Chapter 689, 571. The First Generation of God-Powered Warp Ship. Chapter 689, Chapter 571. The First Generation of God-Powered Warp Ship. Summoned by the Council, Glenn and Lua, who had hurried over, heard this completely unfamiliar term and immediately looked at Lin, their expressions full of confusion. Lin explained succinctly. Glenn was very interested in this concept, having been obsessed with photography since he had developed optical photography. You see, elements wandering in the void change their positions every moment, and after Lin proposed quantum theory, achieving actual time reversal was nearly impossible. But photography could capture moments and freeze them forever. Now, the cameras he invented had taken the entire kingdom by storm, with hundreds of thousands sold, and what limited their distribution in every household was not the high price, but the consistently insufficient production to meet demand. Glenn was recently pondering how to increase production further and reduce the selling price. However, after Lin had roughly described the video magic developed by Aurora, Glenn felt both excited and worried. He was excited because this technique could directly record events over a certain period using magic power. He worried that the sales of cameras might be impacted since this projection technique was much more convenient than his photography, also with the potential to become widespread. Luoer, purely delighted, knew the value of this technique as a journalist. Are you saying that making films involves us recording certain events? Glenn immediately thought of this and looked expectantly at Lin. Capturing significant, memorable events was indeed the original intent behind the development of photography technology. A few months ago, the sight of that unimaginably huge spaceship being moved from the moon had sparked a heated debate. Although many had seen it, photography and filming were not allowed, and the council had not given any explanations to the public. They had even spread various rumors to mislead the public, leading the citizens of the kingdom to believe that the wizards had created a magical flying city. Even some official wizards utterly believed this news. Glenn, who was friends with Luoer, the editor of the Magic Daily, of course knew some insider information and did not fall for those false rumors. Lin briefly explained the concept of acting. What they needed to do was conceive a story, perform it, record it with video magic, and distribute it throughout the kingdom for playback. Glenn said subconsciously, then immediately realized he had spoken too bluntly, and quickly shut up. Luo coughed lightly, hastily interjecting to correct him. It should be said that this is reenacting reality with some reasonable modifications and improvements. Lin looked at Luo and nodded. He had two main types of content in mind for the films. The first was to dispel the influence that the church and the empire still held in people's hearts. For example, how the church fooled the public with beliefs, claiming that entering heaven was actually becoming a reserve energy source for Ira, and how the empire's nobles brutally dominated and exploited the common people. Thinking about it, the Wizard Council had ruled the kingdom for only a few years, while the territory had belonged to the church and the empire for nearly 1,000 years. Lin was aware that although they had largely suppressed major conflicts through absolute military force and abundant material supplies, there were still plenty of issues under the surface. In the cities, things were somewhat manageable, but if one looked further down to the town level, the council's control sharply declined. Lin had received reports that some commoners in the kingdom's border areas still secretly worshipped Ira in private. These people hadn't taken further action, and it wasn't feasible to eliminate them all. So tackling the issue through public opinion and ideological change was essential. The second objective was to dispel some common misconceptions and fears about magic among the citizens, as well as to propagate the current policies of the council. Lin briefly outlined his requirements, and then reminded the two that they could gather material for the films by interacting more with the lower-class citizens, as he was confident there were countless similar real-life examples. Using real cases would also more easily resonate with the lower-class citizens. Glenn suddenly spoke up. A wizard persecuted and hunted down by the church and the empire flees to Wizardland, and then counterattacks to end the evil reign of the church and the empire. There are both dramatic and explosive elements, and it will also help the commoners understand the history of the council and the origins of the wizards. Luo looked at Glenn in surprise. He had always thought Glenn was a straightforward and honest man, but hadn't expected him to be so adept at flattering, even quicker on the draw than himself. We should talk about this kind of large-scale series another time, Lin said non-committally, suggesting that Glenn and Luo start by producing some simpler shows to test the waters and see the effects before considering further. Regarding the filming, camera work, and some techniques of script writing, I have written them all down in this book. You might want to take a look when you have time. Lin handed a thick booklet to Luo and Glenn for them to study thoroughly. As for the content of the book, it was, of course, sourced from the Smart Brains data repository and directly printed using magic, which was convenient and quick. Luo was the first to take the booklet, which was 4 fingers thick. After flipping through it briefly, he was immediately engrossed by the contents, such as the 4-step creation method, the 3-act structure of scripts, and detailed explanations of camera language usage that surprised Luo, who had not expected Lin, the speaker, to know these things. Wasn't this being a bit too versatile? But then Luo remembered that this star of magic had advanced to an unimaginable realm, with computing power far beyond theirs, capable perhaps of multitasking to an extent even greater than they could fathom. All right, take this book and have a good look at it. Bring me a script in half a month, Lin said with a wave of his hand. Luo and Glenn responsively agreed and then took their leave. Lin then stood up from his seat, and with a step he had already traversed several kilometers, the walls, trees, and rocks ahead seemingly non-existent in his path. To him, all things larger than a microscopic scale had huge gaps, allowing him to squeeze through easily. In just over a dozen steps, Lin had already reached the land of death just outside Fire Oil City. With months of practice, this spatial control had become even more effortless. This area was heavily fortified. On the outermost was a huge magic barrier. Inside was a wall 1 meter thick, and at the very core was a defense barrier he had personally set up, even capable of blocking divine scrutiny. Upon entering, Lin, who made no disguise of himself, was quickly spotted by the guarding wizards. Dennis hurried forward, excitedly speaking. Lin's face also showed a hint of anticipation. The curvature engine, although present in the Smart Brains database as a sci-fi weapon, existed only in concept and was truly unbuildable. If they could make a breakthrough in this area, It would mean they had surpassed the Earth Federation of his previous life in the field of power systems. Dennis said proudly, attributing part of the success to his own contributions. Encircled by a group of alchemists, Lin soon entered the ship. Many areas inside were dismantled, with a curvature generator built at both ends creating a U-shaped curvature space that tightens at the front and expands at the back, making the ship slide through space as if on a slide. Dennis smacked his lips and continued explaining to Lin that the ship now had two power systems. They first needed to use a nuclear explosion engine to accelerate the ship to over 15 times the speed of sound to leave the atmosphere of the Eternal Star, then activate the curvature engine to further increase the speed, flying into the vast outer space. The reason for the extra step was that they still could not precisely control the output power of the curvature engine, and supersonic flight within the atmosphere of the Eternal Star might cause terrifying consequences. Lin nodded. Extreme speed meant extreme power, and the concerns of Dennis and the others were not unfounded. It was better to be cautious. He didn't expect the first-generation propulsion system to adopt a full curvature drive, so hybrid power system was also not bad. Lin suddenly asked curiously, but the next moment he saw a spherical earth clump over 100 meters in diameter floating above a huge alchemy array, tightly bound by numerous rune locks. Using soil and rocks as fuel, Lin was initially stunned, then soon sensed an aura from it that faintly felt familiar. This couldn't possibly be. Lin immediately thought of something, followed swiftly by Vittorio's voice coming through. Only this could provide enough energy. Chapter 690, 572, Space Travel and Time Dilation Effect. Chapter 690, Chapter 572, Space Travel and Time Dilation Effect. Moon God Body. Upon hearing Vittorio's explanation, Lin's expression immediately became very peculiar. Daring to use a divine body as a power source was indeed audacious. Vittorio also sported a helpless expression. Previously, he had tried using high-purity magic crystals as energy, but calculations showed that even consuming a ton of magic crystal reserves wouldn't be enough to move the spacecraft a single kilometer. After all, the thing was just too vast. Likening it to a fortress or even a small city wasn't an exaggeration, and its mass was up to hundreds of thousands of tons, thanks to its peculiar materials. The energy required to drive it could only be described as terrifying. The only thing that met the requirements was the moon soil they had previously excavated for research, which upon testing revealed an extremely high density of magic power, hundreds of times more than the highest purity magic stones. At this point, Vittorio cautiously glanced at Lin, somewhat worried that this might offend him, considering that the wizard, now having breached into the god realm, could see this act as blasphemy. Lin obviously didn't mind this. To him, gods were just a higher dimensional form of life. They might be exceedingly powerful on a planet or even within a solar system, but in the vaster cosmic space, they hardly mattered. The fall of the moon goddess Diana was a warning. So although Lin was shocked by Vittorio's bold recklessness, he quickly started discussing the composition of the moon soil used to construct the divine body with him. Similar to the moon of his previous world, the 10 tons of moon soil they brought back were rich in silicon, aluminum, potassium, barium, lithium, helium-3, neon-2, 22, and other rare elements. The most important, of course, were the colossal amounts of magic power contained in these elements. The ability of the moon's rotation to trigger the magic tidal waves of the Eternal Star was proof enough. Vittorio declared, as they had manufactured a smaller version of the spacecraft at a 1-to-1 scale and conducted preliminary experiments without any issues. A model? That sounded rather unreliable. Lin raised an eyebrow, but didn't comment. With him present, no major accidents were likely to happen. Turning around, Vittorio then addressed the assembly of Grand Wizards. Everyone get busy. Raphael, Jeffrey, Alade, and others immediately engaged in the final inspection tasks. For 7 whole months, nearly half a year, everyone had been preparing for this moment, hoping that no minor oversight would render all their efforts in vain. Energy charging complete, All systems of the preliminary curvature drive are normal. Path planning complete. All obstacles have been avoided. A series of reports followed one after another. Because of thorough preparations, this check was nothing more than a formality. Herav, Aurora, and Anthony had all arrived, no one wanting to miss this momentous occasion. The spirited Vittorio stood on the alchemical apparatus in front of the control console, extending his domain to cover every aspect of the spacecraft. This was the method he had developed to control the spacecraft, utilizing a wizard's domain to directly manipulate every atom within the spacecraft. The spacecraft's doors rapidly closed, and the shell gradually tightened, leaving no gaps. Then, the disc-shaped spacecraft, weighing hundreds of thousands of tons, slowly lifted amidst intense vibrations. This was the anti-gravity device embedded at the bottom of the spacecraft. Vittorio then spoke again. Dennis solemnly took out two transparent spheres about half a meter in diameter and placed them into the underbelly's corridor. Herav and others' eyelids twitched as they knew these spheres contained deuterium and tritium. They all knew Vittorio was bold, and although they had participated in part of the propulsion device's construction, they hadn't expected him to use this massive weapon right off the bat. Because this nuclear power wasn't about converting nuclear energy to drive electricity, but rather using a nuclear explosion to generate thrust to propel the unimaginably heavy spaceship. If they hadn't discovered during their research of the spaceship's weapon system that this special metal surface had a layer capable of withstanding terrifying temperatures and pressures, they wouldn't have dared to attempt this. For a moment, the whole spaceship seemed to shudder as the two hydrogen bombs deployed exploded. Fierce fire and light burst in the combustion chamber of the spacecraft, the tremendous power alarming many grand wizards present, as they were only a few hundred meters away from the hydrogen explosion. And if the chamber couldn't withstand the explosion's terrible power, the energy wave from the hydrogen explosion could tear them apart in an instant. Fortunately, the technology of the alien civilization was trustworthy, and a mere hydrogen explosion was not enough to breach it, especially since the combustion chamber was one of the strongest areas. Raphael and others wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Even Vittorio and Dennis, the developers, heaved a sigh of relief. Although they had conducted tests previously, they still hadn't been completely sure. Quite creative, Lynn, who had witnessed the entire startup process, was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Vittorio to choose to use the legendary spell, Doomsday, atomic breath, to generate a powerful thrust to propel the spacecraft forward. After completing the most dangerous part, it signified that the spacecraft was officially underway. From specially reserved dual exhausts at the rear, columns of intensely hot energy burst forth, spanning kilometers. As the spacecraft, weighing hundreds of thousands, rose swiftly into the sky under nuclear power, its massive mass combined with extreme speed caused a sonic boom. This instantly ravaged the ground below, which was already battered by nuclear and hydrogen explosions. In merely a dozen or so seconds, the speed of the spacecraft had increased to more than 5 times the speed of sound and continued to soar unchecked. A strong sonic barrier appeared on the surface of the spacecraft, which seemed to be enveloped in a cloud of mist. This devastation would have been several times worse had Vittorio and others not engraved wind protection magic on the outer shell. A large screen quickly appeared in front of everyone, displaying the outside world. This was Aurora's developed projection magic, which could replace display devices and allow seeing outside directly from within. However, everything in their view was blocked by the sonic barrier, leaving only a vast expanse of white, which then turned pitch black. It meant the spacecraft had broken free from the planet's atmosphere. It all happened in just a minute or two. For Raphael and others, this speed was unbelievably fast. Yet, this was just the beginning. After completely leaving the planet's atmosphere, Vittorio solemnly activated the curvature engine. The moon regolith placed at the center of the alchemical formation peeled away layer by layer, being converted into vast amounts of magic power. In front of the spacecraft, space distorted like ripples, eventually forming a ring-shaped spatial depression. The spacecraft continued to accelerate at a terrifying frequency. Raphael and others inside could only see the moon regolith rapidly diminishing within the formation, but couldn't truly perceive the increase in speed, as it was too smooth, so smooth that they felt no fluctuations at all. Alade asked, puzzled. Aurora pointed at a spot on the screen. That was the moon. They sped past the satellite at blistering speed. Alade watched in horror as the moon, initially a barely discernible speck, grew into a colossal object, only to shrink rapidly within 2 seconds and disappear from their view. How fast was that speed? The great wizards present were awestruck, even with their formidable computing power, as they found no reliable reference point. You'll see when we reach Brown's star, Vittorio responded. This was their destination, the planet farthest from the sun in the stellar system. According to wizards who studied astronomy, the distance between these two planets on their current orbital path was roughly 1 billion kilometers. Even at the speed of light, it would take 3,300 seconds. That's about an hour. As the atomic clock ticked by every minute and second, everyone intently watched the screen above. After a long journey through dark space, another massive planet appeared, then vanished from their view. Raphael recognized it as the second farthest planet from them, also conveniently on their planned trajectory. This meant they weren't far from Brown's star. Just as Raphael had predicted, that huge brown planet was now within sight, and they were approaching it at an extremely fast pace. Vittorio exclaimed excitedly. Dennis exclaimed joyfully, his words filled with incredulity. That meant the cruising speed of the spacecraft had reached half the speed of light. Hera, Aurora, and Anthony had looks of disbelief on their faces. They actually managed to increase the speed to such a terrifying extent. Raphael and others were equally thrilled. Half the speed of light, 150,000 kilometers per second, twice around the eternal star. Lynn waited until everyone's excitement had settled before speaking with a smile to correct them. Based on the time dilation effect, their time measurement wasn't accurate. However, by his estimates, their speed was definitely not slow. This was only the first-generation engine of the spacecraft. There was still much room for optimization. With Lynn's reminder, the 50-odd wizards present gradually calmed down. They recalled the time dilation effect mentioned in quantum theory. Although this wizard of magic had proven his theory was accurate, the disparity in time flow caused by speed still left many with doubts. Could their time really be slowing down? Chapter 691, 573, Tearing Apart the Satellite, Gravitational Time Dilation Effect. Chapter 691, Chapter 573, Tearing Apart the Satellite, Gravitational time dilation effect. The discussion about the time dilation effect didn't last long. After all, they would know if it was real or not once they returned. Following that, Vittorio began experimenting with reducing speed, hovering, turning, drifting, and most critically, testing the weapon system. That's right, weapons. The disc-shaped spacecraft they intercepted was originally equipped with a very powerful weapon system, but most of it was either damaged or had been depleted. The only thing that was still relatively intact was a neutron cluster launcher. This time, they were going to test its power. The next moment, the front end of the disc-shaped spacecraft split open to reveal a launch port, for which approximately 100,000 fist-sized neutron clusters were ejected, targeting a satellite orbiting the brown star. Its diameter was around 1,500 kilometers. Next to it, the spacecraft was like a grain of sand at the foot of a mountain, and the speeding neutron clusters were even tinier, like specks of dust. However, these seemingly insignificant neutron clusters exploded with terrifying force, striking the surface of the satellite at nearly 1/3 the speed of light. In an instant, a fierce wave of energy erupted in the void. Herav and the others inside the spacecraft couldn't hear any sound, but they could see the satellite being torn apart. The 100,000 neutron clusters were like 100,000 large hydrogen bombs going off simultaneously, and the surface of the planetoid was directly ripped open. Countless materials erupted from the inside of the planetoid, and with one strike, 1/3 of the satellite orbiting the brown star was blasted away. The remaining part was completely knocked off its orbit and flew into the boundless cosmic void. Truly terrifying power, Vittorio said with a grave expression. Harov and the others who had observed the entire process also broke into a cold sweat. Although the mass of this satellite was significantly smaller than that of the moon, it was still a celestial body, and yet a single strike had ripped 1/3 of it away and knocked it out of orbit. Lin, however, wasn't all that surprised. In interstellar wars, destroying satellites was not a big deal. He guessed this was probably just one of the more conventional attack methods among the weapons aboard the spacecraft. Otherwise, just with this kind of attack, defeating the moon goddess Diana, who resided in the divine realm, would not be an easy task. Lin suggested thoughtfully. Although the attacks were simple, the ultimate speed was ultimate power. No amount of fancy magic could compare to a punch thrown at the speed of light. Lin said, glancing at the moon's soil on the alchemy array, which had shrunk by a full circle. Vittorio nodded, not continuing with the experiments. The remaining neutron clusters on the spacecraft were only enough for 3 more uses. Being able to conduct one weapon test was already a luxury. Several hours later, at the Eternal Star, in the Land of Death, a gigantic disc-shaped spacecraft slowly docked on the scarred Earth. With a mass of several 100,000 tons, even after multiple decelerations, it still caused a high-intensity earthquake when it touched down on the ground. When they officially stepped out of the airlock into the sunlight and set foot on the ground, all the wizards couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Although they had only gone for a round trip around the brown star before returning to the Eternal Star, the stillness and darkness of cosmic space were still immensely oppressive and frightening. The universe was simply too vast. The planets, unimaginably large to their eyes, appeared as mere points of light during flight, invisible from a distance. Moreover, there was no sense of direction or distance out there. Raphael seriously doubted that if the spacecraft veered slightly off course, they would drift forever in endless void. It does seem like the time is indeed off, Harov said, looking up at the rising sun. The round trip took only about 6 hours and 35 minutes according to the spaceship's clock, but they had departed around 10 o'clock at night, and now it was already morning. The grand wizards waiting nearby at the Land of Death also immediately came around, as there always needed to be someone on the ground to observe the flight, yet a full 10 hours had passed on the planet. There's actually a twofold discrepancy in time, Vittorio said with a sense of wonder. They'd spent quite some time testing weapons on the brown star and delaying on the moon. Removing these factors, during high-speed travel, time flowed at about half the rate compared to the Eternal Star. Lin nodded too. This was not beyond his expectation. Although the curvature engine was different from conventional propulsion, affecting distance directly, since time and space were unified, and the essence of time was the motion of matter. Any distortion in space also meant a distortion in time. The gravitational pull of planets causing changes in time and space is the most direct evidence, essentially a natural curvature engine, with its ultimate form being the black hole. This is why Lin dared to be certain that the curvature engine could surpass the speed of light, because the powerful gravitational vortex of a black hole is enough to make even light unable to escape. Previously, Lin was not entirely sure. His guess was based on the gravitational time dilation formula from the general theory of relativity. But now the facts have proven that Einstein was undoubtedly correct, and the curvature engine also causes a corresponding time dilation. Or in other words, whether it's extreme speed or extreme mass, the fundamental reason they can cause time dilation is the distortion of space, and the curvature engine directly warps space, thus affecting the movement speed of objects, which is what people commonly refer to as time. Dennis muttered. This was already a highly exaggerated figure, but after the thrill of reaching half the speed of light before, this speed didn't seem so dazzling anymore. Especially since they still had to face an unknown civilization from the cosmic starry sky. In Lin's words, the speed of light is just the basic requirement for cosmic travel. Relying solely on the energy provided by moon regolith is limited. Even with further improvements, at most it could only reach about 60% of the speed of light, Vittorio said thoughtfully, and he had previously checked the fuel reserves. Just wandering around like this, they had already used up 50% of the 10 tons of moon regolith. Of course, the travel distance had also reached a full 2 billion kilometers. Vittorio couldn't help thinking, if merely a divine body could have such a powerful magic power reserve, what about a divine nature with a higher energy density, or even the deities themselves? Could it possibly allow the spaceship to reach or even break the speed of light? Lin was also considering this issue. In the short term, if they wanted to obtain the power to rival a galactic civilization, or at least ensure a certain degree of threat with their weapon systems, they could only rely on sneaky methods, which made the resources of another world extremely important. After defeating the Master of the Undead, he had a lot of spoils of war that he had not collected, such as the entire alien realm, as well as the planes controlled by the Master of the Undead. Now he already had a complete plan for establishing the space-time gate, and perhaps he could locate the coordinates of the alien realm through the residual consciousness of the moon goddess Diana. If he could capture Alara, or even other gods from the other world, to provide power, maybe they could build a real curvature spaceship. However, there was still a long way to go before realizing this dream. They had to wait at least until they had completed the improvements on the spaceship, and it was ready for actual combat. Vittorio didn't waste a moment. After confirming that the time dilation effect truly existed, he and the group of alchemists checked the alchemy array set up on the outer shell of the spaceship to see if there were any signs of damage. After this test flight, he had a great many ideas. Meanwhile, Aurora, Harov, and Anthony were responsible for researching the spaceship's weapon systems and replicating the antimatter fusion reactor, preparing to weaponize Lin's antimatter cannon as another powerful weapon against the gods. Although the spaceship's particle cannon was very powerful, with only 3 shots left, they couldn't always rely on that, could they? The production of neutron clusters was also a problem. Now only Lin managed to create them, but it also took quite a bit of time. Mere divine power wasn't enough to control neutrons directly, like controlling elements and electrons, and could only indirectly affect them. He couldn't afford to spend too much energy here. Lin stretched out his hand, and a phantom crystal instantly appeared in his palm. This was the signal source he had intercepted before. Although Lin had blocked it, he had not destroyed it outright. First, to study the aliens' quantum communication technology, and second, based on higher dimensional perception abilities, he could trace the signal source to locate the other party's position. Lin speculated that although the civilization that made the disc-shaped spaceship had the ability to observe higher dimensions, they probably couldn't do so at will like him, likely needing some instrument to locate, unable to directly sense the location as he could, which was one of their important advantages. However, there was bad news too. According to his observation, as of today, the distance between them had shrunk from several tens of light years to within 10 light years. It seemed, just as he had suspected, the other party possessed the capability to traverse long distances in space. It made sense. After all, a real interstellar civilization couldn't possibly lack wormhole technology. Otherwise, a single flight in the vast universe would take hundreds of years. By the time your fleet arrived, who knows how far the enemy's technology would have evolved. Lin could only hope this was the closest spatio-temporal coordinate to them from the other party. Otherwise, the Council would have very little time left. With this in mind, Lin took out an entangled quantum particle, ready to experiment with establishing a space-time channel. First, create a space-time node between the eternal star and the moon, which will make collecting energy much more convenient. Chapter 692, 574, The Assembly of the Gods. Chapter 692, Chapter 574, The Assembly of the Gods late at night, in the main world, the floating city, within the main temple of the god of life and creation. The chief priest of the Avalon people, Rupert, was devoutly praying, and soon his prayers summoned a divine response. In the temple sky, a massive rift appeared, followed immediately by a brilliant beam of light descending from the heavens, illuminating the dim, floating city. This beam was not merely light, but a manifestation of life divine power, a source of energy perfectly absorbable by all living beings. On the ground, grass and flowers grew rapidly, and trees that had withered due to seasonal change sprouted new buds once again. The Avalon people, bearing scars and ailments from labor and battle, felt their wounds heal and their pain vanish. For some gods, their very arrival is a blessing. All over the city, the Avalon people knelt down, thanking God for his gifts. Chief Priest Rupert also knelt in terror. Then he explained the reason for his prayers for divine intervention. Mighty Lord, according to our divination and exploration, something major has happened in the undead kingdom at the world's edge. A deep, resonant voice, indistinguishable between male and female, echoed from the heavens. However, for higher dimensional beings, gender is not important. Upon hearing this news, Chief Priest Rupert was both delighted and horrified. He was delighted because the Lord of the undead and the mighty God of life and creation were not on good terms. There had been significant friction between them, even to the extent that a war of gods might have erupted, and now a threat had been eliminated. But he was horrified that such a powerful deity, a controller of death, comparable in strength to the mighty Lord, could also fall. This was undoubtedly a perfect chance to kick an enemy while they were down, and with the fall of the Lord of the undead, his domain was leaderless. Being not far from the undead kingdom, they undoubtedly could seize a head start. The voice of the God of life and creation boomed again, directly dismissing Rupert's idea. The bait was indeed tempting, but the risks were not small. After all, numerous gods were aware of this tidbit of information, and one of the chief gods had already taken notice of the situation. He was well aware that getting involved in this conflict might not yield many benefits. Although the God of life and creation offered no explanation, a god's command is supreme. The God of life and creation was immensely pleased, and a boundless light suddenly flooded into Rupert's body, quickly integrating within him. Rupert said, overwhelmed with emotion, "There may soon be a new war of the gods. Do not get involved and do nothing unnecessary." The God of life and creation instructed again, but soon his voice was cut off, for he sensed a summoning from one of the chief gods. It seemed that events were unfolding in an unexpected new direction. After a moment's hesitation, the God of life and creation reassured the high priest briefly, and soon the light that had descended on the floating city receded. It appeared he had no choice but to get involved in this affair. The temple of all gods, towering in the gap between the main world and the endless void, a place where the concept of time does not exist and is the venue for the councils of the gods. Except for the summons of a chief god, on ordinary days, no god wishes to descend here. The last time he visited this place was 700 years ago. The God of life and creation, upon arriving here, transformed into the appearance of an Averill. Gods have no fixed form, but for the sake of convenience and gathering faith, they usually appear in the form they had before achieving divinity, or in the form imagined by their believers. This time, it was clear he was not the only one summoned, as the God of life and creation felt the presence of no less than 40 powerful auras the moment he entered the great hall. At the deepest part of the hall, a huge shadow emerged in the void, its true face unclear, emanating a terrifying pressure. The surrounding space-time seemed unable to withstand its arrival, becoming chaotic and distorted. The only thing the God of life and creation could make out was a strange symbol on the forehead of this chief god, resembling an eye. The God of life and creation respectfully greeted. This news was not unexpected, as the chaos in the undead kingdom was well known, and the struggle for the legacy left by Lord of Death had already began, with many gods setting their sights on these unclaimed realms. No one dared to make a move lightly, only sending their believers to the undead kingdom as a probe. Now, with Chief God Morags suddenly summoning them, many deities were worried whether their plans to seize the death divine domain would be affected. The God of life and creation also felt extremely puzzled. He had no particular interest in the legacy left by the Lord of Death, as usually the chief gods would not interfere in the ownership of realms. This time, however, seemed to be an exception. Chief God Morags, unconcerned with the gods' thoughts, caused the chaotic and twisted space in the temple to split open, revealing a dark passage that connected directly to the undead kingdom. The next moment, ripples appeared in the twisted space-time, and a summoned-stitched sovereign stepped out from the distorted space-time gate. Its form was even more bizarre than the twisted space-time, seemingly made up of countless different corpses. Its left arm a long dragon tail, and its right hand a scythe-like sharp claw, measuring over 70 meters in size. Yet compared to its massive body, the actions of this stitched creature were extremely cautious, as if fearful that its ugliness and filth would desecrate the sacred hall. Being a ninth ring legendary being, it undoubtedly had reached the epitome of the mundane, but the Stitch Sovereign was acutely aware that any god in the hall could crush it with merely a flick of their finger. Thus, its actions were highly restrained, and upon entering the hall, it immediately knelt down without hesitation, although the motion looked somewhat comical with its short legs. To the Great Lord, my master Danates met with an accident while conquering a new realm, which involved the moon goddess Diana, who had broken away from the main world. The summoned Stitch Sovereign clearly knew the reasons the high gods had summoned it, and promptly relayed everything it knew. It explained in great detail, from the reasons the Lord of Death sought Diana, who left the main world, to dispatching the great Lich Cecil to investigate the moon god domain, to discovering a new realm. That newly appointed moon god kept hidden within the divine domain and took no action until the Lord of Death opened a passage between the two worlds. He then attacked suddenly and completely closed off the space-time passage. The Stitch Sovereign did not know the events that followed. It did not witness the Lord of Death's fall. However, the undead stranded in the moon god domain were slaughtered by the new moon god, with hardly 1 in 10 managing to escape back to the undead kingdom. If not for its luck, it would probably have been crushed into dust by now. Hearing that the Lord of Death had died so ingloriously, a few gods who were hostile to him felt a little schadenfreude. They had previously thought their adversary had encountered a formidable foe and didn't even have a chance to escape. Now, it seemed he had simply been too foolish and been tricked. However, the god of life and creation thought differently. While capturing new realms, cases of gods disastrously failing weren't unheard of since leaving their divine domains meant significantly reduced powers. But now 2 gods had fallen in a foreign realm consecutively, and that was cause for concern. The Lord of Death might have been caught off guard and ambushed, but not only had the moon god died, his divinity had also been stolen. This new realm clearly wasn't as simple as it seemed. As the god of life and creation pondered, the Stitch Sovereign again spoke and revealed a shocking piece of news. As soon as this statement was made, a fervent light appeared in the eyes of the gods present, including the god of life and creation. This was a temptation no ambitious god could resist. A large-scale realm meant many things, such as complete laws and a massive amount of energy. If one could fully control it, one might even hope to ascend to the chief god's position. No wonder the moon god had so abruptly detached his divine domain from the main world. Initially, he thought the moon god did so out of fear of the Lord of Death initiating a divine war, seeking survival by this means. Now, it appeared it was to monopolize this large-scale realm. Even the rumors might have been purposely spread by Diana. The consecutive falls of 2 gods was no longer surprising. A large-scale realm capable of birthing some extremely powerful entities was not an impossible scenario. The god of life and creation quickly suppressed the desires emerging in his heart, realizing this large-scale realm was clearly targeted by Chief God Morags. This must be the reason he had called them here. Chapter 693, 575. No god can escape our control. The news of the large plane instantly stirred the emotions of the high gods within the Temple of All Gods, with the thunder and war god undoubtedly the most agitated of them all. Thousands of years ago, he became a deity endowed with great divine power, capturing a dozen planes, just one step shy of becoming a chief god who could establish his own pantheon. Should he gain full control over this large plane, perhaps it would offer the chance he needed for ascension. At that moment, the god of harvest and fertility suddenly stepped forward and spoke. This meant that it would be very difficult for them to locate the existence of the moon god domain with their methods. No one knew just how vast the endless void was, nor how many unknown worlds lay within. For even the power of a god would not suffice to reach its end after tens of thousands of years. This was undoubtedly a problem that needed to be solved. The chief god Morag spoke, and in an instant, it seemed as though countless voices resounded simultaneously within the temple of all gods. The power that stirred the void and the implication in the words caused a subtle change in the expressions of the present gods, serving both as an explanation and a warning to them. The thunder and war god's expression was undoubtedly the ugliest, but he did not reveal the slightest change under the cover of divine light. The chief god Morag spoke again with an authoritative tone, declaring, "Go back and prepare, everyone." The god of harvest and fertility was the first to voice her consent. She was fully aware that after the chief god Morags learned of the existence of this large plane, the possibility of hoarding it for himself had vanished. Instead, it was more practical to amass enough merit to bring into one's fold those several former death divine domains. There was no shortage of deities who thought like her. Not everyone held the same grand ambitions as the thunder and war god. To gain control of one or two planes and enhance their own strength was a considerable achievement already. Having received the consent of the gods, the chief god Morags departed swiftly, and the oscillating void restored its tranquility. The thunder and war god was the first to retract the power he projected, followed by more and more deities who left one after another, to begin preparing for the upcoming war. The god of life and creation was no exception. He had been reluctant to get involved because he knew even if he seized the domain of the master of the undead, he did not have the power to keep it. Now the situation was different. With the permission of the chief god, there was no longer a need to worry about another divine war breaking out amongst themselves. In thought, the god of life and creation couldn't help but recall the rumor that the chief god seemed unable to leave the main world easily, which might be the very reason they, as gods, existed, to conquer new planes as vanguards. At this moment, in the great cosmos, within an unknown galaxy, on the second spiral arm, in the eternal star, within a magic kingdom, Raphael, Alade, Jeffrey, Dennis, and Sanchez, who had distinguished themselves in the destruction of the church and the last war with the foreign realm, gathered beneath the city of Fire Oil City before the sun furnace, tensely preparing for advancement. After over a year of preparation, the reserves of deuterium and tritium were sufficient for 50 people to complete the legendary ceremony of ascension. But quantum mechanics were truly too difficult. This year, over 30 great wizards sat for the quantum examination, yet only 5 managed to pass. Despite having braced themselves, standing before the sun furnace, Raphael and the others were inevitably nervous. After all, during the previous ascension, 2 6-ring great wizards had perished, with only Anthony completing the ritual. Jeffrey took a deep breath and was the first to step onto the high platform etched with countless alchemy runes. After connecting to the magic network, he signaled to the counselors that they could begin. Vittorio immediately activated the ceremony of advancement. The sun furnace, which had been running smoothly, suddenly erupted, expanding many times its size in an instant. A colossal amount of energy manifested like thunder, pouring into Dennis's body along the runes. Empowered by the immense computing power provided by the magic network, Dennis could vividly sense his body being shredded and incinerated by the wild currents, followed by a shelterless spiritual body. The crux of ascending to legend lay in the rebuilding of the shell, creating a body of magic power and energy to break through the limits of the human form. But this process was excruciating, with pain that ordinary people could not endure. Of course, Jeffrey wasn't about to be crushed by mere pain. Still, The sight of two great wizards completely obliterated under savage thunder in the last ceremony had left a significant psychological scar on him. A soul-shaking tremor instantly overtook his mind, and the flesh, bones, and internal organs that had quietly taken shape because of this momentary distraction suddenly collapsed. Seeing the usually smooth promotion ceremony suddenly encounter a mishap, everyone present was extremely nervous. If the promotion failed, it could mean death, and it would also delay the legendary promotion ceremony that was set to restart. After all, one failed case could affect the mentality of people like Raphael, creating a chain reaction. Just then, Lin took action. The raging thunder and surging elements all froze in place at this moment. Jeffrey, who had felt completely out of control and had been preparing for death, suddenly found the deep soul-searing pain disappear. The violent thunder around him seemed to have frozen by his side. No, Jeffrey quickly realized that time had not completely stopped, but had slowed down by hundreds of times. The currents were still flowing, just much more slowly. Lin asked, puzzled. The once wild energy became incredibly gentle and, without much resistance, he completed the promotion ceremony. Lin said with a smile, patting his shoulder. Jeffrey said with immense relief. That moment just now had nearly made him think his soul would be annihilated. Raphael said eagerly, understanding that there was a safety net even if there were mistakes. Raphael completely let go of his nerves. His promotion went very smoothly, with no surprises at all. Dennis, Alade, and Sanchez followed. They suffered quite a bit, but ultimately they made it through. This made Jeffrey feel very awkward. Lin didn't help out anymore throughout the process. In fact, with his current power, it wouldn't be a problem to forcefully create a few legends. But having comprehensively penetrated quantum mechanics, even if they were promoted, they would just be pseudo-legends, unable to wield much power, and their chances to further advance would be slim. Moreover, the pain brought by the promotion ceremony was not altogether useless. Apart from a physical reconstruction, the spiritual body that had reached the limit of a sixth-ring wizard would also undergo a transformation under the baptism of thunder and energy. The council suddenly had 5 more legends, greatly increasing their high-end strength, which naturally pleased Lin immensely. This meant that their efficiency in producing special alloys would more than double. During the time prepared for the promotion ceremony, Vittorio and others had already completed the remodification of the starships, and the development of the annihilation cannon had also been successful. After preliminary tests, this device was ready to join the battle. So, Lin had the council build 2 more Galaxy-level warships, styled closely after the captured ships. Time, which had once been their greatest lack, was now their biggest advantage against the so-called main world mentioned by the Star Messenger. After all, a 7-fold difference in the flow of time allowed them to prepare for offense or defense more comfortably. I think we don't really need to completely imitate that alien starship, at least not in terms of appearance. We can definitely use our own designs, Vittorio assuredly said. According to the recent experiments, a circular shape offers no advantage in space travel, at least not for curvature engines. Vittorio had tested with a 1 to 10,000 scale model, and it didn't help at all. On the other hand, a diamond-shaped starship, just by changing its shape, could improve its speed by about 10%. That was already terrifying, given that the starship's maximum speed had approached 1/3 of the speed of light after further optimization. Even a 10% increase was a terrifying number. Sometimes we need to consider more than just tactical victories, Counselor Vittorio, Lin said with a smile. Without a larger energy supply, a 10% speed increase will not be decisive. Vittorio raised an eyebrow, pondering the meaning of Lin's so-called strategic changes. Surely it wouldn't be relying on mimicking the appearance to make the enemy believe they were friendly forces, then launching a surprise attack, right? That seemed too fanciful. Lin had no intention of elaborating further and ordered directly. In any case, the 2nd and 3rd interstellar warships should still be manufactured exactly like the captured ship. Chapter 694, 576 Moon Fortress. Chapter 694, Chapter 576 Moon Fortress. In July, The warm breeze of summer gently blew across the land, bringing the joy of a bountiful harvest to the central part of the kingdom once more. Over the expanse of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, laid out in neat, endless rows, were wheat fields that stretched as far as the eye could see, their golden-orange hues testifying to the joint efforts of magic and the labor of some hundred thousands of workers. Over 300,000 hectares of land in the central region of the kingdom had been transformed into the kingdom's granary. From this land alone, enough was produced to supply nearly 80% of the Magic Kingdom's food needs, as well as its livestock requirements. 5 years ago, Beatty was just a farmer within a royal domain. Thanks to the relatively lower taxes of the directly governed lands, he could have his fill when the harvest was good. But once droughts or wars broke out in the kingdom, life became extremely difficult. However, ever since the wizards stormed the capital and took over the entire kingdom, Beatty's life had undergone tremendous change. At first, when these wizard lords proposed the consolidation of scattered lands to implement centralized, mechanized farming, they faced spontaneous resistance from countless farmers. To these generational cultivators of the kingdom's subjects, the land was the most precious property, in some cases even more important than life itself. As long as they still had their land, they could at least ensure their most basic living needs were met. Most people simply did not believe that the wizards, whom the church had branded as propagators of the end times and followers of the evil god, had such good intentions. Thus, they were highly resistant to this so-called agricultural reform plan. But a group of farmers was simply no match for the spellcasters who wielded the miraculous magic. Fortunately, the council did not intend to carry out a large-scale massacre. Instead, they chose to first cultivate wasteland and then used speech and interest to entice some of the less steadfast subjects to participate in management. Without a doubt, Beatty seized this rare opportunity, responded to the great farming plan proposed by the wizard lords, and suddenly became a big farm owner managing thousands of hectares around him. He also witnessed the magic-style, fully automated cultivation that was beyond his comprehension. Plowing and planting no longer needed manpower or animal power. Just by operating a large alchemical creation, a few people could easily cultivate thousands of hectares of land. Even watering and fertilizing were taken care of by specialized elemental wizards, who once a week would cast a magic spell called nitrogen phosphorus potassium fertilization to significantly increase the wheat yield for the following year. And the most important thing they had to do was actually to combine their past experiences with the agricultural experiments of those high and mighty wizard lords. Of course, these exalted wizards were all very busy and had no time to waste on the trivial matter of crop cultivation. After surviving the most difficult first year, they no longer assisted with planting, but instead provided in bulk an alchemical powder that could increase soil fertility and reduce pests. Having enjoyed the convenience of fully automated farming, Beatty even had a sudden inspiration to use all his savings to rent an airship for daily watering and fertilizing tasks. After all, it was now hard to find farmers, as the prices offered by the various magic workshops were terrifying. Those who had initially resisted the agricultural reform plan and wished to die in their fields rather than lose their land had all gone into the workshops to work with iron and glass. So renting an airship was a necessary move out of no choice. And it was thanks to these miraculous alchemical creations that his big family could manage thousands of hectares of farmland with ease. However, Beatty also had his worries at times. He was most concerned about such centralized planting methods. If a large-scale drought or flood were to occur, wouldn't the entire kingdom's food supply be doomed? But over the years, Beatty surprisingly found that his concerns seemed unnecessary. Those wizard lords seemed to have the ability to predict the celestial phenomenon. Over the past year, it had become even stranger, as the wind blowing and the rain falling appeared to be scheduled and quantified. Not long ago, a wizard apprentice even sent them a questionnaire inquiring how much rain they needed each quarter, how many sunny days they required, and which days would be more suitable for rainfall. After looking at the questionnaire, Beatty was completely baffled. He didn't quite understand the purpose of filling in these forms, which detailed even the amount of rain each time. Could it be that just by submitting a report, the sky would rain on schedule? However, things turned out to be even more exaggerated than he had imagined. After collecting questionnaires from hundreds of big farm owners in the eastern region of the kingdom, a weather schedule for the 4 seasons was directly created. Observing for a whole year, Beatty was amazed to find that the region's weather matched exactly what was written on the chart. Only after discreetly inquiring with a wizard lord managing the farm did Beatty learn that this was a domain, a very powerful ability that only a very formidable wizard could possess. In fact, not just the kingdom, but the entire continent was under the domain of the eternal star. If he decreed clear skies, there would definitely be no rain, and if he predicted wind, there would absolutely be no thunder. After learning this news, Beatty set up a statue of the eternal star in his home overnight. In his view, this was no longer mere magic, and only the almighty God mentioned in the Holy Scripture could accomplish such an inconceivable feat. Moreover, under the old empire's rule, they had to attend church for worship every week, a habit that was already ingrained. Now that the habit had suddenly stopped, it felt quite unusual to them. Therefore, even though the council expressly opposed it, many subjects of the kingdom still retained the habit of prayer. Only the object of their prayers had shifted from the moon god to the eternal star. In any case, whether it was useful or not, praying couldn't hurt. In the evening, after harvesting the 1,000 hectares of wheat fields, Beatty led his wife and 3 sons in their routine prayers, then went on to enjoy tonight's dinner. 5 pieces of white bread, a bottle of honey wine, and a piece of pack animal meat the size of a palm. This was already quite a feast. 5 years ago, those minor nobles couldn't necessarily afford to eat such delicacies every day. While Beatty was calculating in her mind how much money she could earn from this quarter's wheat harvest, she listened to her youngest son recount the gossip and strange tales he had heard at the Wizard College. Tales of the wizards who had created a flying magic city, and of a magical item called a recording stone that had become popular in the capital recently, capable of recording past events. It was all very mystical. But the most mysterious rumor of all was that the council was recruiting pioneers at a high price, preparing to establish a moon outpost. Beatty's jaw dropped mid-bite into her beast meat, and she looked at her youngest son in astonishment, almost thinking he was joking. However, he quickly assured her, swearing that he had heard it from his own mentor, a wizard, who said the council was even offering a salary of 20 silver coins a month. Beatty looked skeptically up at the bright moon in the sky, feeling more and more that she could not comprehend the world anymore. Just as Beatty's family was discussing, after more than a month of trials, Lynn had successfully opened a portal between Eternal Star and the moon. The capital was bustling due to the council's recruitment order. Traveling to the moon was undoubtedly a novel and unknown concept for the citizens of the kingdom, and it is often said that great rewards bring out brave souls, and the kingdom was never short of people with a spirit of adventure. In just 1 week, an initial group of 5,000 people ready to travel to the moon was assembled. In fact, what the council needed to establish was not just an outpost, but a war fortress. Because of the last battle with the Lord of the Undead, tens of thousands of miles of land were destroyed, so Lynn had already decided that he couldn't let future battlefields be within Eternal Star. Otherwise, if the fighting got out of hand, even the slightest repercussions could cause devastating damage to all living beings on the planet. The moon, not too far from Eternal Star, undoubtedly became the most suitable choice. Although it had no atmosphere, it was enveloped by the moon god domain, which to some extent assumed the functions of a planetary atmosphere. The gravity issue could also be adjusted by setting up gravitational field formations. Once the moon outpost was built, coupled with the 2 Galaxy-class warships the Council was currently manufacturing, it would signify that they had 1 foot in the threshold of interstellar civilization. Lynn could also take the opportunity to expand his divine domain to the moon until every last trace of Diana's residual power was erased. That way, the former moon god would no longer have a chance to rise again. Herav couldn't help but ask in the council's meeting room in the capital, upon hearing Lin's war preparations. Lin nodded, benefiting from the remnant soul of the moon god they had discovered on the moon. Having been dead for over 1,000 years, the remnant's memories were extremely chaotic, but he had successfully extracted some useful information, such as the high-dimensional coordinates of the alternate dimensions and the method to locate them. This needed a medium, and coincidentally, the remnant of the moon god had a faint connection with the alternate dimension. Anthony said with anticipation, as previously they were all stuck defending Eternal Star, facing the undead armies pouring out of several portals, which was incredibly frustrating. Raphael even suggested that last time they had prepared a large stockpile of nuclear weapons to face the Lord of the Undead, but the war ended too swiftly, and since it was within their own territory, they couldn't truly let loose. This time, engaging in outer warfare, they could start with a nuclear bombardment. Vittorio responded doubtfully. Lin nodded. 2 months would be enough time to establish an outpost on the moon. Although continuing to delay and using the resources of a unified continent and the moon to build several more Galaxy-class warships was feasible, Lin was somewhat concerned that the main world might find the alternate dimension first, just as he could find the coordinates of the alternate dimension from Diana's remnant soul. If Ira were captured, then the location of Eternal Star might also be exposed. It's always better to strike first than to strike second. Chapter 695, 577. This is the power and authority of God. Chapter 695, Chapter 577. This is the power and authority of God. Foreign land, the shattered city, Akana. After the fall of moon goddess Diana, this prosperous sanctuary had once been reduced to a lair of the undead and demons, with a foul stench of rotting corpses mingled with the taint of blood, almost inducing vomiting. Yet all this underwent an earth-shattering transformation at the moment when the master of the divine kingdom returned, bringing new life to this dark, chaotic, dying world. Divine light once again enveloped the land, dispersing the heavy air of death. The undead that once occupied this place were mostly dissolved in a pure energy by the sweep of the divine light, which nourished the barren earth. However, Ella had no intention of complete extermination. She was well aware that the foreign land was not safe, and although she had severed the space-time passage to the so-called Eternal Star of the main world and the wizards, it was not 100% certain. Most importantly, Ella obtained a startling piece of information from the memories of a few high undead, that the Lord of Death had fallen. This news completely exceeded Ella's expectations. According to her prior assumptions, even if the Lord of the Undead had left the Divine Kingdom and she had severed the space-time gate connecting the two worlds, weakening his power, dealing with those wizards would still be effortless. All she had done was simply to delay the Lord of the Undead's advance slightly, so that when he returned furiously, she would have completely controlled the Divine Kingdom and be ready for a life-and-death battle. However, the development of events was vastly different from her previous conjectures. The Lord of the Undead, trapped by her in the Eternal Star, had actually fallen. Those wizards had actually killed a god. Ella found the intelligence gathered from the undead's memories almost unbelievable. After reaching the god realm herself, the terrifying power to control an entire world was indescribable. To her, a legend was no different than an ant. Even the sky vaulting, powerful enough to incinerate mountains and boil seas, could not pose any threat to her now. If she wished, she could even use spatial transposition to return the attack as it came. Yet the Lord of the Undead, more powerful than herself, and also of the God realm, fell on the Eternal Star. Memories could be woven and altered, but the collapse of the Undead Legion could not be faked. Another important piece of evidence was that she encountered no resistance when searching the memories of these undead, meaning they indeed had lost the protection of their god. This instilled a strong unease in Ella. Whether the Lord of the Undead had been careless or had fallen into a trap, one thing was certain. The wizards had mastered the power to kill a god. In light of this, Ella abandoned the idea of slaughtering all the undead in the Divine Kingdom, realizing that she now needed an army capable of warfare. She thus directly conscripted the remaining 5 million undead legion. This was not an impossible task. The lower undead lacked intelligence and were merely a horde akin to mindless killing machines. Therefore, controlling a few higher undead was all it took to command the entire undead legion. But this was far from enough. Ella was well aware that divine battles were the key to deciding the outcome. And while restoring the moon god domain, she had exhausted too much power and urgently needed to replenish her energy reserves. The fastest method, naturally, was to gather followers. With a single step, Ella had already arrived in the shattered city, Akana. As she spoke, her cold voice echoed throughout the foreign land. "Come hither, children of God. All suffering has ended. I shall build a heaven on earth, dispel all disasters, and bestow eternal light, water, and food upon the most devoted believers." The moment her words fell, divine power spread like ripples, enveloping the entire city. Towering statues of deities suddenly rose from the ground, their expressions varying from sorrowful to dignified to benevolent. What they shared was a powerful radiance emanating from all around them. The ruined holy city suddenly began to tremble violently. It was as if time had reversed itself. The crumbling walls were restored before one's eyes. The remnants buried at the surface were pieced back together, and the dried-up lakes were refilled with sweet rain. The surviving Makwa people, halflings, some orcs and fairies had all felt the call of the deity. They left their long-abandoned dark caves and gathered within the shattered city, Akana, staring in amazement at the scene that could only be described as a miracle. In just a few hours, this long-deserted, ravaged sanctuary had been restored to its original form. After more than 70 years of immense suffering and trials, they finally witnessed the return of their god. Excited cheers and emotional cries continuously echoed inside the shattered city. Many of the remaining priestesses of the moon goddess covered their faces and wept, eyes brimming with tears, as they looked up at the dreamlike, magnificent architecture before them, madly kissing the ground underfoot. At this moment, the hearts of all were filled with nothing but fervent worship for the deity. They knelt down spontaneously, praying devoutly, pleading for the protection of the god. Even though the newly announced name of the deity and the statues erected within the holy city differed greatly from the original, no one cared anymore. They only knew that their suffering had finally ended, and they were all on the brink of rebirth. Ella hovered in the sky, gazing down at the hundreds of thousands of moon god believers gathered within Akana, feeling somewhat disappointed. Even though only a small portion of the believers could make it here, the number was still too small. Under her sweeping perception, Ella found that there were less than 1 million people left in the entire plain. Even if all of them became her most devout followers, she would not be able to replenish her lost power in a short time. However disappointed she might be, every bit of faith was incredibly important at this moment. Ella once again performed the bread creation spell, and the elements in the void began to swirl chaotically. In almost an instant, large quantities of soft bread loaves fell from the sky. The starving believers ate this God-given food, and the faith sprouting in their hearts was further reinforced. In fact, the rain of bread did not only appear over the shattered city. Divine grace was bestowed on every place inhabited by sentient beings. This was the power and authority of God. Invisible golden threads emerged from the minds of the believers, stretching all the way to an unknown region. This was the connection of faith. Performing 2 large-scale miracles in a row was no small burden for Ella, whose divine power was already scarce. But what concerned her most was not the consumption of energy, but the fact that her divine essence was experiencing some anomalies, sensing a certain call. It was a strange feeling, as if part of her was separated and desperately yearning to come together. Could it be the moon goddess Diana? Ella immediately thought of this possibility, since only the original owner of the divine essence could have such an effect. When she merged with the divine essence within the eternal star, she sensed Diana's revival, which was also the most important reason she was forced to flee to another realm. Otherwise, the sky vaulting developed by those wizards alone wouldn't have been enough to force her into such a disgraceful retreat. Could it be that the moon god had not truly perished, and was indeed the one who joined the wizards to defeat the Lord of Death? The more Ella thought about it, the more it seemed to fit the reality. However, she did not fear in her heart. She had now ascended to the god realm, and over the course of several months had completely taken control of the moon god domain. Even if the moon god herself were to appear, she could not easily wrest it away. It would be best to resolve this threat once and for all, as only by taking back control of the eternal star could she have the power to face the threats from the main world. Ella slowly opened her eyes, and a star-like, dazzling light shone in her pupils. With hardly a moment's respite, as soon as the believers below had completed their first worship and solidified their faith, Ella announced the news about the divine battle. Those from another world, skilled in deception, disguise, and concealment, capable of controlling powerful killing machines, were the culprits behind their 70 years of suffering. And now, these demons would once again invade this plane, seeking to destroy the heaven that was about to be built, plunging this world back into darkness and chaos. "Kill them," a high priest cried out with bloodshot eyes and a hoarse voice, unwilling to give up the light they had struggled so hard to see. More and more believers, gritting their teeth in anger, echoed with passionate words, finding a reason to release their decades of humiliation and hardship. Every survivor in this perilous foreign realm was a warrior of strong will. What they lacked was merely more formidable power. Ella could naturally satisfy this need and immediately bestowed the divine arts system, transforming every young and robust believer gathered in Akana, the shattered city, into priests, bishops, and even cardinals according to their levels of faith. She also made significant efforts to forcefully elevate 7 individuals into pseudo-legendary high priests. As a result, Ella had squeezed out all the potential left in the foreign realm. This was undoubtedly a desperate move. If she failed to take the eternal star, this broken divine kingdom would completely collapse within decades. But if this battle were to be successful, the loss would be rewarded manifold. Sensing the increasingly devout faith in the hearts of the believers before her, Ella's heart could not help but be filled with more confidence. This was her divine kingdom, where the earth, mountains, rivers, and all the elements were under her control, let alone the moon goddess Diana, whose divine essence and domain were being snatched away. Even if the Lord of Death in his prime were to descend within this land of the divine kingdom, she too would have a chance at victory. Chapter 696, 578. War breaks out and nuclear annihilation. 2 months quietly passed by, and amidst the tense preparations for war, 2 Galaxy-class starships were completed on schedule. Altogether, from design mimicry to final construction, it only took a year and a half. This speed was almost inconceivable. Even though the newly constructed warships were far smaller than the captured ship, their diameters still exceeded 1 kilometer. Even the Federation's most advanced manufacturing factories couldn't produce an interstellar warship capable of reaching half the speed of light in such a short time. This was, without doubt, thanks to the Wizards' godlike atomic-level control capabilities. With domain possessing great wizards and legendary wizards, a single person was equivalent to a high-precision manufacturing factory. Magic mimicry was akin to 3D fabrication technology, but far more sophisticated. Because legendary wizards could almost create, mimic, and control any element and arrange them in specific ways, their productivity in high-end fields was nothing short of terrifying. The greatest obstacle they now faced was actually the reserve of magic power. In the past, wizards believed that magic power was inexhaustible. The elemental controller Altok even came up with a theory of magic cycling, that when wizards cast their spells, they weren't truly consuming magic power, but returning it to the void. Through Lynn's research over the past days, this magic cycling system did indeed exist, but there was also the issue of magic power loss. And the prerequisite for the cycle was that all the magic power remained locked within a planet. If one were to embark on interstellar travel or extra-dimensional expeditions, the used magic power would not return to the original world. Moreover, due to the establishment of the magic network and the surge in the number of wizards, the annual loss of magic power was not a small figure. The discovery of the moon's divine body undoubtedly greatly alleviated the problem of insufficient magic power reserves. Even so, according to Lin's estimate, it would not satisfy the demands of several FTL starships. As for how to create magic power, Lin also had some clues. Matter, energy, and magic power must surely be convertible, and the medium was undoubtedly the soul. However, Lin obviously had no intention of slaughtering lives to obtain magic power. Waiting for the natural cycle of death was painfully slow, so plundering from other realms became the best choice. On the first day of September, 200,000 of the kingdom's elite troops were ready to depart in the land of death. They stepped onto the moon through a space-time gate stretching several kilometers. The moment they set foot on the moon, Old York immediately felt a strange change. His body felt light, as if he could fly with a high jump. Old York curiously looked around. Aside from the giant sentinel towering in front, everything he could see was an expanse of desert wasteland. There were no trees or vegetation, no flowers or grass, and not even the whisper of insect songs could be heard. This place was even more desolate than the northern territories of the kingdom. He heard that those wizard lords were planning to build farms here. But could such a barren place really yield crops? Old York muttered to himself, when suddenly a soldier of slight stature beside him stopped, looked up at the sky, and exclaimed excitedly. Curious, Old York looked up and then witnessed a sight he would never forget in his life. A vast and majestic star hung above their heads, occupying a quarter of the sky. It was an indescribable shock. The immense planet suspended in the firmament made one's hair stand on end, yet it was impossible not to be immersed in the grand and aesthetically pleasing celestial scene. All right, snap out of it. It's nothing much, just the planet we live on every day, the leading great wizard Ignar said, admonishing the neatly marching soldiers who had stopped in their tracks, completely forgetting how he himself had been speechless with astonishment the first time he saw the eternal star from a spaceship. But his words did have some effect. Years of drill and discipline allowed the soldiers who set foot on the moon for the first time to quickly remember their purpose for being there, to confront an interdimensional war. What was different this time was that they were no longer the ones passively defending, but were about to invade another realm, to nip the danger in the bud. Each person was full of confidence. Their past experiences told them that no matter how strong the enemy, the council would always prevail. Alay glanced at his atomic clock. 3 starships were already hovering, ready to enter combat at any moment. Row upon row of sun flame cannons stood erect in front of the moon fortress, and they also brought out their big weapon for this mission, 150 electromagnetic cannons for launching nuclear weapons. After many rounds of modification and equipped with the most advanced alien materials, the metal projectiles fired could reach 90 times the speed of sound, completely surpassing the 3rd cosmic velocity. The maximum range exceeded 10,000 kilometers, meaning that with precise aim and calculated trajectories, one could shoot from the east to the west of the continent, piercing through the entire Magic Kingdom. 90 times the speed of sound might not seem much compared to interstellar warships traveling at the speed of light, but this was within the atmosphere. The terrifying velocity meant that even just passing by would be enough to shake a person into a pile of minced meat. Lin had no intention of delaying. Once the kingdom's forces had assembled, he took out an ethereal bottle and threw it into the void. This is a Klein bottle, or you might call a 4-dimensional cage. What's sealed inside is the remnant soul of Moon Goddess Diana. Possibly sensing the impending danger, the remnant soul inside began to struggle violently, and faint cracks started to emerge within the illusory Klein bottle. Lin didn't increase his magic power to repair it. Instead, 2 spheres suddenly appeared in his palm. These are the element uranium and its antimatter. Uranium is the heaviest element found in nature. 238 times the mass of hydrogen. Elements heavier than are usually produced artificially. This time, Lin intended to try using the energy produced from the annihilation of matter and antimatter uranium, with the remnant soul of moon goddess Diana as a coordinate, to see if it was possible to open a portal between two universes. The two palm-sized spheres shot out at an extremely fast speed and finally collided with each other with a huge impact. In that moment, all the wizards present couldn't help but feel a chill of terror deep in their souls. Under the external and internal attacks, the illusory Klein bottle finally shattered, yet the terrifying annihilation energy didn't spread outwards. Instead, it collapsed inward violently, curving all the flat space around it inside. Just as Lin had anticipated, a gateway connecting to another realm was opened. "It's your turn. Go ahead." Wallach, Lin directed towards the skeletal giant dragon at his side, giving instructions. The dragon of cold winter, massive like a small hill, looked like a pet dog about to be abandoned at this moment, pitifully gazing at the group of fierce and fiendish wizards, hoping they could choose someone else for this task. Only when a trace of impatience appeared on Lin's face did the dragon of cold winter, Wallach, shudder and, with a mournful flap of its wings, fly into the space-time gate. It picked up speed, knowing that as long as it flew fast enough, attacks wouldn't catch up. About 10 seconds after the dragon of cold winter, Wallach entered the space-time gate. Lin received a telecommunication. With his current power, he was already able to extend his divine realm into another plane while the gate was open. At Lin's command, 150 electromagnetic cannons immediately pointed towards the widely open space-time vortex. After a few seconds of charging, hundreds of crimson streams of light cut through the sky and flew into the surging temporal node. 1 minute before, in another land, in the shattered city, Akana, Alade, who had received the divine warning, was already prepared for war. Millions of conscripted undead gathered in front of the shattered city, forming a vast and continuous array stretching for tens of kilometers. The spreading aura of death made the newly converted believers swallow hard, acutely aware of the terrifying nature of the undead army. 70 years ago, it was the ceaseless waves of the undead that turned this sacred ground into the land of death. Fortunately, these undead are now enslaved by the great moon goddess, becoming the vanguard against the demons of a different plane. The sudden shift of powerful enemies to allies brought a slight sense of stability to the hearts of the high priests. Alade suddenly looked up. In the boundless sky above, a rift violently tore open, with an endless flow of magic power and matter continuously emerging, stretching the rift ever wider. "It's time for you to act," Alade lightly tapped, sending a message to every higher undead's mind, issuing the command to move. Millions of aerial assault troops composed of screaming demons, banshees, and various undead magical beasts immediately flew towards the wide-open space-time gate. Among them were 5 legendary undead, tasked with command. The executioner, Carent, was one of them. If it could choose, it would never want to be the cannon fodder to fill the ranks and exhaust the enemy's power. Sadly, their souls were held by Alade, who could decide their fate with a mere thought. All intelligent creatures fear death, and Carent, even though it had already died once, was no exception. Not to mention, its last death was not solely a bad thing. It was also a kind of blessing of immortality. Carent's only hope lay in winning this war outright. Perhaps the new moon god would spare them, seeing some use in them. As Carent lamented, it saw a huge figure emerge from the space-time gate and immediately tensed up, but then its expression became extremely odd. Isn't that the dragon of cold winter, Wallach? Chapter 697, 579. 700 hydrogen explosions sweep the ground. The interstellar fleet strikes. Chapter 697. Chapter 579. 700 hydrogen explosions sweep the ground. The interstellar fleet strikes. This irritable, foolish dragon, Carent naturally recognized, and even had a considerable amount of conflict with it on normal days, and was even more aware that Wallach was one of the legendary undead who followed the great necromancer, Cecil, into that large plane. Now it seemed that the other party, like himself, had been captured and, as cannon fodder, had been sent to this world. Even though Carent usually didn't get along well with the dragon of Coldwinter, he couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness and anger. However, at this moment, Carent had no intention of pulling any punches, for after all, one's own life was always a bit more important than others. But Carent quickly realized that something seemed off. Wallach's expression was one of extreme horror, yet not directed at them. His dragon wings, reduced to mere skin, were beating out after images, as if something immensely terrifying were chasing him from behind. As for what it was, Carent soon saw it for himself. A dozen crimson streaks, carrying a whiff of annihilation, plummeted from the sky like meteors. Ayla also saw those shooting stars flying out from the spatial rift and immediately recognized them as alchemical instruments used to conduct sky vaulting. She had suffered greatly from this spell in the past, but now she was utterly fearless. For God, attacks of such a degree meant nothing. With a raise of her hand, the entire airspace was completely sealed. The electromagnetic cannons racing at 90 times the speed of sound might as well have been plunging into a quagmire, their velocity visibly diminishing before her eyes. Everything in this divine domain was under her control, and stepping into it was like entering into her own body. Right after, the elements in the void began to tremble. An immense divine power instantly enveloped all 15 electromagnetic cannons. This was indeed material analysis. With the authority of a deity, Ayla could, in a moment, analyze the principles of this spell and take control of it. Nonetheless, Lin clearly did not leave such an obvious flaw unguarded. The moment Ayla used material analysis, the hydrogen bombs loaded inside the electromagnetic cannons were immediately detonated. 15 suns erupted across the firmament. The tens of thousands of screaming demons and magi beasts turned undead in the sky were instantly dissolved into nothing by the 100-million-degree heat. Even the sealed airspace vibrated continuously under the impact of this immensely powerful energy. Ayla snorted coldly and clenched her outstretched palm. A vast elemental hand covering the entire airspace materialized in the sky, its fingers closing together, forcibly restraining the energy released by the 15 hydrogen bomb explosions within an area of about a kilometer. The intense heat and terrifying energy impact almost solidified just 100 meters away, and Carent, who was close to the brink of death, was beyond relieved that he hadn't charged too far forward. Such high-density, high-intensity energy impacts were simply impervious with his own strength alone. But the next moment, just as Carent had put his mind at ease, his heart was lifted again, for before he could even catch his breath, he saw what must have been hundreds of streaks of light speeding out from the ever-expanding spatial rift in the firmament. Carent was petrified, and without a moment's hesitation, he disregarded Ayla's command and turned tail to run. All high-level undead who still retained some sense of reason similarly fled frantically in the opposite direction. After all, being erased along with one's soul or annihilated in an energy blast was an absolute death. This number, staring at the 135 electromagnetic hydrogen bombs flying at 90 times the speed of sound, Ayla's complexion became extremely grave. She had to intercept all of them in the sky. Thinking this, Ayla increased her blockade of the airspace with moon divine power coating the invisible space threads, and the elements swirling in the void turned into sparks, ready to detonate the hydrogen bombs in advance. However, Ayla soon witnessed what was known as the nuclear propulsion method. The over 100 electromagnetic railguns were not all triggered at the same time, but staggered in time, flying into this world from different angles. With their extremely high velocity, coupled with a layer of extraterrestrial material wrapped around the outside of the hydrogen bombs, they could traverse a significant distance within the high-temperature zone of the hydrogen explosions before detonating again. The fierce explosions progressed like a tsunami, each one more violent than the last. The divine power that sealed the entire airspace was swiftly rent asunder, and the elemental hand blew apart. The legion of undead who hadn't managed to escape the range of the explosion were promptly submerged in the tidal waves of advancing blasts. Carrot managed to escape the blast range, but unluckily, he was pierced by an electromagnetic railgun that had just passed through the nuclear blast area, and his huge body crashed to the ground. Fortunately, the first wave of nuclear strikes finally ended, and although with some difficulty, Ayla succeeded in intercepting all the hydrogen explosions. In the shattered city, the high priests who had once been filled with confidence were now terror-stricken, their spirits shattered. This kind of battle was simply not one they could partake in. They were not even worth being cannon fodder. Is this what divine battle looks like? To launch such a powerful attack in one go, even a god would surely need a rest for a while, right? But then, the second, third, and even the fourth waves of hydrogen explosions plunged all the high priests into despair. In order to fare well in this first cross-dimensional war, the Council had pulled out half of their nuclear arsenal in one breath. 700 hydrogen bombs for an extensive cleansing. After all, for a council about to utilize antimatter energy, these nuclear reserves were no longer as critical as before, which allowed them to throw them around lavishly. This time, even Era couldn't block all the hydrogen explosions and could only grit her teeth, directing all her power to protect the shattered city. Akana. The hydrogen bombs, falling like meteors, quickly showcased their terrifying might. Accompanied by bursts of intense, eardrum-shattering roars, massive mushroom clouds rose slowly above the foreign lands. The wild energy waves raged ceaselessly outside the protective barrier, with blinding light filling the entire field of vision. The priests of the Moko people felt as if their ears were being deafened and their eyes blinded by the intense light. Since this world's creation, there likely had never been a moment brighter than now. One of the hysterical believers screamed. Panic spread like a plague. Even the most devout believers lost all courage and were under the relentless hydrogen explosions, only capable of kneeling on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Ira's face turned extremely ugly. The energy assaults of these hydrogen explosions might not harm her, but they could cause devastating damage to the city and the believers inside the shattered city. What troubled her even more was the fact that such powerful divine arts were once almost suicidal tactics for those wizards, used with extreme caution. Now, they had become conventional weapons for area strikes. The bombardment of nuclear explosions continued for over 2 hours before finally subsiding. Even though Era had repeatedly reduced the protective range, the city was inevitably affected by the onslaught of more than 700 hydrogen bombs. The walls previously repaired with divine power collapsed once again, and even the streets, houses, trees, and towering statues of gods in the city were all destroyed by the super earthquake caused by the aftermath of the hydrogen explosions. The outside of the city was even more tragic. Everything within sight turned to scorched earth. Hills were flattened, rivers evaporated, forests incinerated, and the once vast army of the dead that stretched for tens of kilometers had now vanished without a trace, dissolved in the horrific high temperatures. Neither the weakest skeletal warriors nor the most powerful legendary undead stood any chance under the bombardment of 700 hydrogen bombs. The only survivor was the Dragon of Cold Winter, Wallach, who had not stopped descending into the skies the moment it flew out of the space-time vortex. According to the wizards, only by reaching an altitude of 20,000 meters could it evade the most intense wave of the attack. Even so, with Wallach's speed, it nearly got torn apart by the shockwave of the nuclear explosion, surviving only because of a divine arts protection Lin had cast on it. Another function of this divine arts was to share perceptions, for in a certain sense, Wallach was the eyes Lin had sent over. But its luck apparently ended there. Era, having lost face in front of her believers, unleashed her boundless rage. The elements in the void rioted, and before Wallach even had the chance to let out a cry for help, a gigantic elemental hand hundreds of meters long crushed its body to bits. The massive skeletal dragon was thus turned into a pile of bone dust, and the soul fire burning within its eyes flickered out. After dealing with the wizard's spy, Era turned her attention back to the space-time rift, which had gradually expanded to a massive 5 kilometers in diameter. Since the opponent's tricks had been exhausted, it was time for the divine battle. Era could sense her own divine realm being invaded. But emerging from the space-time gate were not the moon god she had anticipated, but 3 gigantic disks that blotted out the sky. What were these? New alchemical creations by the wizards, or a mobile city? Era didn't know and wasn't intimidated by the immense size of these things. On the contrary, she sensed a familiar power, moon divine power. Era, hanging high above the sky vaulting, looked at the 3 alchemical creations larger than herself by tens of millions of times and said with a cold sneer. Her cold voice echoed across the foreign sky, but it went unanswered. As no sight of the moon god appeared, Era grew somewhat more confident. It meant that the opponent had likely not restored her full power, or else she would have already come out to fight for control of the divine realm. Chapter 698, 580, Gods Clashing with Starships. Chapter 698. Chapter 580. Gods Clashing with Starships. Herav and the others on the interstellar warship had naturally heard Ira's furious roar. They all looked at each other with strange expressions, involuntarily turning their heads to glance at the moon god body within the alchemy array that supplied the spaceship's energy. Vittorio laughed heartily. His voice conveyed to the skies of the foreign realm through the spaceship's amplification system. Ira couldn't help but frown. Before she even had time to think, she saw a large opening suddenly split open at the front end of the disc-shaped, massive spaceship. It was Vittorio activating the ship's built-in weapon system, the scattering particle cannon. The next moment, a full 100,000 neutron clusters erupted within the atmosphere. Unlike the calm waves when fired in the vacuum of space, the neutron clusters reached a terrifying might the moment they left the muzzle, accelerating to 1/3 the speed of light. The molecules in the atmosphere didn't even have time to react and form a sound barrier before they were torn apart, creating 100,000 long vacuum areas. Then, these torn molecules were turned into plasma by the extremely high temperatures generated from the immense speed. The mere shock waves from the aftermath were more powerful than the energy produced by a nuclear explosion. With the powerful perception granted by the divine realm, Ira clearly saw the approaching neutron clusters and reacted instantly. 0.005 seconds to reach her. The hastily constructed stance defense could not deflect so many and so densely packed scattering neutrons. In almost an instant, her body was engulfed in the horrific neutron strike. Then came the shattered city, Akana, behind her. The divine barrier, which remained steady against 700 hydrogen explosions, was as weak as paper and shattered in the blink of an eye. The moon god believers within the city, who had recently become priests, bishops, and high priests, and had no time to expand their ambitious plans, met their fate serenely. The moment they saw the ship as majestic as a floating city, the attack had already arrived. Resistance was futile. Without experiencing any pain, everyone vanished from the world in the blink of an eye as the scattering neutron clusters zoomed past. In this terrible strike, their spirits and souls were annihilated. The ground was plowed with tens of thousands of bottomless trenches, spanning tens of millions of meters, adding terrifying scars to the already ravaged planet. Only the invincible neutron clusters could inflict such a horrifying impact at unimaginable high speeds. Only now did the atmosphere gradually surge up to fill the vacuum tunnels left by the neutron clusters, while the elements in the void churned like tides. Traces of plasma flickered inside, and even just the remnants of the force still exuded an extremely powerful aura. Herav, looking at the tragic scene outside through the magic projection, couldn't help saying, at that moment, all that remained before them was the scarred land. Ira's trace was nowhere to be seen, yet Herav had clearly seen her being hit directly by the scattering neutrons. This was an attack powerful enough to dismantle a massive satellite. Aurora also appeared relaxed. She felt that even if this strike didn't utterly kill Ira, it would have severely wounded her. The being they had once dreaded so much that they went to war, rallying the combined might of an entire continent with little hope of victory, now seemed to be not so fearsome after all. Lynn, who was also within the spaceship but had not taken action, interrupted their illusions. The power of a god is never so simple. If it were so easily killed, the alien fleet that reached the moon wouldn't have been annihilated. And let's not forget, this is Ira's divine realm. As expected, the moment Lynn's voice echoed, a terrifying oppression emerged over the shattered city, and the raging elements that filled space and earth instantly gathered together. Alerted by Lynn's warning, Vittorio, now on edge, looked through the magic projection, searching the surroundings for any trace of the new moon god. However, Ira's figure did not reappear. The danger was emanating from every part of the world. Storms. Incredibly fierce storms began to blow above the foreign realm. The elements of the void had now become the most dangerous weapons, and intense hurricanes sliced through everything around like blades. This was the counterattack of the plane and the wrath of a god. Ira not appearing was precisely because the entire plane was her body, and these three ships were inside her body. Without a target to fight against, the massive size of the ships undoubtedly became enormous targets. But these targets were tough, with a shield powered by moon divine power that was very sturdy, and the ship's hull could easily withstand attack from nuclear bombs at close range. But even so, facing the increasingly intense storm, there was still the risk of falling. Violent thunder vaguely flickered within the storm, and arcs of lightning 10-odd meters thick struck the energy shield on the exterior of the spacecraft continuously, creating ripples after ripples. Energy was rapidly depleting as the storm and lightning grew ever more powerful. Following that, a huge elemental hand, covering the entire sky, had already formed, with strange starfire burning around it, fiercely grabbing towards the largest starship battlecruiser at the center. Lynn reminded, still showing no intention of taking action. After all, this time the opponent was Alara, who had just entered the god realm. It was a good opportunity to test the spacecraft's capabilities and accumulate combat experience. Vittorio had already taken action even before Lynn spoke. Inside the counterfusion reactor, a vast amount of energy was siphoned out, converging in the chamber at the launching port. As they mingled and annihilated each other, a dazzling annihilation cannon burst forth. The beam of light met the gigantic elemental hand head-on and instantly pierced through the starfire ignited in the void, boring a large hole in the palm of that colossal hand, and the residual wave flew across the sky, striking a mountain far behind. Accompanying a series of intense explosions, that towering mountain had completely disappeared from view. The barren ground inch by inch collapsed, and endless dust rose to obscure half of the sky. The moment Vittorio fired the annihilation cannon, he activated the spacecraft's propulsion system. After modifications, the curvature engine could now preliminarily adjust the cruising speed without switching to nuclear engines within the atmosphere. Vittorio directly stretched the speed to 1/10 of the speed of light, ready to burst out in one go. 3 seconds to exit the atmosphere of the eternal star. However, this time, it took them a full 3 seconds to leave the area completely. Harov couldn't help furrowing his brow, sensing something was off. Said Vittorio with a grave expression. Although there were no reference points nearby, judging by the rate at which the ground below was shrinking, the spacecraft's speed was far from as fast as imagined, not even reaching 1% of the expected speed. Lynn spoke up with an explanation. Unlike Harov and the others, who could only rely on conjectures, he could clearly sense Ilara's divine power attached to the space-time threads nearby. That is to say, the entire space had been sealed off, as if the seawater had been replaced with some kind of viscous fluid, and naturally, the speed of the ships within it had dropped. They would need to expend far more energy to achieve even a tenth or a hundredth of their original cruising speed. In a sense, the divine realm was the bane of the curvature engine. However, Lin quickly dismissed this conclusion because if they were using conventional propulsion systems, they would hardly be able to move at all within the divine realm. Vittorio immediately cast aside any reservations and cranked the spacecraft's cruising speed to the max. At that moment, the 10-meter-tall pile of lunar soil within the alchemy array had shrunk considerably, and the spacecraft's speed multiplied several times over. A cold voice tinged with anger echoed throughout the entire planet. Within a region sprawling millions of kilometers, all magic-transformed matter disintegrated under the stern admonition, and boundless energy surged, sweeping across the entire area. This so-called star explosion was a divine art that Alara had developed by mimicking the sky vaulting technique, only differing in the manner of its release. Whether it's nuclear, hydrogen explosions, or even antimatter annihilation, these three are essentially applications of the universe's own rules, which is why Lin and the others needed to expend only a limited amount of magic power to cast their spells. Alara, unaware of the principle that large masses of uranium-235 would spontaneously fission upon aggregation, completely relied on the might of a god, detonating atoms in the most direct way. Though this method was horrifically energy-intensive, the conversion ratio of matter to energy directly jumped to 15%, far surpassing a hydrogen explosion. Inside the spacecraft, the piercing alarm sounded incessantly, a harbinger of the energy shield nearing collapse. Lin had already raised his hand, ready to intervene, but then abruptly relaxed it, because the spacecraft had finally burst out of the exotic atmosphere. The universe beyond the exotic world was an endless darkness, with no stars in sight, and a hazy fog obscured everything. Aboard the spacecraft, Herav and others heaved a sigh of relief. The main vessel had emerged intact, though it had lost a great deal of energy, with only half of the 100 tons of lunar soil remaining. The other two newly constructed starships, however, looked far more pitiable, with their energy shields directly shattered and their hulls covered in dents. Without a doubt, it was the alien special materials, capable of withstanding nuclear explosions, that saved the two ships. Otherwise, the moment the energy shields failed, they would have been nothing but destroyed, plummeting wreckage. Chapter 699, 581. Seizing the Divine Realm and the Positron Cannon. 3 spacecraft finally hovered about 100,000 kilometers away from the alien planet, gazing down at this solitary planet suspended in the void. Unlike the eternal star, which appeared vibrant, brimming with a blue hue and life, the entire alien territory was nothing but barren land, with lakes, oceans, and greenery occupying only a small area. Was dying. For some reason, the same thought simultaneously surfaced in everyone's mind, but now is certainly not the time to contemplate these matters. The 2 battleships that had narrowly escaped death activated their backup energy sources, and the special metal's extensibility also came into play, quickly repairing the damage to the hull and soon reactivating the protective shield. Fortunately, during this most critical period, Alia did not launch another attack. However, it definitely couldn't be that the opponent was deliberately holding back. So there was only one possibility. A smile appeared on Aurora's face, as this situation was also within their expectations. After all, once a god's true body leaves the god realm, their combat power is significantly reduced, and with the risk of a fall, sending an incarnation would only be easily destroyed by them. Herav snickered and spoke. Vittorio coordinated the other 2 spacecraft without any mercy, preparing to deliver a severe blow to Alia. At the same moment, the launch ports at the front of the 3 spacecraft were revealed, and a powerful annihilation energy gradually gathered inside. Alia, who dared not leave the alien land, could only watch helplessly as the 3 spacecraft charged up and focused all her energy on building defenses. About 10 seconds later, 3 beams of annihilation energy sped out one after another, aiming directly at the pale yellow alien star. Although the distance between the two was very far, with space for 8 eternal stars in between, their target was simply too large. The probability of evading by altering space curvature was almost zero, so Alia had no choice but to brace herself for the impact. At that moment, the outermost layer of the planet's atmosphere transformed into the first shield. The dazzling lightning formed an electromagnetic barrier that stretched for dozens of kilometers, weakening the layers of annihilation energy that entered it. Then came the atmosphere below, where a vast amount of elements, already poised and accumulated, formed a dense elemental array, attempting to completely stop the attack. But the energy beam produced by the matter-antimatter annihilation was terrifyingly powerful, piercing through the combined electromagnetic barrier and elemental shield over 100 kilometers in diameter, and finally hitting the pale yellow surface. Boom! The horrific energy exploded on the surface, flattening the Earth for dozens of kilometers around. The surging storm lifted countless fragments of rock into the air, which were then crushed by the shockwave of the energy, turning into a sky full of dust. Once the aftershocks had dissipated, 3 bottomless pits appeared on the surface. The expressions of the people aboard the spacecraft did not show any joy. Lynn unexpectedly raised her eyebrows, and Vittorio was stunned and said, although it seemed that the strike had penetrated all defenses, causing indelible scars on the surface of the planet, Harav and the others were very aware that this strike had only reached a depth of 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers underground and had not damaged the core. If one were to consider the planet as a person, it was as if the outer layer of skin had been pierced, but the inner muscles and bones were unharmed. As a result, their charged attack had consumed 1/3 of their reserve energy, and Vittorio quickly judged that even another strike would likely not reach the core of the star. Alia, located within the God realm, might not be stronger than the Lord of the Undead who had descended on the eternal star, but she was definitely more troublesome and difficult to kill. It was not easy to completely dismantle a massive planet, especially since this planet was not a dead object, but still possessed a planet deity almost capable of mobilizing all the resources of the plane. Yet this attack clearly enraged Alia once again. Although she dared not step out of the God realm, it didn't mean she couldn't retaliate. Rounds of illusory waning moons emerged in the sky above the planet. Then, powered by the planet's magnetic field, they sped towards the 3 spacecraft located at an extreme distance. Considering the distance of 100,000 kilometers, trying to hit a spaceship that could accelerate to 1/3 the speed of light at any moment was utterly ludicrous. However, with the remaining energy of the spacecraft being limited, Lynn pondered for a while over how to destroy, severely damage, or even capture the opponent. Finally, she spoke, to switch to the positron cannon. The so-called positron cannon, also known as the anti-electron beam, was termed so convolutedly because in real-world matter, the electrons inside the elements actually carry a negative charge. The terror of the positron cannon lay in the fact that every element carries a negative charge, meaning that once the positrons came into contact with any material element, an annihilation reaction would occur, causing formidable energy to burst forth from inside the element and forcing it to disintegrate on its own. In some ways, this was the strongest spear because any shield made of material was meaningless in front of it. Of course, such an attack was not without its weaknesses. If Ella's cultural level had been high enough, she could have used equally powerful light energy as a barrier to protect against it. Although light is a form of electromagnetic radiation, it is not electrically charged. As long as it doesn't come into contact with matter, the power of the positron beam would be greatly reduced, which was why Lynn hadn't used it carelessly. Unfortunately, Ella, a newly ascended deity, knew nothing about antimatter. As she faced the terrifying positron beams emerging from the fronts of the 3 interstellar ships, she continued to employ the same strategy as before, which played right into Lynn's hands. Unlike neutron clusters that have been projected out with greater mass, a beam of electrons contained an extremely slight mass, meaning its speed could reach even more terrifying levels, sublight speed. 3 seconds. The 3 strikes of the positron cannon soon collided once again with the electromagnetic barrier tens of kilometers thick. At that instant of collision, Ella's expression drastically changed. The electromagnetic barrier, which had previously been able to weaken the antimatter cannon layer by layer, now dissolved as swiftly as froth upon encountering salt. Not only that, but the fearsome annihilation reaction meant that the solid wall behind, made up of elements, also dissolved nearly instantly, offering virtually no protection. Before Ella could react, the positron cannon had already plunged into the ground. In a thundering boom that resonated across the star domain, the very earth trembled violently. 3 bottomless depressions first appeared on the surface and rapidly expanded at a visible rate. Infinite annihilation energy forming shockwave rings that tore through the solid rock layers below. 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. The positron cannon quickly shattered the rock mantle and reached the magma layer, colliding with the surging magma. Over a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers, enormous fissures spread across the ground like a spider web. Massive amounts of magma were thrown up into the sky, reaching heights of 10,000 meters, while the positron cannon drilled even deeper at a very high speed toward the outer core of the planet. The energy beams of the 3 positron cannons continued for a full 5 minutes before finally ceasing. Vittorio had also exhausted all the positrons produced by the reverse fusion reactor. As everyone watched, the surface of the dull yellow planet was covered in dust, with vast amounts of magma continuously erupting from below. This was a true apocalyptic scene, Aurora asked uncertainly. Although they were quite certain the strike must have penetrated the core, they still dared not be absolutely sure whether Ella had perished, as the planet hadn't completely disintegrated. Lynn nodded in satisfaction. Although the 3 positron cannon shots hadn't truly killed Ella, Lynn could sense that Ella's presence had become extremely weak. Moreover, their purpose this time wasn't to completely destroy the planet. The next steps were up to him. Lynn stepped forward into the cosmic void, and by the second step, he had already reached inside the planet. Behind him, the pace at which the space-time nodes were expanding was becoming faster and faster. Clearly, the master of this realm didn't even have the power to suppress the space-time rifts anymore. Lynn's method was straightforward. He directly seized control of the God realm. Massive amounts of magic power surged out from the other side of the space-time gate. With Lynn's will-mixed magic power and elements beginning to spread in all directions, seizing control of this realm's space and time. First, it was the utterly destroyed region, then an entire continent, followed by half a planet. The master of the realm could no longer tolerate it, and a moon brimming with endless starlight appeared in the sky of the foreign land, within which was Ella's true form. Meeting once more after a long time, the situation had turned a complete 180 degrees. This time Lynn held the absolute upper hand. Disbelief was thick upon Ella's face. She hadn't anticipated that the invader of this world wasn't the moon god, but Lynn, the very same. Wizard from Eternal Star who had troubled her in the past, known among those witches as the Star of Magic. If she remembered correctly, when she had left the Eternal Star, Lynn had only recently advanced to legendary. Without sufficient faith accumulation and no divinity to mitigate the poison of faith, how could he possibly step into the God realm? Chapter 700, 582, The Lightspeed Spaceship That Uses Gods as Fuel. Chapter 700, Chapter 582, The Lightspeed Spaceship That Uses Gods as Fuel. Countless doubts flashed through Ella's mind, but no matter what, they were no longer important. What was important was that the other party had also broken through that realm and arrived in front of her. Ella said with utmost certainty, resolving one of the doubts in her heart. That is thanks to you for closing the space-time gate connecting the two places, Lynn said with a smile. Otherwise, even if he could defeat the Lord of the Dead, he could not prevent the other from escaping. Ella's complexion immediately darkened. She had lured the Lord of the Dead to the eternal star as a strategy to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. But she had not expected the wolf to actually eat the tiger, and the next target was herself. Ella asked again, as she had clearly previously felt the presence of moon divine power. Could it be that these wizards had awoken the moon goddess Diana, who was still not completely dead on the moon, and reached some kind of cooperation with her? A hint of a smile appeared on Lynn's face, followed by 9 enormous and exquisite gears, each reaching tens of meters in height, appearing in the surrounding airspace. His standing here was not simply to chat with Ella. The lock of arcane, radiating gray-white mist from its surface, quickly extended from within the gears, swirling towards the newly appointed moon goddess. Ella naturally did not think that mere words could make the opponent retreat. With a raise of her hand, endless starlight appeared in her palm, instantly taking shape and transforming into a slender silver sword tens of meters in length that slashed towards the gears. Accompanied by a teeth-grinding thud, the collision between the two did not leave the slightest mark on the surface of the gears. Instead, the part of the sword that made contact was beginning to decay and wither. Ella's expression shifted slightly. Although her power had unavoidably declined a lot, because she had previously defended against the positron cannon, she was unable to damage even the extension of the opponent's power when faced with an entity of the same rank within the realm of the gods. In the blink of an eye, layers of the lock of arcane swept over, sealing the surrounding space-time, and then wrapping around Ella, who had no place to hide. Her arms, waist, and legs were all bound by the lock of arcane, which seemed to possess a life of its own. The 9 colossal gears soon began to turn slowly. Under the effect of exponential laws, the binding force increased tenfold in magnitude. In an instant, billions of tons of pressure was applied to Ella's divine body. Not only that, but the gray-white mist on the surface of the lock of arcane, like the most potent of strong acids, corroded holes into the divine body upon contact. Ella finally remembered that this was unmistakably the death divine power of the Lord of the Dead, Dainatez. Her body bound, space sealed, and even the blade condensed for moon divine power unable to shake the lock of arcane, Ella, the newly appointed moon goddess, still did not give up. Her cold eyes fixed on Lynn, she suddenly spoke. The moment the words fell, Ella transformed into the moon, a bound full moon. Immediately, this full moon began to expand rapidly and finally exploded violently. Ella had spent months using the resources of the entire plane to build her divine body, which burst forth with a power equivalent to matter-antimatter annihilation of the same mass. The lock of arcane, made of special materials and strengthened by death divine power, began to disintegrate under such force. The fierce energy wave ravaged the skies of the alien world. Faced with Ella's nearly suicidal action, even Lynn had to temporarily switch from offense to defense. A determined god was not easy to contend with, especially since he was still within her domain. Ella might have had the power to detonate an entire planet, and if caught in it, he could be seriously injured. However, Lynn soon realized he had overestimated his opponent. Ella did not have the courage to die with him. Taking advantage of the moment her divine body's explosion blasted open the lock of arcane, a peculiar polyhedral crystal suddenly shot out from the horrific energy shockwave at immense speed, directly flying towards the endless void outside the planet. This was undoubtedly the divine core, the most important source of power for a god. After a round of probing and battle, realizing that she had no chance of winning, Ella immediately chose to flee. Being deprived of her life-sustaining domain is undoubtedly a significant blow to a god and could even lead to a fallen realm. But as long as the divine core remains, if lucky enough to find a new plane in the endless void, there might yet be a chance to start anew. This pseudo-self-destructive act that put herself at death's door indeed afforded her a chance to escape. Ella utilized her spatial control ability to its utmost, with each flash of the divine core traversing thousands of kilometers. Yet for Lynn, this was still too slow. The Ella, who had just crossed the troposphere, quickly discovered Lynn's figure appearing directly in front of her, clearly surpassing her in the study of space-time. Lynn extended his hand and made a flipping motion, and the surrounding space-time immediately curled toward the center from all directions. And that's where we'll leave this part. If you enjoyed it, smash that like button, subscribe for the next part, and drop a comment telling me which story you want to hear next. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next part.